talk, I don't need slides. So, welcome to Frappeverse 2024. We are all super excited to do this conference. So this is the 10th annual conference. We started in 2014 with probably 50 people. And today we expect, through the day with the expo and everything, maybe 1,000 people to show up. Yeah, it's also, so I want to talk about the venue. I'm very excited to be here at Nehru Center. And so if we, not many of, even a lot of Indians are not really aware of Jawaharlal Nehru was independent India's first prime minister. And while his political legacy is is debatable and it's a political hot potato, but there are a lot of things about Nehru that was, so this place is inspired by the thoughts of Nehru, right? I mean, that was, that's if you go to the website. So there is a science center here, there is a planetarium. We have this amazing auditorium here by murals by one of India's greatest painters, M.F. Hussain. So, really iconic venue. We have an art gallery. There is a Discovery of India expo that goes on the first floor. I think one very important thing that Nehru did, according to me, was, he laid the foundations of modern India. And while, while India was coming out of its colonial legacy, Nehru, he had a vision for a country that was built on science, technology, rationality, and very modern ideas of liberalism, equality. And he put the foundations for some of India's biggest technology institutions, the Indian Institute of Technology, the Space Research Organization, the steel plants, power plants. And so it's quite fitting to have a conference at this venue, where we are a technology conference. We talk about software and technology. And so, very excited to be here at Nehru Center. It was always a dream. I grew up in this city in the 80s. And the tower here was probably the only tower you could see for, miles out of here. And, now the city is just grown up around this place as well. And talking of technology, I think the way we look at our industry today is also that I started writing code in the 90s. And, at that time, when I was in college, like Java was the thing to do, right? And around the around the turn of the millennium, there was the web. We had Amazon and Google and all these amazing companies come out in the late 90s, early 2000s. We had the dot-com boom and the bubble, and web was supposed to be the the ultimate thing. Then immediately in like another 5 years, 7 years, we had social and mobile that came up. Facebook 2006-07, and I think iPhone also 2006-07. So again, huge technological shift in the way society got structured in that era. And I think we are still in the web. And while there have been other waves like big data, and we have another bubble going on, which is AI. And it's, I think my view is like what machines have done is created insane amount of wealth for society. And we live in this society. It is about entertainment. It is about weird things. It is about entertainment. It is about weird things, right? We don't have uses for tech anymore. Like we make cat videos, and we make, we come up with Doge coins, which so. And AI, I don't know what AI does, other than making really bad images. But like we have so much technology, so much machines, so much wealth, but we don't seem to know what to do with it. So that's where we are in terms of the industry today. In terms of open source, I think that's the other, please ignore the screen. In terms of open source, the industry has come a huge way in the last 10 years, right? In the 90s, open source was all about Linux, about idealism. But today, open source is everything, right? Open source is, on GitHub, there are 400 million repositories as per the last October's report. And the whole world is really moving in that direction. So, this event and Frappe itself is part of the open source movement as well. And And that is part of the reason why many of you are here, right? I mean, because we, uh, we see the value in open source. We see that open source creates more value in a way that proprietary software does not. I mean, even, even though there is, yeah, so that's state of open source and Frappe itself, right? In 2014, the community was maybe, as big as Frappe and maybe 2 or 3 times, but today the community is very big. And, we know it on the forums, we know it on events. This year I've been to several places, been to Nairobi and Dar es Salaam and Chennai and Ahmedabad. And at all these places, at least 100 people were there. So, there is a really growing global community out there that, that is much beyond Frappe. And that also brings us, um, like, we also realize that there is an asymmetry now. There is a lot of expectations from what Frappe can do. And we are also very aware that maybe we may not meet all of your expectations. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so, we may not meet all of your expectations. And so that's, for me, that creates a huge opportunity for everybody here in the community to fill up gaps, right? I mean, this community should not be only Frappe. There should be like several organizations, several leaders among you who can really take up things, fill the gaps, look for opportunities to kind of grow this community as well. Another thing happened this year was Frappe Cloud for us that, and we'll have a lot more presentations talking about these things. But as a business, we became a successful, repeatable business, right? This wasn't there for the last uh, 16 years. And it feels really good to be in a place where we are not, where we are very confident that the business continues to grow. And while the business is also important, I don't think that is the biggest driver for the way things happen, right? And so today we have like 1,000, 10,000 plus sites on Frappe Cloud. And it keeps us going. It keeps us going. We want to do a lot more than that. There is something that that this year I am also. So this year we as a business we always ask ourselves, right? I mean, what do we really want to do? Do we want to become a big business? No, yes, right? What? But this goal somehow seems interesting because to me, while it is not a very serious goal, but to see whether can we create a product. That's something I've been trying to focus on. And this goal, I mean, we have taken a goal, at least I've taken a goal that in the next 5 years we should have 1 million sites. It's just for fun. It's not a revenue goal. It's not we want to do something, but it's like, can you build a product that kind of goes to 1 million? And that's an attractive proposition, at least for me at this point. The other thing that really excites me is this idea of democratic work. And we have, like, in a lot of ways, I'm very proud of what we have done as a team over the last year, over the last couple. While we talk about community, right? I mean, I hope we set standards for the rest of the community as well. I hope this kind of ideas of creating a company where everybody feels that they are, everybody feels that they have the full freedom to do whatever they want, and they are responsible for themselves, not their managers. Has really worked. I had 2 years ago about running a company without managers, and I had a very different idea back then. We had a system called energy points. I don't know if anybody remembers that. But that was a completely bad idea, and that didn't work. This seems to work. I don't know. In 3 years, I may come out with a new idea, but this is something I'm very excited. All our products are built by very small engineering teams, and people feel like, how can you run a product with so few so few engineers? Like, are you sustainable, right? I mean, we had a partners meetup yesterday, and people are worried, but I mean, these products are young, and you will hear a lot about these products over the next 2 days. I think it's just insane the amount of work people have been able to do just because they believe in themselves, they believe in the values of the company, they believe they are in the right place, in the right ecosystem, in the right time. This is the time of their life. I mean, that is what everybody should feel, right? And that is what I think we've been able to achieve to an extent. Maybe there is a long way to go there as well. Going forward, these couple of things that that I'm always thinking about is like, what kind of company do we become from here? We are not, and I don't think we want to become that. But what does it mean in terms of growth, scale? How do we scale? Like, what are the
I think ERPNext is coming. ERPNext community is growing rapidly. It's exponentially. And why I am saying that, because in the last 1-2 years, whenever I meet new people in the community, in my anywhere, and I have seen lot of people already know about ERPNext, already know about Frappe. So ERPNext is becoming a brand more than a product. And not only that, if you just see our user forum, in our user forum, the number of users has grown almost double in last 2 years. Same with GitHub stars. So in 2022, it was around 10K stars, and now in 2024, it's almost doubled. So that's a great sign. That's great sign for the entire community, and huge achievement, I guess. So does that mean that ERPNext is already great, and we should be already happy about it? No. So to answer that, I will let's first understand what makes a product great. And if you want to answer that in a single word, it should be quality. And when you talk about quality, one name will instantly come into your mind. That delivered great products. I am using my MacBook for almost 15 years now, and I have never seen any single error message on my screen in these 15 years. I really amazed that how can they deliver such an amazing, flawless product. Uh, and it's not about their product only. They deliver quality throughout their entire experience of their website, their stores, their marketing, packaging, everywhere. Quality, they just deliver quality. So it's not just a checklist. Quality is not a checklist. It's a mindset. It's a culture. No, you have to be worked upon quality deliberately, constantly to maintain that kind of quality you deliver. And it's not only about the Apple organization, in everywhere. In my neighborhood, there is a sweet shop called Prasant Karnar. And they started their journey, they started their first outlet 2-3 years ago. And in these last 2-3 years, they captured almost 70% of the market. And it is just because of their quality. They delivered amazing sweets, and not only sweets, their retail stores, their services, everything is top notch. And that's why in the festive seasons, people just stands in queue to buy sweets from them. Just stands in queue to buy sweets from them. Even though their price is almost double from the others, still they get that crowd. So, so yeah, at Frappe, we also aspire to be that kind of company, quality focused company. Um, if you enter our office, we have a poster in our wall that's called DFTBA. Don't forget to be awesome, that means. It reminds us that whatever we do, we should focus on the quality first. We should be awesome. And that always, it reminds us to deliver the quality. But it does not mean that we already there. Um, the journey has just started. We are not there yet. But definitely we have improved. Our quality, we are more conscious on quality than ever. And it is reflecting in multiple places. Like, if you see the pull request on GitHub, that you will see that nowadays pull request comes with proper description, proper commit messages, with test cases, and with proper documentation. Even we have set up GitHub CI for automated testing and everything. It was not the case 2 years ago, you know. It was very messy. We did not used to write documentation and everything. If you see our recent YouTube videos, you will see that quality has been improved a lot over the years. And same with the social media post. Just look at this 10 years ago at Matunga in a community hall with just 50 people. And now we are here in the most iconic places of the city. It's just the quality is improving every year. It is getting bigger and better. If you look at our new products, they come with beautiful UI UXs now from the day one. And not only that, if you look at our recent releases, it's mostly they do not come with any major bugs. And if you look at our, maybe if you just go back 2 years ago, whenever we used to make any releases, we used to do a lot of hot fixes after that, you know. So that has been changed. So we are making bug-free releases. So what about the ERPNext specifically? We all know that ERPNext is a complex product. It requires a lot of features to compete in the market. And it took almost 15 years to make the product. And in this journey, lot of contributors has made their contribution into the product. In the same feature, multiple people has contributed, and that way, you know, the code has become messy somewhere, you know. But we have reached a stage where, you know, we are at par in the market as in the form of the basic functionality at least one ERP should have. Now, every community member, I ask that what do you want in the ERPNext? No, they tell me that they want stability. No, they don't want new features. It was not the case 2 years ago. 2-3 years ago, everyone wanted to just this feature, that feature, you know. But it has been changed. We also realized that this is the time to fix the messy codes what we have written over the time, you know. So we need to refactor the code. So basically we stopped adding new features last year and we focused more on the stability front. In the entire last year, we have worked on the stability, added very less new features, and some of the stats are like we have closed 1,000 GitHub bugs, 1,000, more than 1,500 support issues reported by our customers. We have raised 3,000 pull requests related to bugs and performance fixes. So kudos to the all developers who has made this possible. And another thing we have done in the last year that we have made lot of performance fixes over the year. In the last 2-3 years, what we have seen that lot of big organizations, big enterprises is adopting ERPNext in their organization. And naturally they comes with lot of data, right? But ERPNext primarily was not designed for the large enterprises. It was designed for SMB, keeping SMB in the mind. And that's why in some places the system basically, the performance degrades, specifically in the reports section. No? So in the past 1 year, we have, whenever basically any customer or any user reported any performance related fixes, we took that feedback very seriously and we made lot of optimization regarding that to make it faster. One such case study is kiosk. So in the last 1 month, my 70% time goes into this, behind this company, so Kiosk is a basically company from South Africa. They operate in the B2C domain. And they started their ERPNext journey in 2021. And in these 3 years, their database size has gone to 350 GB, with 60 million GL entries, and which the GL entries table itself is 55 GB. So naturally, the outcome is basically no report is, trial events is basically getting timed out after 30 minutes of background job. And even ARAP, the balance sheet, all taking 15 to 20 minutes almost. So they reached us and our partner Akbatic, um, to look into the issue. And we took it as a challenge, took it as an opportunity to improve the performance of the system. And what we realized that they were using version 13. And, uh, and we all know that in version 14, we introduced the account closing balance table, which basically holds the annual closing balance of all the accounts. And that makes the reports faster. So the first, our first try was basically upgrade them to the version 15. And while doing so, we faced the first hurdle. That account closing balance patch itself was running after, and for a long time. It was never ending. So after waiting for almost 6 hours, we just killed that task. So we could not migrate them to the version 14. And then basically what we did, we realized that there is one query what is basically taking all the GLNTs table into the memory, and as it is already 55 GB, so the RAM is getting becoming less. Um, and that made us basically forced to refactor the entire account closing balance and period closing voucher code. And we did that. And after, along with that, we also did lot of optimization on trial balance and other reports. We added lot of indexes in their journey. And just imagine the result, outcome. So their trial balance is now taking less than 2 minutes. And thanks to Mitesh, he helped me a lot, in this journey. And not only that, there are a lot of optimization, more optimization we have done over the past 1 year. Stock reposting is almost 2x faster now. If you have sales purchase invoice with 500 plus line items, then it is almost 5x faster. We have introduced form submission on background. So if it is a big form and it is taking too much time, you can just push it in the background. Workflow processing is much faster now. If you have a lot of rows in the grid table, child table, then it is almost 60% faster now. And not only these are only the few things. While preparing this presentation, I was going through the list of performance fixes on GitHub, and I found almost 250 performance fixes we have done last year. I think they need a huge round of applause. All the developers who have made this possible. Yeah, so what's the plan for the next 1 year? What's the plan for ERPNext? So over the years, we realized that actually we are not taking advantage of being open source. There are a lot of good developers in the community, who are not contributing into the product back. Somehow we need to enable them to contribute back into the product. And another reality is, as Frappe is not doing direct service into the direct service business, we are not facing the real end user. So that's why we are not getting lot of product ideas as well. But the community member are facing the real users, and they are getting lot of feature request, and even they are making also in their custom application, but the contribution is not coming back. So we should change that in the next 1 year. I want to change that, and in that direction we already taken some steps. In past 3 months, I have engaged with few developers in India whom I already know, like Resilient, Arely, Hybro Labs, 8848. I personally contacted them. We are trying to collaborate with them to make a collaborative roadmap and make the basically product enhancements. So I will continue to do that in the next 1 year. I will engage with a lot more community developers. I expect you to contribute back. And another thing I want more incubator projects in the next 1 year. If you don't know about incubator projects, so Frappe runs an incubator program, where basically we support all the any Frappe applications made on top of Frappe framework. We help them with funding and marketing help. So till now, I think we have funded 7 projects, 7 such projects, but we want more and more projects in the coming year. And majorly, I am looking for localization, compliances, integration, those kind of apps people already made, as a separate application, but it is not coming out in the marketplace. Or so maybe via incubator projects we can drive that. So what will be the Frappe's role in the whole journey? I think Frappe will still, for the next 1 year, we will focus on the stability and performance fixes. That will be our major focus. And we will ensure that quality is maintained whenever we are getting any contribution from the community. We will play a role of basically quality controller. And we will also try to fix the gap of onboarding, So ERPNext is a steep onboarding. So we need to fix the onboarding thing with better UI UXs. So we'll focus on that. So when the version 16 will release, a lot of people are asking me. So as I already said, that we did not focus on new features this year. Mostly worked on the bug fixes and performance fixes, which needs to be released immediately. So almost all of our work, 80% of our work is already released via version 15 or 14. So there is no point releasing version 16 this year. So we'll hold it for the next year. So I don't know when it will come, but it will be certainly next year. And so before ending my talk, I will just touch upon this topic, which I announced in the last conference. That is, in the last conference, basically I announced that we will start revenue sharing on our FC marketplace. So whoever publish their apps, they will get some kind of revenue, whatever we earn via Frappe Cloud. So good news is that we already kickstarted that journey from last quarter, and we already we released our first payment also. We are releasing payment quarterly basis, and in the first round, Resilient, Marley, and Raven all get some kind of revenue, based on their installation and complexity. So, yeah, maybe another inspiration for making your app on publish on the marketplace. Yeah, that's it. That's my talk. And now I will welcome Rohit, who was a silent pillar for almost 8 years in the ERPNext team. He is looking for stock and manufacturing module. And yeah, welcome, Rohit.
Hello. So thanks for introducing me, Naveen. Uh, Most of you know me, but you don't know my journey. So I would like to go first to show my journey. My journey started in 2012. After the graduation, I got a job in Indictrans. I got a job at Indictrans. My role at Indictrans was to understand the business processes of customers, map the business processes with ERPNext, identify the gaps, and fulfill those gaps using the customizations. I did work on multiple projects related to ERPNext when I was at Indictrans, and it helped me to improve my ERPNext knowledge. Uh, every developer in the community has a dream to join the Frappe, and I had the same dream, and luckily I got a chance. Uh, I luckily got a chance. One day I met a Rishabh at a cafe in Pune. We had a chit chat. He asked me a few questions related to my projects, and I have given the answer. And after that, I got an offer to join the Frappe. After joining the Frappe, sorry, after joining the Frappe, I decided to work on a ERPNext because I had an experience of working with a ERPNext when I was at a Indictrans. In my early years, I worked on a different models of ERPNext, but later we have decided we have decided that every model should have an owner, and that owner will drive the model. Since I was aware about this, I was aware about the issues related to stock and manufacturing models. I had decided to become an owner for these models. And since that, I've been working dedicatedly on stock and manufacturing models. So this has been my journey for the last 12 years. I have witnessed how the product has evolved, how the community has grown, and the overall experience was really amazing. Now, I will talk about the features which we have added in the stock and manufacturing models over the last 1 year. So, in version 15, we have launched the serial and batch bundle feature, and we have received a lot of feedback from our customers and partners that they are facing a lot of issues while using this feature. And their customization also breaking. So, to fix that issue, we have decided to retain serial and batch fields for ease of data entry. And we have added a configuration in the stock settings for that. Once you enable this configuration, so on a purchase receipt, you can see the same checkbox. And if that is enabled, then you can see the serial number and batch fields. You can add the serial number here, and you can save and submit the purchase receipt. Once the purchase receipt gets submitted, the serial and batch bundle will create automatically at the backend. Also, we have received some contribution from the community, and one of the contribution was to invert the serial number through the range. So I am adding here the range from 4 to 10. So system has added the 7 serial numbers and created the bundle as well. So Raphael did this contribution. So thanks for the great contribution. A bomb creator we have launched in version 15 to make a bill of materials easy. And multiple partners said that they want operations also in the bomb creator. So for that, we have added a provision to set a routing in the bomb creator. Routing has a routing has the information about the all operations, and you also add the operation while adding the subassembly item or the raw materials in the bomb creator. Next one is a plant floor. So every operator requires to know the status of the machine. So plant floor does the same. It provides you the real-time status of the machine. Also, you can open the machine and see the open job cards. You can start the job card. And once you start the job card, you can see the status as production on the machine. And same, you can see it on the plant floor screen as well. And you can pause the job card from the screen as well. And the status change to off. Similarly, you can resume the job card from that screen. Also, you can see the machine breakdown from the screen. So this is an interface, and you can use the standard REST API to integrate the machine with this interface. Next feature was disassemble. So let's say you have a finished product, and you want to dismantle the product, and you want to get the components back to the store which are in a good condition. So for that, we have added a button in the work order, and that button gets visible once you submit the work order. And we have added a new stock entry type as disassemble. So on a stock entry, you can remove the items which are not in a good condition, and you can save and submit the stock entry. So in version 15, we have launched the stock reservation feature for sales order. And lot of customers and partners asked us to add similar feature for work order, because work order with the stock reservation ensures that the raw materials and components are available, and the operator can start working on that work order. So once you submit the work order, the system will create the stock reservation entry, and the status change to the stock reserve. Now they can start working on that work order. If they try to use the same materials to another work order, they will get the negative stock error. So to fix this issue, they have to unreserve the stock from the work order, which has the reserve stock, and assign the stock to another work order. So for assigning the reserve, so I added a button on the work order. Also, if you have a sales order link on a work order, after completion of the work order, the system will reserve the finished item against that respective sales order. So this is about the features. We did a lot of performance issues, as Nabin said. One of the major performance issue was related to date and time, posting date and time. So we received a ticket, and the customer was trying to submit the stock entry having 50 line items, and they were getting the timeout error. We did a profiling, and we came to know that one of the query was taking so much time. Though the query had an indexing on posting date and posting time, still the system was keeping the indexing on that columns because of the timestamp function. And this was happening because MariaDB doesn't support the expression indexing. So to fix this issue, we just remove the timestamp function, and we are using the timestamp function to combine date and time. So we thought, let's have a single field, date time field. So we added a single posting date time in the stock ledger entry. And this one fix, so before this fix, the system was taking 9.6 minutes to submit the stock entry having 50 line items only. And after the fix, it took only 11.5 seconds to submit the stock entry. Apart from that, we fixed a lot of issues related to support tickets. So almost 500 support tickets on stock and around 102 on manufacturing. Being an OEM, we also help our partners to fix some of the customization issues. And we found that some of the customization issues are coming because of using the frappe.db.commit in their custom code. So explicit commits is not a good choice. And because of this, one of the customer was facing the issue that they had not enabled allow negative stock in stock setting, but still system has allowed to make a negative stock entry. And after debugging the issue, we came to know that they had a customization, like they have added a custom field vehicle, which they wanted to add in the stock ledger entry. And for that, they have written a custom code with a frappe.db.commit. So because of that, system has kept or allowed to commit the errors. So I'm not submitting this stock entry. You can see the error, but still, if I reload the page, I can see the status has submitted. So it happened because of the explicit commit. So I request everyone to avoid the using frappe.db.commit. So we did few customer visits last year, and we have tried to understand their problems, and based on their problems, we have decided to create a roadmap for a stock and manufacturing models. So we are planning to add a production plan schedule. Currently, if you submit the production plan and you are trying to create a work orders or a material request, it creates all at one day, right? I mean, everything creates at one day only. Instead of that, we will have a schedule and system will create the work orders and material requests according to plan. Also, similar to sales order reservation and work order reservation, we will add the feature for a reservation against the production plan and the subcontracting order. So this is all about my talk. Next, I would like to call Rudra on the stage. He is the backbone of accounts model. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Good morning. So I'm audible, right? To the very end? Thanks. So over the in the coming couple of minutes, I'll showcase what accounts has been up to, what we've been doing, what changes and performance fixes we'll be doing specifically in the account section. Firstly, a little bit about me. I'm Rudra. I'm an engineer. I work in ERPNext. I've been with Frappe for almost 3 years now. And over these years, I've sort of assigned the role of the primary maintainer of the accounts module in ERPNext. And my contribution has currently given me the rank of 7th position as in the ERPNext repository. So let's quickly look at some numbers. Let's look at what last year looked like purely from a number standpoint for you. So this is the support ticket count for the entirety of ERPNext, of which 40% of them were purely for accounts, just account issues. Everything ranging from minor validation issues all the way up to my balance sheet is incorrect. Like, why am I having too much money? So all of this led to us making rather frequent, much needed changes, small changes, which is like almost 1,400 commits to address approximately 475 individual isolated bugs. The thing is, well, once you tackle large volumes of tickets, you tend to see patterns or common issues that keep happening repetitively. And the last year's effort of handling these tickets can roughly be categorized into 3 sections. One is like performance improvements that Nabin has already addressed, and I'll show you one example from my end. And we've built utilities, practically tools to help you debug or analyze accounting specific issues, and then some minor quality of life changes done throughout the accounting module. So let's start with bulk actions. So what is bulk actions? So it's a small niche feature within ERPNext. It's not part of the framework. So say if you want to do an action on multiple documents, instead of opening and taking that action individually on individual documents, you can just select all of the documents that you want in the list view, and then under the actions, you can select that action that you want to do. But this was a ticket raised last year. There was one user who complained that he can't even process 20 documents in one go. So clearly the feature is not living up to its name. Like, it's supposed to process hundreds or even thousands of documents. You select all of them and you do an action, it has to do it. But it's not even processing a couple dozen of them. Obviously, there's a huge design flaw in the future, which we weren't aware because we personally don't use it that much. But after this, we've refactored it. Now the entire thing is like supercharged. Now it can very comfortably handle like almost 800 documents in a minute. Like that's like 4,000 documents in a 5-minute span. So this is a short clip of how this feature looks like. I'm not going to process all the entire 800 documents, like just to showcase how it works. So you just select all the ones. You can apply filter and then select them. Just go there and then create a sales invoice. So I've just created sales invoices for like, 10 items, 10 sales orders in one go. So all of them are created. Yeah. So moving on, let's go into tools, the sections of tools. So what are utilities? Like, these are like, imagine you're dealing with a balance sheet and you find some mismatch in the balances. How do you normally go about debugging those issues? The primary way is to write SQL queries. But it became tedious after handling hundreds and hundreds of same such tickets. So we thought, okay, why don't we build tools to help us address these issues in a much quicker manner? So as a result of this, we've developed 1 or 2 utilities, which is available for the end user as well, that can help identify these issues quicker. So the most common issue that we got was the ledger discrepancy. So in V14, we introduced a new ledger called payment ledger. It's supposed to capture only the receivable and payable related information, but there are situations where the general ledger and the payment ledger might go out of sync and you start to see your receivable report won't match your trial balance report. On such cases, you can make use of this report to very quickly identify what the issue is. So this is what the report normally looks like. It identifies and reports individual voucher level imbalances. Okay, this voucher is actually posting like a certain amount in the general ledger, whereas in the payment ledger is posting a different amount. Obviously, due to this, your financial statements will start to go out of sync. So again, this one single report reduced our debugging and analysis time from almost like half a day to just 2 minutes. Just open this report and run it and figure out which issue is causing the mismatch and then cancel and amend them. Okay, the next tool is, this was my brainchild. Accounting is purely lives inside ledgers, and ledger mismatches are the most common issues. So I thought, why don't we automate a system that monitors the health of the system, health of the ledgers? So I built a ledger monitoring tool. So it repetitively monitors the ledger health in a daily manner. It checks for debit and credit mismatches or ledger level out of sync issues, and then reports them in a separate place. So this is primarily intended as an early warning system. So most of the accounting related issues, they are reported at the fiscal year end. When you are trying to close your books, they find out, okay, there are some issues in a certain account. And if we found the root causes, the most common action is to cancel and amend those affected vouchers, which most of the people are not willing to do because the voucher is almost 1 year old. They don't want to go and cancel and amend a 1-year-old invoice. So this is supposed to serve as an early warning system. You turn it on, you monitor it every now and then so that any issue that arises, you can fix it immediately rather than at the fiscal year end. So currently, it only does 2 different ledger level health monitors. Like, we are planning to add the more common issues that we see, we'll add a checkbox here and expand the tool's capabilities. So that covers the utilities. Moving on to quality of life changes. Like, these are small things that you might not notice immediately, but these help improve the ergonomics of the product in a whole. So one example is unreconciliation. So reconciliation is the most common action done within accounts. But imagine a situation where you accidentally reconciled an incorrect payment to an invoice. Before this feature, the only way to address this would be to cancel and create a new payment and then reconcile them. But there's no need for that now. Say you have an invoice, and it's fully paid, and has 0 outstanding. If you want to unreconcile them, there is an unreconcile option available right on the drop-down. You select all, you can individually unreconcile. You don't have to unreconcile everything. Unreconcile, and the outstanding is updated.
You don't have to cancel any primary document like invoice or payments. Your ledger is reposted, your outstanding is updated, everything is taken care of. So this feature is primarily to do away with the cancellation step to address any issues with the reconciliation. And the UI is bidirectional, which means the UI is available both at the invoice end as well as the payment end. Okay, the next thing is accounting dimensions. Dimensions like people who use accounts will be well aware of. This is the primary means through which you can run business-centric financial statements without writing custom apps or scripts. But it had poor integration with the reconciliation tool. We've addressed it. Now, accounting dimensions are the first-class objects within the reconciliation tool. So what do I mean by that? Which means, so this is the reconciliation tool. Say I'm trying to reconcile some vouchers for a party. You can see a separate section just for accounting dimensions. As you can see, there are quite a lot of vouchers, and I want to isolate an invoice and a payment just for this cost center. You can do that. Or you can apply filters on multiple dimensions if you want. Yeah. So this wasn't there before. Now the dimensions is completely integrated in the reconciliation tool itself. These are first-class filters. These are as equal as the party that you're trying to reconcile. So next is transaction currency. So everybody knows general ledger, and everybody knows what debit and credit is. People who use accounts don't know what these are. But debit and credit are always shown in one currency, either the transaction currency or the default company's billing currency. But there were many requests from customers who wanted to see debit and credit values in multiple currencies simultaneously. We've added that as well. So here we have an invoice. It's in USD, but the company is operating in India, so it has an INR company's default currency is INR. If you go to general ledger, by default, it will give you in the company's billing currency. But now you have a checkbox. Just clicking on it will show the debit and credit both in the transaction currency as well as in the company's billing currency. This is some of the most commonly requested feature. We've added it. Okay. So yeah, that pretty much covers up what I've been up to for the last year. So the next, my plan for the next year is trying to tame the pricing rule mess. We have pricing rule, but it's so horribly written, like it's very hard to debug and manage. So I will try to rewrite it and build tools to handle every possible pricing rule scenarios in a much more ergonomic way. At the same time, I'll be taking a look into the accounting periods and how it can be expanded to multiple companies, user-based accounting periods and all those stuff. Yeah, thanks. So next, we have Rucha from Frappe HR.
So hello everyone, good morning. I am Rucha Mahabal, product owner of Frappe HR, working on the product since the last 2 years. So for new people in the Frappeverse, Frappe HR is a 100% open source HR and payroll product with a comprehensive set of over 13 different modules, right from attendance, leaves, life cycle, shift management, employee life cycle to payroll, and now even a mobile app. So I'm here to talk about the journey of Frappe HR since the last Frappeverse. Recently, we crossed 1K GitHub stars. So during the last Frappeverse, we were somewhere at 364, and then the stars rapidly increased. Even the active installs on FC. So Frappe HR was established as a standalone product in the ecosystem outside ERPNext in 2022, and we were at 364 installs. Last year, we peaked at 1.4, and currently, as of today, we have 3K active sites on Frappe Cloud. So this makes Frappe HR the next most popular product after ERPNext. We also did a product hunt launch, and we landed the number 10 product of the day tag on the day. We got amazing response from the community on the launch day with all the upvotes, comments, and it was really wholesome and overwhelming. We were also ranked under the best payroll software in 2023 on Product Hunt. We realized that since HR is such a comprehensive product with so many different modules, the user always looks for a website to read and understand about all the features that the product has to offer. So we built a brand new website for Frappe HR powered by Frappe Builder. It is pretty comprehensive with like 9 feature pages, mobile app features, pricing, everything. As the demand for HR increased, the support also increased because we had more and more users coming up exploring Frappe HR. So Akash, my colleague, and I closed around 340 support issues and 200 plus GitHub issues in the last year. So now coming to the meat of the presentation, which is what features have been added to HR since the last year, right? With regards to appraisal and leaves, we added formula-based appraisal. So earlier you could create appraisal cycles with basic formula, which is just average of your goal score, average feedback score, and self-appraisal score. But now you get complete freedom on how you want to evaluate your employees with different maybe factors for each score. And you can also use the employee attributes like designation or department to customize, like configure appraisals which are nearer to how they perform. The leave ledger report gives you an overview of how your leave balance has been flowing through the entire year. So with earned leaves, leave encashments, leave applications, allocations, expired leaves, compensatory leaves, and so on. So we had all the features right from employee onboarding to payroll. But when we were interacting with customers, we got some requests for some new features on employee offboarding. For example, asset recovery in full and final statement. So when your employees are about to leave the organization, you might have allocated some assets to the employees when they join. And usually these assets are returned back to the company, but what if you want the employees to own the assets and recover the costs for those assets? So you can do this through full and final statement now, where when you save, all the assets linked to that employee are pulled in, and you can select the action here for return or recover cost. So if you choose to recover the cost, it gets tracked as a receivable, and then your financial statements hit through this. Another feature which was requested was salary withholding. So when employees are serving their notice period, companies choose to withhold their salaries for 3 months or whatever the notice period is. So to do this, there is a new doc type called salary withholding. So you can go to the salary withholding doc type, select the employee, all the details like relieving date would be pulled in. You can set the number of withholding cycles and the date, and it will track all the payroll cycles for which your salary has to be withheld. So once you do that and you go to payroll, you can create a normal payroll entry, fetch all your employees, and you will see that this particular employee was marked or flagged for withholding their salary. So creating and submitting salary slips works the same. The difference is that the salary slip will be marked with the status withheld. When it comes to accounting, so the accrual entry or the salary expenses will be booked for that employee, but the actual payment will be withheld. So the employee entry won't show up in your bank entry. And then when you choose to release the salary, you can go to the payroll entry and click on release withheld salaries. But having said that, salary withholding is not a feature we would recommend employees or companies to exercise. Please don't withhold salaries of your employees. So some of the new upcoming exciting things. One is India payroll. I know this is like a heavily asked feature because compliances are a pain for payroll. And our partner, Hybro Labs, have been building this on their own with all the compliance requirements for India payroll. And I think they have a talk tomorrow, so do attend to get to know what's upcoming. We are also doing a collaboration with Coursent, one of our other partners, for US payroll. So when it comes to US payroll, there are like 50 states with varying tax requirements and compliance requirements, and the taxation is pretty complex over there. So this product is also being worked on as an extension to the standard payroll. So last year, we ended the Frappeverse with the announcement of Frappe HR mobile app, and on 1st December 2023, we launched the mobile app on Build with Hussein, and we got great response from the community and lots of users. So since the last Frappeverse, we changed a lot of things in the way the mobile app looks. We got rid of the old school navigation drawer, and we have a bottom tab bar now. We added workflow support for all the thousands of levels of workflows an employee has to go through to just avail a leave or expense claim. Translations was an important contribution from the community. COGK, he's a very famous contributor in the ecosystem. You might have seen a lot of contributions across all repositories. People also asked for geolocation tracking and geofencing. So now in your employee check-in, you can fetch the geolocation, and the latitude and longitude for your check-in will be captured. It's even more easier in your mobile app where you have a button to check in. You just need to provide access to geolocation, and it will track your location. Geofencing was requested when people started facing issues from where the employees are trying to check in. So you wouldn't want to allow the employee to check in if they are outside a certain radius for your shift location or your company premises. So now you can create shift locations with latitude, longitude, and a check-in radius. And the employee will be only allowed to check in within that radius. Again, having said that, don't track your employees. This is, again, not recommended. After creating the mobile app, the first thing that was asked for was push notifications, because you want to stay updated on the go. So Tanmoy from our team built a push notification relay server on Frappe Cloud. So all the sites hosted on Frappe Cloud get access to this relay server for your mobile app. I think even Raven uses the relay server for delivery. So you can go to your mobile app and go to settings and enable push notifications. And once you do that, you start getting notified for all the requests that you create and the approval status for your requests. So as of today, the notification relay server serves around 531 notification users and 63 sites on FC. So this was all about my part for the presentation. Next, I would like to call upon the stage Akash Tom, my colleague, to talk about some more exciting features in HR.
So hi everyone, my name is Akash. I joined Frappe I think around 2 years back. I was working on Drive back then as an intern. I properly joined as a full-time employee in, last year. And I've been working on Frappe HR ever since. I like working on front end, I like building UI, and I also like designing. So Frappe HR kind of made sense because at Frappe HR we use a lot of custom UI screens. So today I'll be presenting some of the features that I've built over the past 1 year. I'm going to start with the attendance dashboard. So Rucha spoke about the PWA, the mobile app for Frappe HR, but within the mobile app we have a leave dashboard, but the leave dashboard does not really show us the attendance for an employee. It allows you to request and view leave applications, but if a user wanted to view their attendance, that wasn't there. So we thought it makes sense to build a dashboard for attendance as well. So this is what we worked on. This is what the attendance dashboard looks like. We have a calendar for viewing the attendance of the employee. It shows you at a glance what days you were present on, your half days, your absent days, and your leave days. You can also request attendance and also request shifts. We also added a list for viewing employee check-in history so that you can view your previous employee check-ins. Next, I'm going to talk about the roster. So the roster was one of the, if not the most requested feature from the community. So what the roster essentially is it is a visual representation of employee shift mapping so that you can view, interpret, and alter employee shifts at a glance, who's working when. So yeah, so this was, as you can see, it got a lot of attention from the community, and we thought it's about time that we make it. So this is what it looks like. This is what the roster looks like. So just a quick demo of how you would go about creating shifts on it. You click on whatever cell, and then, yeah, fair enough, it'll create a shift for that employee and that date. You click on the shift again, and then you can edit it. That's what inactive shifts look like. And as you would expect, you can also delete it by clicking on it. So that's one of the things. Moving on, we also have shift swapping. So, I mean shift moving. So if you drag and drop, you can move shifts. So this is much easier than if you had to use the desk for this. You can also drop a shift on another one and it'll swap it with that one. And these are fine. These are the minimum features you would expect out of a roster. But we also added a new feature which wasn't there in HR previously. So if you want to create a shift and the shift is spanning, say, over 7 days, you can these two fields will open up, and then you can create repeating shifts. So you set the frequency and the days, and then it will create a repeating shift, as you can see. And you can delete it's referred to as a shift assignment schedule, and you can delete it as well. So if you're wondering what this is like on the back end, it uses a doc type, like I said, referred to as the shift assignment schedule. So if you don't want to use the roster, you can directly do it via desk as well, and it will continue creating shifts using the background job. So yeah, so another thing that we added is the shift assignment tool. The shift assignment tool allows you to assign shifts in bulk. That's one of the things it does. So you can see that there's an action field at the top. So you can either assign shifts in bulk, you can set the details of the shift, the filters for the employee, select the employees and assign shift. Or you can process shift requests in bulk. So you can also select whatever shift request you want and then click on process shift request. That'll give you one of two options, that is either to approve or reject, and it'll get done in bulk. So previously you would have to do all this individually. So it's much more convenient this way. Next we have the interview module. So interview management was previously over-engineered, and there was a lot of redundancy within it. You can see the interviews table over here. It had a lot of unnecessary fields, which resulted in a lot of data duplication. So we removed all of that. We cleaned it up, and there's also the feedback tab. So if you wanted to view the feedback between two for an interview, then you would have to do a lot of back and forth between the two doc types. But so we added a screen which now allows you to just view it at a glance, and it also shows you a summary for the feedback. Next we have job portal. So the job portal previously looked hideous. So we thought of revamping it, and this is what it looks like now. No, I'm kidding. This is what it used to look like before. You can see that there's a lot of extraneous information over here. The job description and all is there. So we got rid of all of that, and it's much cleaner now. You can also search, sort, and filter, all the usual cool stuff. So if you want to view a job description, if you want to view the job description, you click on the job, and then you can view it more in detail. So I've heard smart people refer to this as progressive disclosure. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. You can view the other details for the description as well. This is what it looks like on the mobile app. So payroll, we have some enhancements, UX enhancements for payroll as well, for salary component and salary structure. After dealing with some support tickets, we realized that people are making a lot of mistakes while filling in conditions and formulae. So then we added syntax highlighting and auto completion for these fields. Yeah, also you can, if you create a salary component and you want to change the conditional formula for that, you would have to edit it in every structure, which can be tedious if you have a lot of structures. So now we also have an option to directly do it from the component using this button. Finally, we have the bulk salary structure assignment tool. This allows you to, again, assign salary structures in bulk. So that also makes things a bit more efficient. I think I'm pressing on time a bit. So that concludes my presentation. Do star us if you like what we do. It does help and it is quite motivating. Thank you. Next, we have Dipesh, who will be speaking on lending.
Hi everyone. So most of you have known me for working on ERPNext, specifically the accounts module. But today I'm not here to talk about ERPNext. Like I'll be talking about something different than ERPNext. Uh, so I'll pick up from where I had started in the previous presentation. So I had briefly introduced Frappe lending. So in the past year, like I've been working closely with the NBFC of India. So the current module of lending module of ERPNext had very limited set of features. So when this customer approached us, they had a requirement of full-fledged LMS module. So after going through n number of BRDs, Excel sheets and calculations, and obviously a lot of code, like we arrived at something that I personally like to call as the lending framework. Now, why do I call it as the lending framework? I'll get to it in my further slides. So, like most of you have interacted or heard about some of these lending products. There are a number of lending products in the market. The customer journey for most of these products might be different, but under the hood, like most of these loans or loan products follow a similar structure. So this is a typical cycle or the process that every loan goes through when it goes through the loan management system. Once the loan is into the system, this is the typical cycle that it usually follows. In the upcoming slides, I'll be taking you through this cycle. So the very first step in this cycle is configuring your organization settings. So so user can configure these settings under the company master. They can set up what type of interest convention should be used, what should be their DPD thresholds. Again, typical configurations that you'll need during the loan life cycle. So once you have configured your organization, the next step would be having a loan product. The same things which I had mentioned in my previous slides. So I'll take example of vendor financing, or it's also popularly known as bill discounting, which might be familiar to ERPNext users. So I'll configure a loan product which has a name of supply chain finance. I'll configure the rate of interest. The repayment schedule type for this would be line of credit loans. Under that, I have some accounting information for my chart of accounts. So once this is configured, you have a loan product against which the customer is ready to lend out loans. So again, the next step in the cycle would be booking a loan. So a loan can be booked under the loan doc type, where basic customer details against what type of product the loan is being given out. Then since this is specifically a line of credit loans, user has to mention a upper limit and a lower limit. So against this specific loan, the borrower can take multiple drawdowns. So as long as the drawdowns are within this limit, multiple drawdowns can be given against this specific loan. So the next step would be to disburse the loan. And once your loan is disbursed, so I'll just briefly show you what happens. So the user mentions the disbursement amount. Again, accounting information is by default captured from the loan product. As soon as a loan disbursement is made, there's a repayment schedule that is generated against that specific loan. And you can also see the accounting related information against that specific loan. So once a loan is disbursed, the next step would be to accrue interest against that specific loan. As soon as the disbursement happens, there are automated background jobs that run on a daily basis that accrue interest against that specific loan. So for demo purposes, there's a process for which user can execute it manually. So once the user executes this process, a loan interest entry is booked, and against that entry, simultaneously accounting entries are also passed. The next step after the interest accrual is demand. Interest accrual happens on a daily basis, but the borrower will pay the lender back in fixed EMIs. So those EMIs becomes due whenever a loan demand is generated. So on a monthly basis, again using a scheduler job, the demands are generated. So there are two demands generated, one specifically for the principal component and one against for the interest component. So once the demand is generated, the amount that was borrowed becomes, the EMI becomes due for the customer along with the interest. So once the demand becomes due, the final step is on EMI due date, the borrower will pay the remaining amount. So that amount can be recorded using a loan repayment doc type. Under this doc type, you can see the demands are also captured. And once you do the payment, based on the configuration that you have done in your lending company master, the components are knocked off. So the lending industry in India is heavily regulated, and there are a lot of compliances and reporting that the NBFCs have to follow. So along with this core structure, we have also introduced some credit bureau reporting. Two things that NBFCs have to basically report when they lend out a loan. One is days past due. This basically denotes for how many days a loan has been due, and if that loan has been due for more than 90 days, whether it's an NPA or not. So these two things, there are again automated jobs that run on a specific loan and capture the information for each of these loans. Here you can see a log of daily log where the days past due log is generated, and the current days past due is 37. Based on the configuration that you do in the company master, if this days past due crosses that specific threshold, this loan by default gets marked as NPA. This is an activity that NBFCs have to do periodically for all the loan accounts. So using this structure, this application can ideally manage any type of loans that is available in the market. Along with this, there are certain other features that have been added to this application. Co-lending, you can manage branch merger and splits, suspense accounting, again collateral management for secured, unsecured loans. There was also one highly requested feature for loan restructuring. In case you want to change the rate of interest, the schedule has to be changed. That can be done using loan restructuring and loan waivers. So right now this module is being used by one of our customers who is managing 64,000 active loan accounts using this particular application. And around 3,000 crore assets are under management using this application. So now we have built the base for this. What comes next would be, again, it's an entire ecosystem. There are multiple pieces to this puzzle. So now that we have the loan management system, going forward, we plan to add a loan origination system, some basic generic onboarding for the customers, some credit engine, and integrations with the compliance authorities of India. So that's about it. Thank you. Next, I would like to call Aditya for.
Okay. So I started Frappe Cloud thinking, how hard can this project possibly be? I'll be done in 6 months. 5 years later, welcome back to Frappe Cloud. So last year, our team was here, and we promised you a bunch of interesting features.
We didn't deliver any of them. Maybe I should consider becoming a politician. So, other than that though, like some interesting stuff did happen. So this is what happened. For the first time on cloud, we are hosting 10,000 sites. But what excites me more than that is, for the first time, we have crossed 5,000 paid customers. I'm sorry, sites. Paid customers are lesser, but because why count some fake active sites beans when you have real money? And this is the other interesting part. Now Frappe Cloud is essentially the biggest source of revenue for our team. And we are seeing almost 2 billion requests every month. And this is the most interesting part for me, which is we have 200 or so marketplace apps, but roughly all of you guys together are deploying 2,500 apps currently on Frappe Cloud. So all of this is fun, but while this was coming to us, some opportunities also came our way. And so one of those things was essentially just constant escalations on Telegram. People complaining stuff is down, and even from internal people pressure about, hey, when can I release game plan, when can I release insights, because they're stuck at us. So I decided to stop all features and just get rid of these burning fires. And the first thing I decided to build was alerts. So instead of relying on these Telegram messages, now we just have an automatic system that calls us if something goes down. And the moment we set it up, we started getting calls almost constantly. And then on-call is difficult for those who haven't done it before. At 2 a.m. in the morning, get a call. And then everything has gone wrong in your life at that point. Nothing is going to help you. Nobody on the other end of the call is going to help you. But Balu set this up, and he decided, let's just have some fun. So this is what Balu gives us. The only thing sadder than trying to rickroll you is there is no audio for this rickroll. So after this, you just go and you try to do whatever you can do to fix this issue. And this was our life. This was our life for almost the entire year. But the good news is we're doing slightly better now. Last year, this time, we were doing roughly 98% above time, which is terrible. And most of this is hard work, but sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes all you need to do from the line above to line below is say, find this one particular line change somewhere in your code base and apply it correctly, and 90% of your issues will go away. You just have to know where to place it though. But the rest of everything else, is like this. It is issues that just reveal themselves very, very slowly. And soon you start hitting edge cases on top of edge cases. Everything just keeps getting difficult and difficult and difficult. And the terrible part about this is just boring work. This is not visible to most of you. This is not visible to me. So it is very hard to appreciate this outcome, other than these numbers, of course. And what is worse is it's even harder to appreciate the work that goes into it. And then we have an internal phrase that basically says, "Hazaro bug aise ki har bug pe dam nikle." बहुत निकले बग, लेकिन फिर भी कम निकले. For the rest of the people, they just make up something of this phrase. Now, after years' work now, I appreciate this fact. I appreciate the fact that it is hard, this work is hard. And I appreciate the fact that working something that is reliable is hard. And then that is the end of the soft story though. We still managed to get some projects out. Faris and Suhail managed to get the new dashboard out, which essentially just tries to convert the old dashboard to the newer dashboard for you guys. It just looks more polished. But for us engineers, it meant we could now deploy more and more features faster because the internals are so different. And all we had to do was just write some configuration like how you guys write for desk. We didn't have to write view code. So our SRE people were much more happier about this. So another kind of feedback that we got was people kept complaining about builds. That something, you want to deploy something on cloud, you want to make a change, and you press a button, something goes wrong, you have to talk to us. So what we did was we stole Alan from Frappeverse, and then we got him to work on this project. And the first thing Alan did was essentially he started looking at failures, and he got the obvious issues out. Just redundant servers, better caching, error handling, same stuff that you have to do anyway. And after that got out, we figured out, hey, there are a certain class of failures, this red line, which is basically not a system fault. No matter how many times you retry, it is not going to break because this is essentially at the user's end. The user has written bad code that cannot be deployed. So he started catching it and giving sender messages instead of 100-line tracebacks. So now you can essentially, without a lot of know-how about what has gone wrong, can figure out, okay, whether this is your problem or Frappe Cloud's problem. And just out of more demand, we got 3 more regions out in Indonesia, in KSA, and UAE. And then some people kept asking us about lower prices on Frappe Cloud, so we just introduced a $5 plan. So that is pretty much the end of the year for us. And people keep asking me about this. I don't want to talk about it because whatever I say is not worth anything anyway. So take the next slide with a bucket of salt. The work that we did this year has afforded us some calmness. So our engineers can work on whatever we want to work on. And yeah, we'll be done in 6 months, After all, how hard can it be? That is it.
Hi everyone, we're starting with the tea break. Tea is being served in 2 places, the cafeteria right outside and the expo that you've been there for breakfast. And we'll be starting at sharp 12, so please be here on time. session, I would like to announce that the track 2 that's in the expo will start at sharp 12:20. So if you're someone who's interested in implementing ERPNext for manufacturing domain, our speaker Shailesh Khawani will be starting his talk there. All right, let's start with this track. I personally find origin stories very interesting. Think of it. Every sequence of event leading up to it, like dominoes cascading in a line. One such fascinating story is that of Frappe framework that has become the lifeline for so many of us. Please welcome on stage Rushabh Mehta, the inventor of Frappe framework.
Rushabh, what is that feature in Frappe framework you're most proud of?
What feature? I think has to be the top type because that's the heart of everything we do in framework.
Tony will answer that.
Yeah, so we'll have to. Yeah, so welcome back. I have. Yeah. So I wanted to. So I've never done this talk at a Frappe conference. I did this talk at PyCon last year, and this was a talk I always wanted to do. So this is basically sharing the stories of how Frappe framework came to be. And this is also a personal journey for me as somebody who started writing code at a very young age. So I'll and yeah, it had a mouse though. You know, that was the interesting thing. It had a mouse, and what I did was, and had like I knew basic, but then I had this computer, and I said like, what more can I do with it, right? So there is this Union bookstore at Dadar station. I hope it is still there. So that's the only place you could go to buy books on computer. And I guess I picked up Peter Norton's assembly language guide for the IBM PC. Again, I had no clue what is assembly language, right? So, but it was a book and it looked nice. It had programs I could replicate on my PC. And so I started writing assembly programs. Again, school kid, no community, no internet, I can't go anywhere. So take a book, write some programs, see if it works. Yeah, that's the book. And so this is another book I learned a lot from, this high resolution computer graphics using Fortran. I picked up this book from the British Council Library in Bombay. And it had 3D computer graphics programs, which were in Fortran, but I didn't have any Fortran compiler or anything. So I used to translate them to BASIC or whatever language I was writing in. So yeah, so this was the book, and yeah, some of the first programs I wrote were these, a mouse pointer. Like I said, it was an ASCII machine, and what I discovered, so assembly language instantly takes you under the hood of how the memory and the CPU and you know, how instructions get executed and how many memory gets manipulated and how you can manipulate devices like your screen display. And so I wanted to make a mouse pointer because I'd seen fancy Windows computers with my friends that I didn't have any Windows running. I also built, so again, I don't know if I have a mouse. Yeah, so a mouse pointer is essentially you have to, so I didn't know how, there was no API, right? There is no API for a mouse, and there is something called interrupts is what I heard. And I remember, you know, you move a mouse and it will throw you an interrupt 121 or 122 or 123, depending on, you know, which direction. You know, I think there are 8 directions you can go in. And based on that number, you figure out like where you want to move your pointer to. So you want to move it top, you know, top left, top right, all of that. And then you copy the pixels underneath the mouse, and then you store it somewhere, and then you draw this pointer. And you know, when it moves, you kind of restore some of the pixels. Very basic stuff, no? I mean, it's, but getting this gave me a lot of confidence. Like I was very happy to, you know, make this mouse pointer. It really, you know, it's something that gives you joy, right? Instant kick, oh wow, I got this working, right? So some other programs, like I'd said, was a word processor. Like I'd seen this fancy word processors in Windows, and I started writing my own. I made all the menus, you know, you click and you get a drop-down menu and you select, you know, mouse hovering, all of that. This is like before CSS, still doing the same thing, but, and then finally, you know, I could get some typography going, some text you could write. And then finally, like after like a lot of effort, I got this whole thing running, and I reached the end of the page and I realized I can't scroll. So that, at that point, that program was so broken that I said, no, that's where it ended for me. Again, this 3D scene rendering, no? This is where you got into doing like hard math puzzles to render a screen in 3-dimensional. So again, learned mostly from books, copying programs. Yeah, this is the kind of programs that I wrote to, you render all the vectors, all the points, surfaces, you define them in code, and then, screen renders, there is a perspective, there is a, there is a light coming in from somewhere, there is overlapping planes that, some is in the front, some is in the back, you have to intersect them, right? So a lot of interesting hard problems. So another thing I got introduced to during this time was, reading a lot of science fiction books. Michael Crichton was my favorite when I was in school. Jurassic Park was out in '95, I think. So very inspired by all this American tech world that was somewhere out there, right? We had only access to books and television and stuff like that. Then interestingly, a cousin of mine was running a single-person software company. It was a software product company. And that product was basically, it's called profile nesting. So you have a sheet and you have to cut it into smaller pieces, and what's the most optimum layout is what the program will tell you. So I used to intern with my cousin, and it was an amazing experience. We used to do pair programming. Like I've never heard of this term pair programming before, but it really worked for us. Like one of us used to walk around and do the math, and the other person used to write the code. And that was a lot of fun. I mean, so doing this, we had, again, there are various approaches you can solve them, but underlying you need an engine. So you can do vector math, right? So when you have weird shapes, you can't put these shapes into some equations that you can solve for intersection and stuff like that. So we moved to a bitmap style system. A bitmap is basically you create like a two-dimensional representation in pixels, right? And we did some really cool hacking there in Visual Basic. This was VB6, I remember. And then I went to the US, and this is where that's Penn State University logo. And I was part of a lab of supply chain planning and engineering. And what I got fascinated there was building simulators. So a lot of the research that happens in supply chain is, how do you optimize inventories and how do you optimize lead times and all of that. But then can you model, so you could model a single factory with warehouses and materials going in and out, but can you model an entire supply chain? So I built a simulator, and this is where my object thinking became very strong, because there was like an entire hierarchy of objects, right? If you can see, there is like factories, and then there is a sales department which creates a sales order. Now where all this ERPNext, learning comes from. And then you have workstations, like whatever, right? And then you have planning, right? You have your sales planning coming in. So this entire system was modeled. I built this right from scratch in, again, Visual Basic or Visual Basic.NET, I don't remember. And then it used to run simulations with different configurations, different rules for buying, selling. Yeah. So every time I got a chance, I used to do programming, right? Any project, for somebody like, if you are a hammer, everything is a nail. So for me, everything was a computer program. That every problem was an opportunity to write a computer program to solve it. Then I learned Basic. I started with Basic. These were my languages, Quick Basic, Visual Basic. And then in the same lab, I was asked to do a project in Java, which is again very object-based system. I hated Java. I hated NetBeans. I hated Eclipse. It used to take like 3 minutes to boot up, Eclipse, just to get Eclipse started. It was so horrible. But somehow I got into another interesting thing happened, right? This is in 2003. There was a different Web3 going on. Now we have something called Web3 that was going, but in 2003 there was another Web3, and that Web3 was semantic web. And this is Tim Berners-Lee, who is the inventor of World Wide Web. And he was behind this new Web3 project. And the idea behind Web3 is that the way we share information on the internet is by HTML, right? That's the standard format of information. And HTML is essentially telling you about how your data looks like. Okay, this is a heading, this is a paragraph, this is a table, whatever. It doesn't tell you what the data is. Like it doesn't tell you this is an address, this is a name, this is a product, or this is a person. And Tim Berners-Lee realized, that this standard could have been so much better if instead of just showing how to display information on the web, if we could also tell what the information meant. And there was this thing called semantic web that was being proposed, and there were some standards called RDF and OWL. Anybody here? Yeah, maybe somebody. But yeah, so it died, right? These web standard died because Facebook happened, and the whole internet became the walled garden. It was no longer thousands and thousands of web pages, people publishing information, but all the information got stored in platforms like Facebook and all of those. So these were standards that were published during that time. So resource description framework and web ontology language. This is what probably it looks like, right? So this was what the web was supposed to be, the web 3.0, that you could have a geo-latitude, geo-longitude, there could be some description and stuff like that. I mean, you can make out. So yeah, this is, I mean, we are still there, we're still talking about trust, we are still talking about all these things, but. So what is an ontology, right? An ontology is a unified way of describing a system. And this is what I learned, like you could define any system using an ontology. Like if you knew the grammar behind expressing something, you could describe a very complex system. And then, so the heart of an ontology is two things, one is entities and relationships. You can call them objects and messages or whatever, but so you have entities and they have relationships. Okay, might take a minute or two longer. And then there are these assertions. So assertions are subject, relationship, and object. So how are two objects, how are two entities related is through an assertion, which is just a statement. So all you need is, something, all you need is that, so the base object is a thing. So everything is obviously a thing. So a place is a thing, a person is a thing. And then, if Mumbai is a place and, Rushabh is a person and, Rushabh is in Mumbai, right? So you can describe an entire system using just these assertions. They are called tuples. And this is one, I randomly went to this conference. It was in Maryland in the National Institute of Health. The place they were using these ontologies was in health informatics, because the human body is very complex and you are constantly discovering new and new relationships inside the human body. And the use where they found like a strong use of ontologies is in bioinformatics. And so this is a project from Stanford University, and this is a UI. This is the first time I saw this entire thing, right? So you have these objects, like, thing, right? Everything comes from a thing, and then there is ice cream and pizza, and there are different, like, this is classes basically, right? And then you have assertions that, what this pizza has, what toppings. But this entire thing is using this very simple entity relationship model. You could describe a very complex system and then you could visualize it. And that was also very interesting to me. In this conference, very interesting thing happened was I was sitting in a hall like this, and this thing was written in Java, and the project manager was giving a nice speech, and like one person put their hand up and said, "Is this in Python?" And this guy cringed. He said, "No, Python, I don't want to ever hear about Python," and something. And I was curious, like, what is this Python, right? And then I looked up what is Python. And yeah, Python for me was, again, because I came from basic, it was kind of love at first sight, no brackets, very elegant, readable code. I just fell in love with Python. And that point, I got a sense, okay, if I want to write programs, I want to write them in Python. 2004, Gmail happened. The whole paradigm for application development changed after Gmail. I don't know if people remember, but there was this whole class of thing called web applications that we take for granted today, didn't exist before 2004. Everybody was writing Visual Basic applications on some kind of a desktop machine. And this is where, Ajax got introduced. Ajax is running a web request inside a web page. And it seems like a really simple thing, but like nobody had figured it out until the Gmail people really built an application that was amazing. Like people couldn't believe, like, how can a web page load so fast? How can I click and instantly open an email? The whole page doesn't reload, right? Single page applications that we take for granted. Also, I got a iBook Mac. That was my interesting thing. I was in university again in the US, and there are two labs. There's a Windows lab, there was the Mac lab, and Linux lab. There were 3 labs, and the Windows lab was always packed. So I had to go to a Linux lab or a Mac. And again, when I saw a Mac, it was like amazing. Again, haven't seen anything like a Mac before. And then I got one on student discount. Like this is an iBook G4. It's a very 11-inch. So most of the framework is written on an 11-inch iBook G4. Yeah, so fast forward to 2005, I came back, I joined my family business. They were struggling from some ERP implementation. I think the condition was they had Tally running at office and in the factory, and there was a lot of synchronization issues. There was a Fox Pro based application that was being run for purchasing, I think, only purchasing on that. And the developer was absconding, and they were really, and there was a lot of paper going around, physical files being moved around. And I said, like, how hard can this be? Started writing ERP for that. Another thing, like I said, right, network software is something that was very new because I had never written client-server software. And like today, we again take this for granted. But it is unnecessarily hard to write client-server software. I mean, you have to write the client and the server. I mean, the world used to be much simpler before that. So I had to find a right way to manage writing client-server software. And the only web framework at that point in Python was Zope. This is what I could find from the Zope website. I don't think that project is being used anywhere. It was this is how Zope looked like. It was an object. It also had an object database along with it. And yeah, you couldn't support third-party databases. You had to write code it was very restrictive in a lot of ways. And yeah, this is probably the first screenshot, the oldest screenshot I have of anything about the framework. This is what it looked like. I don't have the date, but maybe 2005. So it was running on Zope. I had a Zope admin panel open, and this is what the application looked like. Sales order. And then, yeah, so the cloud in 2005 was cPanel, right? Now you go to host it, right? I mean, you can't get Zope hosting anywhere. I mean, there was just one Zope hosting provider during that time in Netherlands, but there was no Zope hosting. But you could get cheap cPanel hosting, and cPanel hosting meant that you could set up a one-click database. There was Frappe Cloud before Frappe Cloud, and you could do you can set up a database. You can run Python scripts. You can run simple Python scripts, and they had no way for you to run a process on the cPanel. So there's something called CGI Python. So CGI means every request fires up a Python command, and then whatever comes out of your standard output gets piped back to the screen. So it's just simple. Every request is a Python command, right? That is what CGI Python was. So after Zope, I rewrote the entire framework in CGI Python. I don't think this kind of codes exist anyways. So the idea there was, and this is where, I think Nabeen and I started building, where Nabeen entered the picture, and, we started building applications. And the idea was to build the entire app from the browser. Again, we don't realize how complicated the whole developer setup is today, right? I mean, you guys cry about bench setup. I mean, it's insane. Like the first version of framework, you could build entirely from the browser. You didn't need any other interface to write code. Server scripts and client scripts was how the entire code was written, right? There was... and then somehow this thing doctype was there, So the first versions of framework were RDF OWL compliant, which were the semantic, but then nobody was using it. So by 2005-06, I just said we call it doctype for some reason. The reason for doctype was that I think that name didn't mean anything in particular. So I said, okay, we'll call it doctype. I can't recall the reason behind why it is doctype. And like it basically had objects. The early version had just 2 tables, like the entire database had 2 tables, objects and relationships, that's it. And like you could store an entire, everything, whether it's a sales order or a purchase order or a customer, everything is in one table. And then one day I ran a wrong update query and like everything without backups. One table is a bad idea. Anyway, so yeah, what is a doctype? Again, I won't belabor this too much. So basically doctype has properties, like, what module, what is the naming style, and then it has these. Another very interesting thing is because of this unique structure that we needed in an ERP system. Like in Protege, there was no concept of a child table, but we needed a child table for the sales order, right? You need order and order items. So child objects became first class in framework, which was, I think, very unusual. I don't think any kind of framework gives child objects as first-class objects. So we have this child objects also, which has some, I think, we also have like a infinite recursion. I had made it, but I never merged that. But haven't found a very strong use case of infinitely recursing child objects. But there is just one level of hierarchies baked into doc type. That has enabled a lot. I think that one small thing like makes it very different from any other admin panel out there. That you can have, your documents are not just static, like they have some vector objects as well. Yeah, it was low code before low code. I mean, there is a demo, but I'll skip because I'm already out of time. This demo was made by Hussein for PyCon. Thanks, Hussein. Kidhar hai kya? So what is framework? It's batteries included, does everything from handling a web request. There's an ORM, does routing, templating, REST API, you know all of this, background jobs, roles and permissions, like insane number of features that got built over the years. Everything that was wanted for ERPNext. Notifications, attachments, prints, email, SMS, I think everything was that. Content management, website. You want to make a website, we'll build it on framework. Everything we want, we'll just build it on framework. So, there was no Ankush then to stop. And then this idea of meta-programming, right? I mean, so the real fun in writing the framework is that you're not writing objects like a person or something, but you are writing a meta system which can handle any kind of object. So, this is what a basic how do you define events in code? Like you just subclass it from document and everything else automatically, the system knows where to find it. Like, so when you do a Frappe get doc, it knows where to find it, right? So it's just this meta-programming system, and Python, that's another thing. Like I didn't know this, but like if you've done I don't think Visual Basic had any meta-programming. Java had, there's something called inspection in Java, those who have done in Java, but it's very clunky. Like Python gave you inspection out of the box, right? I mean, you don't even need, like if you do __ class, it will tell you what the class is. And you could do so much meta-programming in Python, which was amazing. Again, luck, I didn't know that, Python was very good for meta-programming. And yeah, you could do events. So another thing we did was use convention over configuration. Like most systems, like every entity has to, like you have to link it to another entity specifically. Like, it's not like you publish an entity and automatically it gets discovered by the world. But in the framework, like we've used conventions, like, you know exactly where, where the file is, where the folder is, how to extract an object, how to publish an object. Like these are all figured out for you. So the core API the core API calls you need to know is a very small subset. I think that is another thing that makes programming in the framework very highly productive. And this thing still blows my mind. I still remember when I was able to pull this off, that the doc type is a doc type. And I mean, there is no magic there. I mean, there are some if-else cases, if doc type equal to doc type, handle it this way, else handle it that way. But still, I mean, pulling this piece off felt really neat that somehow, we have got this right. For me, the reason why we've built the entire framework community, ERPNext on top of this is because maybe this one small decision, right? That a doc type is a doc type. It gave it this kind of robustness. The architecture became so robust because of this one small decision. And yeah, this still blows my mind. I mean, if there is anything that I remember. Yeah, so this is a doc type, it's defined using itself. It defines itself. Extensibility, and this is where I think Pratik Vyas came in. He's no longer there. I think my history is self-taught. I have no idea what the world looks like. But then Pratik came, he understood Django. And so, he created a bench, and then we had this whole extensible. I remember we having a lot of productive pair programming discussions, exploring how do we make the framework extensible, the idea of hooks, the idea of, running multiple apps, all of that. And the clean separation behind framework and ERPNext, right? I mean, there is, other than contact, I'm still very pissed about that. I don't think there is any leakage from ERPNext into the framework. So the framework is very clean, right? I mean, there is we had this clean thing, anything that is ERPNext can't be in the framework. So that also worked really well. Again, broad architecture of, multi-tenancy, that those are other more complex, sophisticated concepts that came in, I think, thanks to Pratik. I would give him credit. And then, yeah, everything that we built on framework, all of this. We have Frappe UI now. So this is the missing layer, the crafting, the crafted UI is that, we talked about last time, we'll talk about it tomorrow. And the new kind of applications we are building on framework, not using the framework front end, Raven and third parties building, gives me a lot of excitement when people use the framework as a developer platform. And Frappe Cloud Marketplace. Again, we have talked about this framework kind of now is in, I have been out of framework for the last 3 years. Ankush was driving it. But the idea was to make it more stable, secure, performant. What I'm working on now for some time, because I really want to explore and maybe see how, one thing we do badly is information hierarchy in framework. So I'm trying to fix that. It's a known problem for a long time, just haven't got to fix it. So now we have, the sidebars and other way, like how you discover information in framework is still hard. Like if you know the awesome bar, then you are set. But like for a new user, the information hierarchy isn't clear. So that is something trying to, maybe just quickly end with things that I learned during building. Like in engineering, the way we are taught, we are taught about data structures separately and we are taught about code separately, right? It's very, but like having first-class data structures is also very important when you write code. And it's like two dimensions, code which is dynamic and data structures which are static, come together somehow, in some conceptual sense. But we tend to forget. What framework got right was through doc types that data structures are first class. They are not like afterthoughts, or they don't get hidden inside the code, right, as dictionaries or objects. But this thing about having a unified language that can create a very complex system, like like cells, like atoms, right? The whole world is made of atoms and molecules. They're very repeatable. Like if you blow up all of us, we'll get atoms and molecules. So the world, we get cells, right? So this whole idea that extremely complex systems are built with very simple core objects. And if you get those architecture of those core objects right, then you can build a very complex system. You have semantic integrity. This is one thing which was hard. I don't think we are 100% there. I would say we are 90% there. That everything has to mean the same. The doc type names, the variable names, the field names have to be consistent. And we've done a lot of renaming. I think you guys are spared, but we have renamed things like wild, mass search and replace. If this name doesn't feel right, just replace it in the code everywhere. I think we have maintained decent, I think that's why the framework code still feels very readable, because it maintains like a reasonably good amount of semantic integrity. And yeah, it's all 100% open source. Thank you. Hope I have not got over time. Should we, questions, no questions, maybe, or some interaction? Maybe one or two key no questions below. Yeah, I'll be around. So if you have questions, you can catch me wherever. And we'll also have open house later. So thanks.
That was inspiring. What most of the people think open source is free software, but the real essence is contribution made by the community. Healthcare app has been requested and used by many.
Yeah, this year, the original contributor of the app, ERPNext, decided to take back the ownership to enhance it even further with their domain expertise. The app now has a new name and many new features have been added since.
Please welcome on stage Suresh and Arvind.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Suresh. I'm one of the directors of ERPNext and Craft Interactive. Essentially, these two companies are focused on healthcare and ERPNext solutions. ERPNext, some of you must be knowing that it was bootstrapped in 2012 as a product and service company by two brothers, Anup and Ranjit. Unfortunately and sadly, Ranjit is no more with us today. ERPNext initially focused on healthcare app, but the team, there was a bit of a challenge for the team to focus dedicatedly on the domain itself, because they are mostly dependent on ERP-related services. We realized that, and we segregated these two companies separately, strictly. ERPNext focused on healthcare, and Craft focus on ERPNext. Since then, Earthians started aggressively focusing on taking projects as well as the product development. And we are immensely grateful to Frappe team, the community, and the clients who helped us to develop the product and enhance it also. There is a recent development, I'm sure many of you must have noticed in the announcement in the forum and the social media. Or those who are not aware of it, I'm privileged to announce that there is a transition of ownership of Frappe Health to Earthians in the new name Marley Healthcare. Now, the name, why Marley? There is a connect, or rather we established a logical connect to it. You all know Bob Marley. He envisioned a world filled with peace and love. This is somewhat resonate with Earthians' philosophy, which is a community without boundaries. Number two, Bob Marley was a coffee lover. And there is a brand exists in his name. And you all know how to connect coffee with Frappe. The reason, the logic we connected or the purpose of moving is, it signifies more than the ownership change. It represents a new chapter for us to maintain the product and enhance the product. And we assure you, the repository remain well maintained in the safe hands of Earthians. Yes, it is a long way to go, but we will make it. Essentially, going forward, what we intend to do is create a community, healthcare community, along with Frappe and ERPNext, to support the healthcare facilities across the world. As a strategy of improving, continuous improvement of our product, there are new few features that have been added in the product. My colleague Aravind will take you through that. And thank you so much, everyone's support, and especially Frappe for the support and the opportunity. Thank you. Aravind, over to you.
Thank you for the introduction, Suresh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aravind. I'm a software developer at Earthians. My journey into the world of Frappe started around 6 months ago, which is enough to see the potential of a truly open source ERP, especially in India, where even the smallest of retailers are increasingly being encouraged to digitalize their businesses. This opens a lot of doors for Frappe across various domains, and in the field of health, we are contributing through Marley Healthcare. I'm excited to be here today to share some of the new features we are bringing for the upcoming version 15 update. So let's get started with the first one. As of now, if a hospital that uses Marley has to deal with a patient who has an insurance policy, it will have to be done manually. The calculations will have to be done by a person. The total amount and billed amount and the insurance amount will have to be reduced. A lot of processes are involved. It's a tedious flow and a huge inconvenience. In order to overcome this inconvenience and to streamline the processes related to insurance, we have added the insurance module with the following doc types. The insurance payer is a list of organizations that pay insurance on behalf of the patient. They are basically insurance companies. Insurance payer contract defines the active contract period between the hospital and the insurance payer. Insurance payer eligibility plan is a list of actual products offered by the insurance payers, the policies that people subscribe to. And item insurance eligibility are the list of items and services offered by the hospital to the patient and that are covered under various insurance payer eligibility plans. The rest of the doc types are covered in the workflow, and we will see them in the coming slides. So this is the basic workflow diagram of the insurance module. The patient appointment, that's where we start. And at the end of the flow, when the hospital finally creates an insurance claim to get approval from the insurance payer, and when they receive the payment, the flow will be completed. I will explain them one by one. When we create a new patient appointment, there is the option to select the patient's insurance policy. If the insurance policy details of the patient are not already fed into the system, we can create a new policy. In the new insurance policy page, we can select the patient. We can provide the insurance payer and plan details, which are selected from the previous doc types I explained. And we can give the other details like policy number, expiry date. And once we save this, we can submit the patient appointment, and then we go on to the patient encounter. This is the scenario where the patient meets the doctor. And after consultation, the doctor might recommend some medications or lab tests to the patient. Some of these lab tests might be covered under the patient's insurance policy. And against each of these lab tests, once we submit the patient encounter, service requests will be created. Once the patient receives the services from the hospital and the service requests are submitted, we will create new documents against each of these services known as patient insurance coverage. Patient insurance coverage is the doc type that can be considered as the core doc type of the insurance module. It is in this doc type where all the insurance details regarding a patient and the items offered by the hospital, which are spread across various doc types, are collected and seen from one place. In sales invoice, we use the patient insurance coverage documents to fetch all the insurance-related data of a patient. Once the patient insurance coverages are approved and submitted, we can go to sales invoice, select the patient, fetch the services received by him, and each of these services will be added as item in the sales invoice. And against these items, you can see that along with the actual rate of these items, the amount covered by the insurance policy will also be displayed. All these details are fetched from patient insurance coverage. Once we submit the sales invoice, we can see that the status will change to partially paid because a part of the total billed amount is considered to be paid by the patient insurance policy. The rest of the amount can be paid by the patient. We can create a payment entry, and then we move on to the insurance claim. Insurance claim is where the hospital requests for approval and payment from the insurance payer. We can select the patient details, payer details, the policy, and once we provide the time period between which the insurance coverages have to be fetched, we will get such a child table. We can save this insurance claim, and then we can wait for the insurance payer's approval. Once we get the approval, we can update the claim status. And once we receive the payment, we can create a payment entry from the insurance claim. Once we create the payment entry, the details of the transaction will be shown in the ledger, and it will be made against the insurance payer and not the patient. So that was about the insurance module. Next, we move on to patient portal. Thanks to Frappe UI and Builder, we are now able to provide a better portal for patients. We are still working on the UX, but since it is coming out as part of the next update, we thought maybe we can take a peek into it. It's a website feature that lets patients register themselves and book appointments without depending on the hospital. After providing personal details and contact details, you'll be taken to the book appointments page where the practitioner can be selected based on their departments. And once after choosing the practitioner, you'll get a calendar view to book the date and time, and the appointment can be booked. We introduced the diagnostic module in version 15. We are showing it here because we have refactored it and some new changes are added to it. There are people who still use the older lab test module, which is working, but there are some limitations. In the new diagnostic module, it is possible to create samples depending on the sample types. And we have also added a new feature called diagnostic report, which allows to collect many samples and print results in one go. The diagnostic module workflow starts with the sales invoice. In the sales invoice, we can add the tests to be done on a patient as items. And some of these items might have multiple samples to be collected, as in the case of liver function test that is being selected here. Once we submit the sales invoice, make the payment, we can go to sample collection. In the sample collection, we can see all the different samples that has to be collected for this one particular liver function test. Once the clinic or the lab collects these samples, they will mark them as collected. They will submit the sample collection document, and then against each of these samples, observations will be created. There are two ways to go from here. They can either go to each observation separately, or they can use the new diagnostic report feature. The diagnostic report is a custom doc type which allows the user to provide all the input sample data in one go. After entering data, they can approve them separately using the buttons on the side, or there is an approve button at the top where they can just go ahead and approve all of them. After submitting the diagnostic report, there is the option to accumulate all this data on 1 or 2 pages, and it can be printed. This is one such custom-made PDF that we have created for one of our clients. All the different sample data is collected in one page. You don't have to go to each observation separately. Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission milestones 2 and 3. So this is a feature which is limited within the region of India. ABDM, or Ayushman Bharat, is a project by Government of India to create a digital health ecosystem in the country. It aims to provide health IDs for all citizens so that hospitals, insurance firms, and other players in health sector can access these health records electronically. The ABDM ecosystem is centered around citizens and patients. They are the primary stakeholders of the project. And on the right side, you can see health tech companies. As tech providers to health service providers, we form an important link in the ABDM ecosystem. And to aid us in creating the softwares and tools to make ABDM a reality, the government has provided us with an environment for testing and developing known as the sandbox, using which we have successfully implemented milestone 1 of ABDM. We at ERPNext are committed to implementing ABDM, so we are moving ahead with milestones 2 and 3. ABDM milestone 2 is about linking newly created health records to existing health IDs. There are 3 methods to do it. HIP-initiated linking. HIP stands for Health Information Provider, basically any hospital, clinic, or other healthcare organizations that can create or exchange healthcare data. In HIP-initiated linking, the hospitals need to have access to the patient's health ID. If they have that, then using a linking token obtained at the time of registration with the ABDM, if they are authorized, they can link the health IDs with the patient records. And in case they don't have access to the patient's health ID, they can use the second method, notification to mobile. In notification to mobile, they will have access to the patient's phone number. And when a new medical record is created in the name of this particular patient, it will be notified to a system known as HIECM, which is Healthcare Information Exchange and Consent Management System. It's a collection of APIs at the ABDM. And once the notification is obtained at the HIECM, it will send an SMS with a link to the patient's phone number. On clicking the link, a PHR app will be triggered on the patient's phone, which can discover the new health records made for that patient. And using the PHR app, maybe like Arogya Setu, they can link the health ID with the newly created health records. There is also a third method, discovery and link, where the patient can use the PHR app to discover new health records without wanting a link from the HIECM, but that's not in our scope, so we are moving on to milestone 3. Milestone 3 is about developing health information user services. It's about providing health records to healthcare workers, whether if a doctor needs health records of a patient during consultation, then we have to provide these health records to these healthcare workers. And this happens in 2 stages. First, the healthcare management system at the hospital has to request for consent from the patient to access the health records. And once the consent is obtained, they'll have to send a second request to access the health data. At the healthcare organization, at the hospital, when the doctor requires the patient's health records, a consent request will be sent to the HIECM. This will be forwarded to the patient's PHR app, and if the patient wants to provide consent, he will have to enter a consent pin in his PHR app, will be sent back to the HMS at the hospital. Using this consent pin, a second request will have to be made to the HIECM. If the consent pin is verified, then the HIECM will fetch the health record and it will be sent to the HMS at the hospital and it will be encrypted, so there will be no data lost in transmission. FHIR stands for Fast Healthcare Interoperability Services. When multiple systems are involved in health data exchange, it is necessary to have a common standard and format. FHIR is such a format developed by a community known as HL7 and is universally accepted. Some of the advantages of FHIR are, first, it's human readable. On top of being easily interpreted by machines, since the keys and labels used in FHIR are very similar to human language, people can easily understand it. The National Health Authority of India mandates the use of FHIR in ABDM. So that's why it is linked with ABDM. In FHIR, the data is sent as bundles. Bundle is a container that holds many pieces of data under one key. This is particularly useful in ABDM as there can be many different types of health records for one patient. For example, a patient can have lab test results, inpatient record, diagnostic reports, etc. made in his name. And if they are stored as FHIR bundles, all this data can be linked to a single key, that is the health ID. We are integrating FHIR to Marley Healthcare with the option to turn it on or off based on the region. So on top of these features I just explained, we are also bringing new stuff like patient history based on FHIR resources, patient conditions, improved patient workflow, RIS integration, and all these will be included in the coming update. So check it out after the release by end of November. If you have any questions, you can ask it now, or you can ask it later. We will be here. So you can visit our GitHub profile to explore more of our work. We have a Telegram channel where we give updates about the product. You can you post their queries there, or you can connect using email. So thank you to Frappe team for organizing such a grand event. Thank you for inviting us and providing us with a platform to share our ideas. This was my first time attending Frappeverse, or any open source event for that matter. So I'm grateful to my colleagues at ERPNext for believing in me and choosing me to represent them at this stage. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks a lot, Suresh and Arvind. When it comes to accounting, compliance is of utmost importance. The team at Resilient Tech decided to handle it all for India.
Smith Vora is a CA and his team is building and maintaining a complex application. He's here to talk more about it along with his colleague, Lakshit Jain. Please welcome
Please
them.
welcome them on stage.
Hello everyone. So I am Smith from Resilient Tech, and today, I am very excited to share the journey of our app and its evolution. But before that, a little bit about me. So I come from commerce background. We have a family business run by my father, and I am a passionate programmer. I am thrilled to see it in action. So you could say that I am a mix of tech and taxes. Fun combo, right? I'm sorry. But yeah, with this, I filed my tax returns till date. And we use our father's business to test the India compliance app. So this is like, imagine me debugging code while filing taxes. But this brought India compliance into picture, about 3 years back down the line. And India compliance is just precisely an extension to ERPNext for regional stuff. We had a clear vision in mind when we started. So we wanted to make compliance easy and effective with better workflows and without compromising on internal controls. So just to say that, compliance shouldn't be a nightmare. It should be easy, right? So yeah, this is true to some extent, this can be true to the extent it is applicable to your business. But then something interesting happened last year. Frappe approached us saying that you guys handle the Frappe support for the India compliance users on Frappe Cloud. And we had mixed feelings. We were a development team and not support. Right? This would mean going out of the box, helping answer queries, and it was out of our comfort zone. But this turned out to be incredibly insightful. And we got a first-hand look at how people use our app and what challenges do they face. This was really great. Feedback was really gold. And whatever we have achieved during the last 3 or 4 years goes to a bit of experience, some vision that we had, and a great feedback that the users provided us. So we owe our success to our dedicated team and the supportive users. We have seen great adoption of the app with about 1.5 to 2 times growth year on year. The number of sites on Frappe Cloud have gone up by 60% with about 22.2 thousand installs. The API usage has grown by 3.5 times year on year, with 40% of this coming just from Frappe Cloud. We once received this email from one of our service providers suggesting that, we'll do service interruption, we'll interrupt your services because there are too many errors caused by your APIs. It's causing the problems. We worked on it, we improved the validations, and now errors have reduced from 9.3% to 0.1% in August 24. We doubled in our team size too. Now we have more hands to do more magic. But to support this growth, we have worked on laying a strong foundation. We put in a lot of effort to streamline the sales and purchase workflow to ensure that the reports are efficient, the visibility is improved at the transaction level, and also ensuring backwards compatibility. So just to give you a simple example, this is how in items table, we have GST treatment, the GST details. So treatment is for say taxable or new rated. We have the breakup table, and in taxes table, we introduced GST tax type. So this GST tax type now reduces the dependency on GST account being used, and it fosters the backwards compatibility. With taxes information already available within the item table, the need of taxes table reduced completely for the purpose of reporting. And the reports automatically became very, very efficient. With this, we built new reports. For example, this sales register beta report is more comprehensive in terms of the options that you see for the overview, etc. And you'll only see the most relevant columns. The last overview that you are seeing is, very similar to the GSTR1 that you have to submit to the government to give you a bird's eye view in your total liabilities. We are working on a similar front in purchase side too. So these are the old reports that already exist, which will be replaced by these new reports in V16. Now I'll invite my friend Lakshit to give you a glimpse on the most exciting features that we have been working on. Thank you.
Hey, I am Lakshit. Coming from commerce background, I thought my days would be spent crunching numbers. But then I met Sagar and Smith, and guess what? I started coding. And now, instead of crunching numbers, I crunch code. At Resilient Tech, they call me support superhero. Yes, I deal with all the bugs and issues. This is me while doing the debugging process for GSTR1 report. And normally it's between the 1st and 10th of the month, every month. As you can see in this report, there is no consistency, there is no data breakup. And on top of that, we have to refer to 2-3 more reports before filing. And if someone's accidentally modified the data after the filing, reconciliation is a nightmare. There is no overview to validate the numbers. So basically, GSTR1 is the report which we have to submit to the government for the details of the sales transaction. So to tackle these issues, we built GSTR1 from the ground up. And now imagine all the data nicely put all together. Here you can see there are ledger balances, invoice level breakup. Also, now you can see which are the missing e-invoices directly reconciled from the portal. Also, we support multiple filing workflows out of the box. Whether you want to send an Excel to a CA or upload JSON data manually. And here's the best part. Now you can directly file GSTR1 from ERPNext itself. It automatically validates the uploaded summary with the book's data. And by authenticating it with OTP, you can file the GSTR1. So now every month, you don't have to spend 2 to 3 hours while filing the report. Next is, we also started on a workflow that could simplify the purchase creation process from the e-invoice data already available. So now you can, just by entering the IRN, you can create an invoice, purchase invoice. And we also save item mapping data. So it will map automatically in the future. To support quick onboarding of the new users, we introduce a professional, dynamic, and compliance-ready print format. Just by entering few details in the company doc type, like bank details, registration info, your print format is readily available. We also worked on many enhancements and features that smooths the compliance experience. For subcontracting workflows, we extended the e-way bill functionality, so it simplifies the workflow. And also we added ITC04 report. We have introduced auto reconcile to do 2A 2B reconciliation on autopilot mode. Now, with India compliance, managing the ineligible ITC is very efficient. It automates the reversal of ITC in the purchase docs. We have now GSTR3B is much more organized. We are also working on revamping the complete workflow around GSTR3B filing. I am sure you are excited to try out these features. Do give us feedback on GitHub or discuss. Moving forward, we will try to make this India compliance app more flexible, more extensible or hookable for special business use cases, and we will be adding more comprehensive reports to support audit. Thank you.
Any questions if there? Cool. You guys can find us if you want to ask any questions. Thank you.
I know some of you are attending this event for the first time, but there are people who are watching us on YouTube and thinking of becoming a partner. Or probably you're already a partner who recently got onboarded and want to know the journey of how entry to gold would look like. Well, you're in luck. One of the oldest community member, a gold partner and highest revenue contributor as a partner is here, New Trans. The journey they embarked in 2020 is, and let's hear it from the man, Kanaiya.
Yeah, good afternoon all. Uh, so we never imagined that we will become a part of ERPNext journey by any chance. And so by the way, my name is Kanaya Kale. I'm co-founder and director of Indictrans Technologies. In the early days, when we started our journey, so it was an informal group based out of Mumbai. We started in Mumbai. We used to call our team as a Indictrans, and that was under the mentorship of Professor Jitendra Shah. He was a professor from VGTA College. So we started there, and in the early days, we used to focus more on the open source technologies. So our focus was on to teach the villagers nearby Mumbai how to use computer using local language computing and the geographical information system. So we used to explore various software tools on the open source side. So our vision was something different, you know the Naukri.com, when they started, I think they used to provide salary reports to the companies, and they used to sell that. But nowadays, now they are biggest job portal of India. So that is how our vision got changed over a period of time, and we got into this. So this was in the early days where we used to teach villagers. We used to conduct various sessions on open source. We used to attend various talks on various open source technologies. So these are the few glimpses of that time. So in the initial days, before starting a proper legal entity, we even released few open source codes. We contributed on the open source technologies. And that time we even developed a first Unicode font. The name was Gargi, and it was released in the open source that days. So it was done by my colleague, my partner, Swapnil Hazare. I was part of that team. And that way our journey started. And in the 2009 we launched or rather formally got a legal entity, that is a private limited entity. In the early days we used to work on various projects on GIS technology, mainly for the PSUs or the governments. And we were looking out for entry into a private sector, but unfortunately we were not coming across any opportunities, or rather we were not having that knowledge per se, and not even any openings. So one fine day we were having some discussions, or rather we were attending some open source talk. That time we came across a talk from Rishabh, and Rishabh was talking about a framework called as a web nodes, or a software which he developed for his father, for his uncle. And he was planning to release that, or rather he released that into open source. So that time we came across a open source software called as ERPNext. That time it was used to called as a web nodes framework. So I will show you some of the snapshots how it was looking like. So this was the initial days. The screen was we got to see, and luckily that time we got a chance where Rishabh implemented this software for one of his customer, and they were looking for a partner who can, or rather a service provider who can support their day-to-day stuff. And that time he introduced couple of members, and that customer chose us. And then that was actually a journey started with the ERPNext. So I think this was around 2010, 11 times, and we got entered into a ERPNext ecosystem in some or the other way. It was, though it was not a properly ecosystem per se, and there was no proper formal partner mechanism as such. So initially, so this was the first project, as I said. We got entered. Hello. 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 Yeah. So initial few years, around 4-5 years, I think we spent more on the doing a custom work, doing some customization works. We never got a chance to implement a whole ERP for any organization. So that time we spent majorly on upbringing our skills, improve on the framework side, improve on the technology side, and uh, and slowly we started becoming a part of ecosystem. So that time that knowledge helped us to get into onboard few customers on the SME segment, majorly on the customization piece. So we were part of this ecosystem. So we have witnessed the overall evolution of a ERPNext ecosystem per se. So, so that time even we explored various other open source softwares, right from Open Bravo, and I think there were few more open source ERPs. But finally we chose ERPNext to get into a market and build our overall team which can focus on that. That time parallelly we were even offering many others open technology based software to government customers and PSU customers based on Java technology majorly. And slowly then we moved our expertise and got into a various customer base, onboarded various customers, and slowly got into ERPNext offerings. And slowly, gradually, we diluted our other offerings. So we used to offer our solutions and products to PSUs on the smart cities. So we dropped that plan. We 100% started focusing on the ERPNext around, I think, 15, 16 times, 2015, 16. And so that time, of course, we came across various setbacks, but we persisted, we continued with our patience, hard work, and most important, our team helped us in that downtime. So more or less the Frappe journey started in the same duration. They started around 2008-9. We started in the same time, but they were having a different focus. But at the same time, somewhere we were having a thought that the alignment, the strategic alignment between both the teams, both the organizations, one or the other day will come across, and that happened. So these are the few customers with whom we are working nowadays. We are currently working with them, and yeah. So when we were in the initial conferences, we had a few interactions, discussions, arguments, and unfortunately the expectation was to contribute. It was a fortunate, but for us it was unfortunate that we were not able to contribute on the code. We tried multiple times, we failed, but as open source says, or open source policy says, that we should contribute in some or the other way where as you are using that. And we so we tried to contribute it in the form of discussion forums. We used to teach people how to use ERPNext to the newbies, to the new entrants. And that is how the overall ecosystem of a partner model came into a picture, and it evolved since that time. Now the most important critical part which we have seen in this last 5-7 years in the recent time, I was sitting with Rushabh for some discussion, and so he shared a thought about his how we can build a different kind of business model, and at the same time how we can ease out the life of a infrastructure part. So it was in the ideation phase, I think. So I overlooked. I was not having much interest in that. But at the same time, I think it took couple of months. After 6 months or 7 months, he came out with an idea called as after multiple brainstorming might be. So he came out with the idea of a Frappe Cloud. So actually, Frappe Cloud was a game changer for us. So that I will share you how it became a game changer. So in this duration, if you see, most of our hosting was, we used to opt on DigitalOcean, Hezner, in some cases Amazon, and in some cases on-prem servers. But life was literally a hell for us. We were having a very less knowledge on the DevOps side, and infrastructure management was becoming a very, literally a harassment for us. Even we lost a good amount of data for some of our customers, and that was a big setback for us. So that time when we heard about this Frappe Cloud, so we thought, let's explore, let's have some, let's try it out. So we hosted few customers on that, and we found it really very good. So in the first year itself, we migrated almost 70 of our customers and sites on the Frappe Cloud on the in the first year of Frappe Cloud launching. So now you see more than 10,000 sites are already hosted on it. And till date for us, it is more than 200 plus, 250 plus sites are hosted on Frappe Cloud. So 90%, 92% of our customers are hosted on Frappe Cloud for us. So I don't want, I'm not getting into much details how it is going to help you. So these are the benefits, how it reduced our DevOps side, how it reduced our maintenance part, the infrastructure part, management. So now everything that part is getting taken care by a Frappe, indirectly by a Frappe Cloud team itself, because they have designed in such a way there is no need of manual intervention required. Everything is taken care as a part of their Frappe Cloud as a product. Now, what all different lessons I have learned in this duration? So, of course, the patience and perseverance I have seen, and this I have learned from the Frappe team itself, and that has taken us to this stage. And the most important, this is the key lesson for even for the new partners and the new entrants. There is a need of some alignment, strategic alignment. You can't be a part of ecosystem as a partner or as a user with a short mindset or with a short goal. You have to be a part of this alignment strategically, where you have to be with them for a longer time. Then only you will see the benefits of it, and you can reap the benefits of it. And most important lesson I have learned in this duration, you might see a path where to go, how to go. But if you don't do the execution properly, you will not reach out to that goal. And that we have seen very closely. We have failed that multiple times. So I feel there is a very important lesson that I have learned is there is an importance of execution. So if you do it, execute properly, of course you will see the benefits and the goal at the end. And there is some advice for our new partners. Of course, like us, there are many more partners in the overall ecosystem, and many partners are joining with more numbers every day, every week, every month. So if you see the numbers last year, there is a huge changes. The number of partners has been increased. So now the most important part I see, of course, this is based on my experience. We have to focus on either we need to build expertise on some area, or we need to build expertise in some domain or in some geography. So that you can replicate, you can multiply the benefits, and you can see those results at the end. You can't be a partner, so all the partners can't be equal. They have to show some differentiating factors, and that factors can be your expertise area. Same, we felt that we observed these, the quality matters a lot. That's where the setbacks we have seen in the past. And I think if you maintain the quality, rest everything will fall in place automatically. And as I said, so this is not just about a one-time contribution or one-time engagement. It is all about your long-term engagement with a Frappe, with a ERPNext. So you have to think from that point of view, or keeping that goal in mind, that you have to be with them for a longer time. Then only you will see the results at the end, for sure. So this is the conclusion that I have seen, and even yesterday we had a partner meet. So that time there was a topic which has been raised by Meena, initiated by Meena rather. So Meena is one of the partner in the overall ecosystem. So it is all about how jointly we can work together as a partner, so that it will help other entrants, newbies, new partners to overcome the challenges which we faced in these last 10-12 years, so that so this journey can be shorter for them, and they can reach out to those results in a shorter duration. And of course the collaboration matters a lot, and that we have seen the results in that way. So of course it is good for all. So that what the future vision we have in mind going ahead. Thank you for your time. So if any specific query for me, please reach out to me.
A huge shout out to our sponsors, because of whom we are all here today. I'll be naming them: 8848 Digital, New Indictrans, Agakia, Tridots Tech, Mom's Code, and Sanskar Technologies.
Let's break for lunch and we'll resume at 2:40. So please be back accordingly.
Lunch is at the expo where we had breakfast. Our team will be around if anyone needs any help. One more quick announcement: if someone doesn't have a lunch coupon and wishes to purchase extra coupons, please go to the registration desk. You can purchase lunch coupons from there.
makes money, and what the future will be. So this section will give you clarity on it. Neha is here to take us through her journey in Frappe and discovering how an open source company makes money. Please welcome her.
Thanks, Puneet. Hi, everyone. I know this is right after lunch, so I'll keep it as interesting as possible. I'll give you 30 seconds to settle down since many people are joining right now. All right. So this is my story of how I discovered Frappe's business model in my journey in Frappe. A little bit about me. I joined Frappe about more than a year ago with previous experience in consulting, product, and strategy. What made me curious about Frappe is that it builds business software. And I've grown up in a family where my father started a small business 30 years ago. And the idea of business software helping SMBs was really exciting to me. Another reason why I joined Frappe is during my first conversation, Rushabh had a high bar on quality of products and the bootstrapped approach to growth. And lastly, the values of freedom, excellence, and authenticity. Why else would a company have a role called Dreamer on their website, which says, do you have a vision to contribute to the company? This itself gave me a lot away about what Frappe is, and I excitedly applied for the role. So my first initial understanding of what Frappe is take one, we are ERPNext. I had worked as a product manager with engineers, and engineers used to refer ERPNext data models while building the product that we were building back then. But when I came to Frappe, I actually used and experienced ERPNext, and I was blown away. I felt ERPNext is awesome. Having used SAP, NetSuite, or even seen any other software products, I realized it is so user-friendly, extensible, customizable. That was amazing. So in my first instance, I realized that if the product is so good, there's something about marketing which might not be up to the mark. And to help with growth, I started fixing product marketing. As you can guess, I built pitch decks. We introduced Success Pack for SMBs because SMB pricing was not very simple to understand, and we wanted a simplified pricing packs made available through partners. We even launched success stories. I didn't know we have customers as big as the Fortune companies in the India using ERPNext. I thought everyone should know, and that's how we launched success stories. And finally, we even introduced a simplified demo, like no sign up, no card. You can just go and use the product and see it for yourself. While we were doing all of this, I also had a question in mind. Why open source? If we are a for-profit company, why are we so radically open source? The investor reports that I read and people I spoke to in the business community made open source sound like just another business model. Couple of ways to make money with open source, as the investor reports suggest, are you make certain modules paid, which is called open core, which is what Odoo does, by the way. And it's almost like a freemium model where you start free, but eventually you're going to have to pay. Next came support, which Red Hat does, where you offer enterprise support services to hedge your risk when you use open source. And finally, there are companies like PostHog, Ghost, and so many others who have a community version and then a SaaS version. And SaaS is priced just like any other SaaS, right? Either per user or hefty pricing. But my idea of open source actually changed when I attended the India FOSS conference last year in Bangalore. It's a community of developers, policymakers, business people who truly believe in the power of open source. And during this talk, I came across many people, and my understanding of open source evolved. The stories that made an impact on me included the ones of passionate developers. I met a lady who, after delivering a child, couldn't go back to working in a job. But sitting at home, she was able to make great contributions to open source projects. I also spoke to other engineers who excitedly always keep talking about this is what I built, this is what, and they love putting it out there in the world. Then the stories included about partners who've grown from nothing to what they are today. I came across a talk from 6 years ago where Vivek Digambarnath from Middle East started without any huge capital requirement, and he started as a partner of ERPNext, and today he's one of our largest partners in Middle East. Then came the time when I actually met customers. While meeting customers, I realized there's so much love and gratitude for the way we've been doing business because we've not been money first. I also heard stories about enterprises who've ended large vendor lock-ins and feel liberated, innovating, are able to flex and do what they want with open source. And finally, the community innovation. I was so excited to see there are 200 plus community apps already in the Frappe Cloud marketplace. And as Aditya told in one of the talks today, there are so many more which are not seen on the marketplace but are actually hosted on Frappe Cloud. This changed my outlook of open source. So my understanding of Frappe evolved as we are an open source multi-product company and growing community. But one question still was not answered. Are we a SaaS or a hosting company? And we used to have internal debates in the company where some of us believe that, hey, people come here for the apps and not the cloud. And we are an apps company versus a cloud company. Which is why even you will experience that confusion when you check the free trial, because a lot of the experience is very SaaS-like, where you onboard, you want to check out, pay. But then there's some confusion, right? Because after all, we make money from the hosting. So there was this phenomenon going on around that time. This chart is shown probably second time today. Can anybody guess what's the month-on-month growth rate on Frappe Cloud hosting? Any guesses? Anyone? 25, okay. 35, okay, that's a lot by the way. So we are consistently growing 7% month on month. And this, I had to know what's going on, right? You don't just get consistent growth on a product. And I really had to know what's really going on. So this was me and Saqib. We realized, let's go dive deep into this growth. Who is driving this growth? Who really are these people and why are they coming to the hosting platform? So this is what came out. When we dug deep into the 7% growth month on month, it was largely driven by what we call upsells, which is existing customers increasing their usage on the cloud, either because they now need more compute, or because they are using more apps, or partners are adding more customers. This is the best thing for any business to have, a repeatable business from existing customers. We also figured out some other problems like contractions and churn, which were happening because either people were downgrading, optimizing, or leaving. And we are fixing this along the way. The next phenomenon that we found was the partners are growing consistently higher than the non-partners. So all the assistance, enablement that we were giving to partners for them to grow seemed to be actually working. Along the side, I also realized like the product manager and me decided to speak to customers. I got myself involved in support calls, webinars, in-person meetups with partners, customers, and I realized we essentially have 4 types of customers. 1, consultants, who are basically providing services to end customers, like a middle person who our partners are. Second is developers, who are similar to consultants, but they also love building apps. Then we had business owners, who are basically looking for an alternative to a Zoho or an Odoo or an SAP B1 where they are just paying off the roof. And we had enterprises who wanted to end large vendor lock-ins. What I realized is, initially their needs looked very much like, hey, we want to know more about ERPNext. Can you help us with implementation, support, demos, pre-sales, and so on. But eventually, there are certain other challenges they hit once they start using ERPNext. And those were all related to hosting. So when you host ERPNext or any other open source app for that matter, there's always going to be challenges associated with developer productivity. It's a huge task. And since I was not a developer, this is the journey of how I discovered how difficult it is to install, upgrade, backup, debug, maintain multiple environments, build custom apps. It's just too hard. The second thing was lack of support. When you use an open source version on your own, you're going to need support eventually if you're a mid-sized or a large business. And both in terms of hosting as well as application support. And people who were not using Frappe Cloud or people who were just using the community version were facing these issues a lot. Then came the other challenges where once the company grows, they are going to have growing needs and growing complexity. So which means that there'll be scalability issues, growing users, more requirements, more functionalities, and that's where they needed help. And finally, all of this, if not done right, is going to lead to poor end user customer experience, right? So that could mean downtimes, failed backups. We've heard stories of people losing data, people being on just older versions so that they don't really have to worry about all these things. And that's when I kind of knew that Frappe Cloud is meaningfully solving these problems for our customers. And around November 2023, our Frappe Cloud revenue crossed all other revenue sources. It crossed the 50% mark, and everyone started to see it too. Which means we as sales and marketing team had to upskill ourselves because we are no more an app company, we are a cloud company. So we started to build knowledge. We started to upskill ourselves, speak with the engineers, learn how we could really start helping others understand the benefits of cloud. This is a graph of how our Frappe Cloud revenue today is. 40% being India, 24% Middle East, followed by Africa, Europe, APAC, and Americas. And this is how we decided back in November 2023 to split our sales team into these regions to focus on building the region, building the partners, and solving regional needs. And while we studied and learned more about Frappe Cloud, we could boil down the promise engine for Frappe Cloud into essentially five promises. Number one, you get support. Frappe Cloud is a way for end customers to be associated with Frappe for any issues that come, either in the application or for hosting. And that's what people really need. The second is productivity benefits, because it's so simple for you to spin a new site, create a new app. There are no complicated installation steps. Plus, it's so simple to upgrade. Like in click a few buttons, you can upgrade. Automatic backups. There's so much that you are going to save a lot of productivity. Even a non-developer can do these things once they get to learn all of that. So you don't really need a DevOps person, or even if you do, it would just be for very large-scale deployments. Then came reliability. Aditya already spoke about how this year we reached a 99.9% uptime. That's something that Frappe Cloud delivers on. Then came scalability. Enterprises need consulting as they scale. So as a part of Frappe Cloud premium plans, we also offer scalability consulting to customers to ensure how they can optimize resource consumption. In addition to that, Frappe Cloud itself is scalable. You can upgrade or downgrade anytime, and you're going to get paid per day. And finally, security. So today, Frappe Cloud has hosting across 10 regions, from Mumbai all the way to Jakarta, which has been recently launched. And once we started knowing more and building more conviction on Frappe Cloud, we fixed the website. We introduced enterprise plans, hybrid plans, because people still had needs why they wanted to keep their data on their own premise, on their own servers. And we also, one of the things that is also interesting is the compute-based pricing, which is usually confusing for a traditional SaaS buyer because we don't know how compute works. But essentially, compute-based pricing can save close to 80 to 90% as compared to the per user per month licensing for any application. Take any one, Odoo, SAP B1, and that's just for ERPs, right? Same applies to other competitor apps. So basically switching to Frappe Cloud is going to be 80 to 90% cheaper on a recurring basis. So now coming back, I think we went over how I started out with my understanding as ERPNext, followed by how it evolved into an open source company. So now who really are we? So basically customers discover us through our apps, but eventually fall in love with the platform, which is the no-code, low-code Frappe framework, around which we have an ecosystem of partners, developers, customers, freelancers. And finally, we have infrastructure of a reliable, secure, and scalable hosting, which really puts the entire puzzle together. So we are a full-stack technology company building open source. Today, Frappe's community has grown to 195 partners. We have a forum where people can ask questions and people can get answers, which has 24,000 active users. We have 600 plus code contributors. And I just did a quick check on LinkedIn. I just put how many people have ERPNext or Frappe written in their bio, like the LinkedIn profile. And that number is 25,000 people, either working around or with ERP or Frappe products. We also have an app ecosystem. So we have a Frappe Cloud marketplace where anybody can build apps, put it out there, which has around 200 plus applications built by Frappe as well as the community. We already have 10,000 sites, close to 400 servers around in 60 countries. So today, Frappe's revenue is split into these four parts. 60% is from Frappe Cloud. We still have enterprises, and then we have trainings we give to ecosystem enterprises through Frappe School, and there's this others which is around enabling partners, partnership fees, and so on and so forth. So next question. Now that we know the business model, how are we playing this big game? I think it boils down to three things. Our ability to do three things right. One, building world-class open source apps that kill licensed software. Number two, building the best hosting platform. And number three, enabling ecosystem growth. And me, as well as the entire business and enablement team, is completely focused on number three, which is how can we enable the ecosystem to grow? How can we help our partners, our developers to be best in their game so that they grow in their business, which essentially means we all grow. So our complete efforts are going towards enabling partners, both in their growth as well as quality. Because as we said, quality is one of the most important things. We ensure our partners are also able to practice their services with high quality. Then developers, we did an event called Frappe Build, which was one of its kind, but that's a way for us to evangelize best practices for developers as well. And then we have customers. Yeah, so are you all as excited as I am as we build the ecosystem together in the next few years? Okay. Thank you so much. Any questions? I'm available during the day-to-day tomorrow. I now want to invite Faraz Khatri. He leads enterprise sales at Frappe. Hi, Faraz.
Hello. Hi, Neha. Thank you for walking through the entire audience about the business model of Frappe.
I still wonder, since enterprise is something didn't come in the top three, and also I think they are an important part of our journey, but why are you still hung up on enterprise? And this is why our friends put together this slide for Faraz. Why are you hung up on enterprise?
So I've been doing enterprise from the last 3-4 years, and what I realized, it is not that we are actively, chasing them. It is they are, coming to us and need our help. So this is what I would be talking about in my talk.
That's a nice way of saying you like money, I think. Okay, thank you, everyone.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Faraz Khatri, being part of the sales team, and I mainly take care of the enterprise business at Frappe. So this is my journey. Started in 2019, where I was joined Frappe as a consultant, and our business model was revolving around onboarding SMB customers. We were onboarding them with ERPNext and helping them and giving them success pack. But then one fine day during the same year, we got few requests from one of the large enterprise that they need to work with us. So this was our reaction. Enterprise was not our focus at all at that time. But then we had a team who were keen in doing enterprise. So we had a small team doing enterprise at the time. So then during the conference, it was around again September, October at that time, we launched a new marketing strategy we called as, that ERPNext is an alternative to open source, the best open source alternative, and the free enterprise, the t-shirts that still we might be wearing. So this was a strategy, we started that, and then since then we've got good amount of customers that are, got attracted due to this marketing this thing, and we started onboarding enterprise customers. Recently, I was at the Ahmedabad local event, and there I heard a story about a food manufacturing company, Vijay Mamra. They were using SAP and kind of they were very pained. So they saw this and they started inquiring, and they, with the help of our partner, they were able to migrate from SAP to ERPNext. But we have onboarded a lot of customers since last 3-4 years. Even unicorns of India are using ERPNext, and we have a good traction in financials as well. RBI subsidiaries are also using it. So we've been onboarding decent customers from last 3-4 years across all the industries. But still, the question here is why the enterprise would still come to us? A big question. So mainly, what we figured out internally is we were at one of the largest India company, and the CIO was telling he's kind of fed up of SAP, and he wanted to get rid of SAP badly, not only in his companies and subsidiaries, but also the entire country. So this was the feedback from him. And I was wondering, yes, I mean, there would be something, is it these guys have not implemented well, or there were some problems with the partner? But no, these was not the cases. It was actually, the pains were like this for them is, recently you might have known, the older versions of SAP have now discontinued. I mean, the support will be soon discontinued by 2017. And then they were forced to migrate to their cloud, that is S4 HANA migration. So the entire migration is a new implementation for them. Imagine who have been 2-3 years of implementation. Again, they were forced to implement. Not only that, the infrastructure cost also increased. They have to even upgrade their servers infrastructure. And with this also comes license fee, right? Even that paying huge license fee, they were not even able to onboard all of their users, altogether. So this means even if they bite the bullet, that they migrated to this new systems that they called, they were still faced a lot of challenges when they had some new request come in. Again, it would be a time-consuming process. Of course, a pinch in the pocket to have multiple or change requests as the business scales. So one fine day, when they found Frappe, these were some advantages that they saw. Open source. They were able to use unlimited users. They were able to even have flexibility in their own business. They could have scaled the way they want. And they got rid of vendor lock-ins, very simple. Plus, not only this, most of the businesses would have a lot of tweaks or customization as per their business process. So I think the credits would go to the entire framework where, it's metadata-driven framework. And the way you could easily add doc types and, have the leverages, it's far more flexible than, so we have a ready-made, solution for that. And even Zerodha, I think they have said that they were able to reduce a lot of their development efforts because of this framework. So not only this, as we are growing, our partner, the ecosystem is also growing with us so that they can help these enterprises. They were able to implement and be the first point of contact. I mean, providing the level 1 support that is much more needed from them. So these partners are also being ready with us. We've been able to see the entire, partner connection in the next room. So basically, and the consulting that they would need from Frappe is always we would be able to help them. So they need better security. We can help them scalability. I mean, in the morning talk, Nabeen shared how they were able to, I mean, as Frappe were able to help kiosk for the scalable problems and the reliability. I mean, we have our experts. They can, our developers. They can make sure your systems are up and running, and we are there to help you. So this is a quick story about how kiosks were able to, optimize their financial reports. Of course, the database bottleneck you already were able to hear from Nabeen. But then one more interesting use case. So we are not solving problems just in India, but globally. So Vodafone UK, it is one of their operating company, is uses to distribute SIM cards and IoT devices using ERPNext. So that is also interesting story. And then they had that flexibility to, manage their own team, make their own internal teams, so that they are not pretty much locked with some of the vendors. Moving forward, this is one more interesting case study, and also enterprises come to us, they don't want to go ahead and solve the problem, at one go at a time. So one of the largest Asia's medical manufacturing company is on SAP, and they have almost now 45 subsidiaries as we talk. So all the new subsidiaries, they have made a decision. Now there's no more SAP in their house, and they'll be implementing ERPNext for all of their new subsidiaries. So I mean, within 6 months, 8 months, they were able to go live with all the modules, including the HR, and yeah, kind of they're happy. So how we are helping them is basically a very customized plan that we introduced was premium dedicated server. This gives high priority support and peace of mind because you get the warranty bundle. In case there are customers or enterprises who still want their data to be hosted on their server and want to take the warranty from us, warranty would help them ideally to solve any incidents and bugs. They don't have to rely on GitHub that someday someone will go and pick up and would solve it for them. Even a smallest downtime for enterprises could give revenue losses. So we have flexible plans. You can also use Frappe Cloud benefits that my colleague showed on their own server. So we have these flexibility as well. And then our products that we saw today in the morning are truly enterprise ready, and I truly agree that enterprise would be here to stay. But the balance of both their expectations and how do we cater them is important and moving forward. Yes, thank you. That's it for now.
Thanks a lot, Faraz. At Frappe, this year was about growth and scaling. Our business team focused on their respective regions, connecting with their regional partners and community members. Well, today we have them all on stage along with their business partners. Please welcome the business team of Frappe, bringing to you the entire world in 80 minutes.
Hi everyone, my name is Parth Garaj, those who don't know, and I look after the India West region. First of all, thank you so much for turning up in big numbers. I think Rishabh mentioned that the first Frappe conference happened in 2014, and do you know how many people came? I think those who, Kanaya, I see Kanaya, do you know how many people came? The count, it was less than 80. That's the count that I got. And today you can see that, I think you already saw the queue for the lunch, so you can imagine. So in this whole growth journey, right, over the period of 10 years, India as a region has played a very big role, and that is going to be the topic of my presentation today. So just to take you back in time, Frappe was born in India. So naturally, India territory became a home ground for us, right? And because we were based in India, naturally the ecosystem of Frappe also grew around us. By ecosystem, I mean our partners as well as the community members, right? Just to name a few partners who have been working with us for a very long period of time. We have Indictrans, we have Edit for It Digital, there's Greycube Technologies. All the partners all these partners, they have been working with us for a very long period of time. And that provided us a base to expand globally. So, right, so what started in India now has a presence across 49 countries. So the partner network that we have, all the partners considered globally are available in 49 countries now. So moving on, so those who have been working with us for more than 2 years, they know that earlier Frappe used to do services as well. We were doing implementation ourselves. We also had a team for doing customizations and whatnot. There were certain challenges and we decided to quit that business. I'll talk about those challenges going forward in the presentation. But we decided to cut down on services and go partner driven, right? We thought that we will focus on the product while our partners do the services and earn revenue from services. So instead of competing with each other, we will complement each other. So as a result of that, in 2022, we had close to 22 partners. And in 2024, now in India, I'm talking about, we have around 62 partners. So that's the partner community growth in India region. Yeah. So while India has been a strong base for Frappe, there are certain challenges as well, there are opportunities as well. So some challenges are very evident. So if you look at India as a market, India market is a very cost sensitive market, right? You have to really work hard to get money out of someone's pocket. So that's the biggest challenge. Second is there is a lot of diversity as well, right? People prefer talking to someone or talking to the partner who is locally available. So that is, these couple of challenges are very big ones. And at the same time, there are a lot of opportunities as well, because we know that India has been growing at around 7.8%. That's the GDP of India, right? So there is a huge potential. A lot of new companies are coming up. So there are both sides of the stories. Yeah, so when I talk about our partners, right, how we have increased the number of our partners that we have, what is the Frappe's role? What does Frappe do? So these are the few things that we do as an OEM. We focus on partner enablement. So we have a PEM team who will work with a partner in terms of training. We do lead generation. So from the revenue point of view, if you are bronze and above, we also share leads with you that you can reach out to and convert. Then Frappe also helps in driving local events. So we collaborate with our local partners in driving the local events. And we also provide hands-on training. So there are multiple platforms where you can come. We have a daily office hour session that happens by the PEM team that you can join and get trained. And we also have a Frappe School platform. We also give 2 free certifications to our partners. There are a lot of things that we do in terms of training. We have also done some in-person training that, like, we did one recently in Mumbai, sales training for our partners. So we do take such initiatives. And localization. So we have localization capabilities available for multiple countries, but talking about India specifically, we have India Compliance app that we have built in collaboration with Resilient Tech. So yeah, these are some of the things that Frappe as an OEM does to help our partners. Just a few pictures. We did a Frappe local event in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, along with Sanskar, Matthias, and Nescale. We did one event in Goa. Software at Work, who is our partner, they front-ended this whole event. Yeah, so while the market, if you look at from Frappe's lens, right, India is the top performing territory. But can I say that we have conquered the India market? No. There is still a lot of potential. And if I have to give you a classic example, you can look at the Tally ecosystem. They have lakhs of businesses running on Tally. That's the market, that's the size of the market. If I give you a number of GST registered businesses, it's 14 million, 1-4. So that is the size of the market. So there is still a huge potential when it comes to growing in the India market. And I already mentioned, the economy is growing at 7.8%. So yeah. Now, since I look at India West region, growth in India West region, I just wanted to share some numbers as well, how India West as a territory has been performing for Frappe. We have 12 plus bronze partners, 24 entry partners. These are these are top 5 performing partners in India West region particularly. If I give you a growth chart of India West as a territory from January to August, we have done 2x, more than 2x actually. That's the growth of India West region. And now I would like to call up on stage a couple of our partners, Greycube Technologies. Jignesh Shah is here, who is also a Best Partner Award winner of 2023. And I'll also invite Ganesh, he's from Exacure, but he works in collaboration with Hybro Labs. Just to have a quick chat. You can come this side. So, I just want you to share very quickly, your journey and your growth along with Frappe, because he's also one of the oldest partners.
2017, as Rishabh said, that we were almost into homegrown ERPs, and then we were looking for an open source ERP, a scalable solution. And at that point in time, we stumbled upon Odoo, and we were almost on the finalization stage. But as you know, genuine products and genuine people's fame spreads by word of mouth, and at that point in time, the mouths were very less. So we were not able to find out ERPNext. But luckily, one of my colleague, Vijay, found out in one night, and it took him the whole night to do that installation and setup. Thanks to Aditya today, that in 5-10 seconds, we are able to run the site. And finally, we were just blown out with that product itself. And we jumped in the 2017 conference, and since then, each conference, we have been here.
That's great. Now, moving on to Ganesh.
Hi, everyone. Yeah.
Can you just share a little bit about, because he has come into the Frappe ecosystem very recently, and he has also grown rapidly. So, how was your journey? How did you discover ERPNext? Just a few words.
Okay, so thank you so much for giving me opportunity. We have completed, yesterday only I mentioned, 9 months and 9 days in the Frappe community. So before that, I was selling Salesforce. Before that, some different ERP, then very, very different software. And I always tell the sales is equal to product knowledge and conviction. But earlier, that product knowledge is what we have to hide before showing the customer. It was my concept. And then when I stopped Salesforce and I was searching for a product which can be, actually a good product. And everybody was asking me, what next, Ganesh? What next, Ganesh? And then I found out ERPNext. So I started the journey and, selling the license, the product like a Salesforce, and now you are into the ERPNext. You can imagine I got like, khazana mil gaya mere ko. Something like that, yeah.
That's great. Over to Jignesh Bhai. We'll just take a couple of more minutes. If you would like to share a couple of your success stories or implementation that
everyone might have heard of IIM Ahmedabad. Have you heard of that institute? Yeah. So people from outside of India, it's like Stanford or Harvard of India. So they were like almost, everyone knows QuickBooks were closing down their business. They were they were using this system, and they were actively looking out now how to shift to any other system. And they approached Zoho. They had 1,000 cost centers at that point in time. And Zoho said, sorry guys, we can support only 80. They said, we are ready to pay you. Check out what you can do for us. They checked the code and they said, there's a limitation in the architecture. We can't do anything over here. And thanks to our Frappe framework, Dipesh, for having such a beautiful feature of accounting dimension and cost centers, that we were able to shift them completely, all their 6 years of data, all their 3 companies, into ERPNext in just a span of 1.5 months, with penny to penny balance sheet matched, everything. And that was great. Thank you. And the second most important thing, in the implementation, and we don't know how much scalable this ERPNext, the potential the product has, because you might have heard of third-party logistics. In the third-party logistics, there is also a big logistics companies handling, like you might have heard of ports, right? The Kandla port or big ports in India. So what they do is they get the cargo, like in metric tons from the ship, and they discharge it and dispatch it into the rails and send it to the big companies like Tata, JSPL, all those. So we have implemented for such large scale on ERP, and that's possible just because such a highly scalable, flexible solution it is.
That's great. Thanks a lot for your kind words. I have a few more questions, but in the interest of time, I think I'll have to wrap it up. Ganesh always has great stories to share. You will find him somewhere around here only. You can catch up with him later on. But I'll invite up on stage Mahima to talk about.
Thank you so much
India.
again. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll invite Mahima to talk about India North and South region.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So I hope everybody is awake now after the lunch. So I am Mahima, handling the revenue and growth for the India South and North region. So I am here to quickly share you some insights about the region. As Path quickly mentioned about the whole India region, but we'll specifically tell you about the South and North. So coming quickly on the number of count, like what partners we have. So total, we have 190 plus partners across the globe. But when it comes to India South and North, we have 25 in South and 9 in North region. And quickly, both of the regions have their own things where the South mostly relies, they have more advanced industries, mostly streamlining their processes, especially like IT, manufacturing, and pharmaceutical industries. So we can see the growth, month on month, average growth across the year. Whereas for North region, the industries are more traditional, where they want to replace the older manual processes and want to come to an automation cycle. So that's what it is about, and you can see the growth for both of the regions. We will also see that who are the top 5 growing partners in those regions. So I'll quickly share you with that. And each of the partners have their own journey. They have their own skill sets where they are working towards that each day. So coming to the first partner, which is Digitalis Tech from New Delhi, it's India North, and they are literally, they became our partners after they were customers first. They switched their business from SAP to ERPNext. So that's how they have used ERPNext first, and then they thought of becoming our partners. Coming to the next one is Promentia. They were already into the ERP segment and were implementing some legacy ERPs and switched to the ERPNext, and they have been into this ecosystem since a very long time now. So the third one is Nesterboard. So they are based out of, again, the Indian North region, and they also were our partners since quite some time. And before 3 years, they shifted all 50 plus customers to Frappe Cloud. So that's their journey. Coming to Tridots from India South region, they are really good at building some custom apps, and which you can see on Frappe Cloud marketplace platform. So that's the journey. And coming to the Wahani, they are also from the India South region, and they get their kick while they implement and they customize solutions, and they get challenges from the customer. So that's all about them. Now, to just quickly wrap this whole thing, we will call upon 2 of our partners to ask them about their journey and what does the future hold for those regions. So I'll quickly introduce Dipen from Digitalis Tech and Vigila from Momscode team. So please, I welcome them to the stage. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you, Mahima, for the invitation.
Yeah, so definitely, you can come this side. So definitely this is not a war between India South and North region, but we'll just try to understand the perspective of both the regions, that how they're working and what does the future hold for them. So we'll ask Vigila to you first. What are the major industries you have worked with till now?
The major industry we do work with is manufacturing industry and the project-based companies, actually. Because the story behind it is we just implemented that ERPNext in our own family business. One is project-based company and the other one is a manufacturing unit. Once the completion of the success of implementation, we just gone for the outside projects. So every time we do like to prefer to stay in the same stream itself. Thank you.
Great. Maybe you can answer the same question, like what are the major industries you work with?
We're working with manufacturing, distribution, e-commerce companies for now. So like you said, we were customers first and partners. We converted from customer to being a partner. We similarly have a family business into contracting, engineering, and manufacturing. So we implemented it there first, and now using that expertise, we are helping the market.
Great. So what are the strategies? What is your current strategy for like both of you?
So yeah, I'm going to focus more on our primary domain of manufacturing and distribution, and try to develop more industry-specific solutions like other partners have been doing, and they've been really inspiring in developing this special solutions. So we'll be doing that.
Okay. You would like to answer the same?
Yeah, of course, as we are expertise in that one, because we know in those two industries, some tailor-made solutions will not be suitable for anyway. For the process may be different from means company to company. So that flexibility of customization in Frappe framework and the ERPNext, obviously we'll like to use it for the other industries also.
Okay, so like, are you confident that the north and the south region alone like has opportunities for you also to survive in the market, and how is it going?
It's a good question anyway. Obviously, I would say yes, but to be like everybody interested in globalization and abroad customers, if we have more, that will be one of the credibility we may have to showcase to the upcoming customers who are interactive with. So we just, even if it's a feed for us, also, I mean, both the sections are enough for us, but we do prefer to do the outside customers also. Thank you.
Okay. For the north region, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm confident. See, India is a huge market, like Parth has already shown us the market size of how other applications are doing, and luckily being limited number of partners in North region, I see a huge market in North, but yes, we are open to outside region also. But yeah, I'm confident about North region.
Great. So just last thing, that any advice for the future partner prospects, that if they want to become a partner, any one thing they want to keep in mind, one suggestion, quick suggestion for them?
Yeah, understand the value chain, the value that ERPNext is giving to its customers, aligning to the target market. I mean, the open source nature that ERPNext is giving does not usually align with how upcoming partners see as their business prospects. But once you understand that, align it with your customers, you provide that knowledge share to the customers. I mean, it's a fruitful business. Secondly, also, I would propose to have a solid delivery team, quality first, only then the service business will thrive.
Yeah, the journey with Frappe as a partner is very encouraging, because when we do the implementation for our own organization, it was quite challenging because the product knowledge was limited. When we get in connected with the Frappe through partnership, it was quite easy for us. So whoever is onboarding as a partner, there will be hiccups in the beginning, but still the journey will make us more confident in the product and the support we do give to, means whatever we are getting from the Frappe, we can deliver to the customer directly. That connection will help us a lot for that support.
Thank you so much, both of you, to share your insights, and that's all about it. So we'll proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, everyone. So now I would like to call my colleague, Priyanka. She will take you towards the journey of Middle East. How is it working for her and how is it working for everybody? So over to you, Priyanka.
Hello. Yes. Okay. I'm so sorry. I think I'll be very short over here, so I'll stay on this side only. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Or as we say in Arabic, Salam alaikum, marhaban. It's great to see you all over here to join us at Frappeverse. All these years, what happened was, I was a part of Frappe team since a long time, but all these years, Frappe was all about India. This year, it's very special to me because I have a lot of partners, customers from Middle East and community members from Middle East joining us today over here. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I forgot about the slides. So I'll just talk a little bit about me. I'm Priyanka Kothari, Regional Manager of Middle East, and I'm here today to take you guys through the journey of Middle East with Frappe Technologies and myself as well. Little bit about me. I'm born and raised in Sudan. All these years I have been complaining to my parents that Arabic is very difficult. Staying in Arab country all these years, I had to learn Arabic. It's a difficult language. The grammar is very difficult. All these years I got passing marks just to pass, and what benefit got out of this was at least I'm able to converse now. Like I can converse with my Egyptian partner, KSA partners. I can at least say hi, hello, how are you? Like basic things. So that is how my career also got evolved in. I am now a partner manager. I used to be a partner manager and now I'm a regional manager for Middle East. That is how my career grew. At Frappe, I started in 2021 and it has been how many years now? Like good amount of time. This years I have done consulting, I did support, I did partner renewals, customer renewals, multiple things I did. And lastly, I'm here with my partners, with partners of Middle East. In 2022, when I was doing partner renewals, partner success, what I saw was we had only 20 partners, and today we are 40 plus partners around the region. What made this shift? How did we come to this? As Neha and Parth already mentioned, we did a major business shift. Frappe moved away from services and we moved to the cloud company. This paved way for our partners to come in and play a great role in the community. They became the core part of our community. Frappe, of course, Frappe can't do everything. So Frappe is taking care of cloud, we are taking care of the product, and partners are doing the implementation, consultation, and front-facing to the customer. Next was, when you say that partners are now engaging, they need recognition. So partners, there are a lot of partners. These are just 40 who are Frappe registered partners. On daily basis, I see unregistered partners. So there are much bigger community, and those who wishes to get recognition, those who are working on their scalability, they are getting registered with Frappe. Who doesn't want to grow? Frappe is growing, so are our partners. So join our community. Let's understand market dynamics of Middle East, why these partners are growing this rapidly. Middle East being a common ground for Western Bloc and Eastern Bloc of the world, a lot of small businesses are starting there. When they want to do trade in these two different regions, it's easy. It's easy to pass around Middle East. We all know what I'm saying about, what I'm talking about. So Middle East being a common ground, it plays a great role with its geographic location as well. Second one is most important one. We have seen the history of Middle East is Middle East made money on oil. And now we are saying that in previous years, taking example for KSA Vision 2030, government is actively reducing their focus from oil businesses to multiple businesses like tourism, IT sector, and real estate. Now that is where we are standing. We have seen other countries like UAE, Oman, Qatar. Everybody is going to have taxation coming soon. It's no more a tax-free region. Everybody is going to implement tax. So that is where Frappe stands with our partners to help these countries go through digitalization. Now, today I'm here proudly saying that Middle East is Frappe's second highest contributing market after India. Thank you. With our 40 plus partners who represent in more than 10 countries around Middle East and more than 5,000 customers. This is the curve that we are seeing. We are growing 7% month on month. And in a year, you can imagine how much we are growing. And we are planning to grow more and more with our partners. What did Frappe do? What were the steps Frappe took for this growth? First thing important was getting Frappe Cloud expansion done. We introduced KSA servers, we introduced hosting in UAE, and we already had Bahrain. So now if you want to host in Middle East, you have these 3 regions where you can host. Next is important activity that we did. We started having personal touch. We started meeting customers, partners, community members in person. First meetup started, first Frappe local we did in Dubai. Then we had a meetup in KSA with Umair. We had a boot camp done by Sharik and Hussein. ERPNext boot camp by Sally and Dharmesh. Community meetup hosted by Safwan. Then we had a meetup in Muscat in Molecule's office. So what is our plan ahead? Expansion. That is like we have 40, we want to grow to 80, we want to grow to 100. We want to grow high. So we want to expand our partners network, regional compliance. With the same partners, we want to build more and more regional compliance. We see that Middle East is not small, it is more than 10 countries. So each country have different compliance. We want to build all of this compliance. Educating market. So I have my partner over here as well. He is going to give us more knowledge on this. We would love to educate this market because when I have been talking to customers and partners on day in, day out basis. What I have seen is in UAE, KSA, if you are talking to any company, either they have one Indian accountant or one Egyptian. Indian market is currently being evolving, but now my target is to educate Egyptian market in their local languages. And last is marketing events. So these are some official announcements. We are going to be there in Jitex with Quark Cyber System, Wahani, and Lavaloon. Next is this is an official announcement. We are doing Frappe Local Riyadh for the first time on 18th of December. And we are doing Frappe Local Cairo as well. Lastly, I would like to invite our partners who represent different regions. So I would like to invite Vivek from Quark Cyber System to let us know about his journey. Hi, Vivek. I'll give you a mic.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
I hope I'm loud enough. So Vivek, I would like to know how was your journey and how did you discover open source and what is your journey till Silver Partner?
I started my journey with Frappe products in 2013 when Frappe was more known as web notes, if I'm right. I remember still doing the first setup for one of our first clients for ERPNext. It was the ERPNext version 4. I started as a freelancer. I was a freelancer back then. It's been 10 years. Today we are a decently sized company. We are a silver partner.
Nice to hear that.
We are growing. We are having enterprise customers. And it's been a wonderful journey. It's been a journey of growth and it's been fulfilling. Since you are in the open source space, when you finish an implementation and get out, the customer has a big smile, unlike when you get out of an SAP or an Oracle implementation where the customer is thinking about the next year's renewal, So there is genuine value that we feel that we give to the customer, and when that happens, it feels very fulfilling, So, yeah, that's my journey.
I would like our crowd to know how you are positioning Frappe Cloud in UAE market and how do you think Frappe Cloud will evolve in our market?
Well, for a very long time, I always tell people or educate my clients also that do not get deceived by the name ERPNext. ERPNext is not an ERP. It's more of a digital transformation platform. So I see FC today as a platform as a service because you have a lot of products, including a full-fledged ERP on it. And when a customer enters into the space of Frappe Cloud, you're having a whole suite of products to digitize your entire business flow, right? So it's just not an ERP product or a CRM product. It's a platform which allows a company to undergo 100% or 99.9% of digital transformation. So that is how I try and educate my customers on what really FC today is.
Thank you so much, Vivek, for sharing this with us. And thank you so much for participating with us at Jitex and in the silver partnership, and soon he's going to come for gold partnership. Thank you so much, Vivek.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Meena Butros from Accenture LLC. He's our preacher. He's our preacher in of Frappe Cloud in Egypt market. I don't do stuff in Egypt. He does. He does all the stuff. He does all the activities in the Egypt.
This is like paid audience. So.
Yes, Meena. So I would like to know how you have evolved in last 5 years and how was your journey around this?
Well, we were basically responding to the market. We started like almost 5 years ago. What we are seeing that the market is evolving, almost doubling year on year. Okay. This is reflected in our numbers as well as on our talent pool as well, and also in the ecosystem demand. We are seeing more ERPNext adoption. People are starting to recognize the brand more and more. And now with FC, all the problems are being solved. So yeah, there is like a huge demand going on, and we are anticipating more growth percentages in the future.
Great. So another thing is, what I have always felt is, Egypt is a very sensitive market. So how do you position Frappe Cloud in this sensitive market?
Well,
because if I give him any lead or anything, I'm pretty sure that he will get that customer on Frappe Cloud. There is no if, but, nothing. Frappe Cloud.
Actually, we currently are almost pitching Frappe Cloud before we are pitching our services. We are telling them, if you guys are going to go with ERPNext, just be on Frappe Cloud, even if you are hiring someone else. Because it only makes sense. We have been almost in business for 5 years. We actually witnessed the birth of Frappe Cloud. And I actually call it around the office that I consider Frappe Cloud our child as well as Aditya's, sorry man, but yeah, it is. It's like solve the three-problem dilemma that we had, like in the ecosystem or the open source, because Frappe is open source. Yeah. So there was always a question, how will this work? So now the customer gets the value, the partner gets the ease of mind, and the no vendor lock-in policy, as well as Frappe is getting the revenue. So it just makes sense out of the box. So yeah, and we are expecting more adoption in the future as well.
Thank you so much, Meena, for sharing these insights. Thank you
so
much. Have a nice day. Lastly, I would like to invite Accurate System, our bronze partner in Saudi Arabia, Mohammed Wasebi.
Thank you.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام. شكرا جزيلا. السلام عليكم. مساء الخير.
عليكم السلام.
مساء الخير is good afternoon.
Yes.
Hi.
Okay. So, Wasebi, I would like to know how has your partnership journey with Frappe has been? How you are seeing the partnership? How you have used ERPNext as your product, like not your product, but how you have used ERPNext in KSA? How you have acquired customers in KSA?
All right. Okay. So you can of course say our product.
Yes. Of course.
Actually, Accurate was born Frappe.
Okay.
I will speak on behalf of Rida, as everybody knows him, the founder of Accurate. I think this guy graduated from university with the determination of making a company that sells Frappe. That's how it started. So he flew in, I think this was 2015, to learn and to see how this will work, and then he started tinkering with this, and then in 2019 I was brought in as a co-founder, and we were turned into an established LLC.
Nice.
And until today, our core product and only product is Frappe.
That is really nice to hear from him. What I would like to understand is, KSA market have been expanding a lot. So how do you see KSA market in coming 5 years? What are your perspective on the market?
So brilliant. So let's link this with Vision 2030 with the country. Maybe everybody knows that. You mentioned it. And if I reflect that on the digitalization or the digital landscape of the country, in 2018, Saudi Arabia was ranked number 54 in the Digital Capability Index. It's called OSI, it's a global index. Today, Saudi is ranked as number 4 globally and number 2 in the G20. And that determination, of course, is in everybody's mind, whether private or public. it's amazingly being led by the public sector, so the government is drastically transforming. If I link that into the Frappe thing now, many organizations, government entities with big missions have open source in their core construct of what they want to do.
So I would like to mention also this thing that Accurate System have taken part in Future Factories initiative as well, which government itself have initiated, funding factories in KSA, which has to go through digitalization. So they are planning to participate in this thing. Yeah. Thank you so much, Vasevi. Yes.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you so much, everyone.
Right.
Yes.
Bye.
I would like to say thank you with all the partners on the stage. Thank you so much, Vivek, Meena, and Vasevi. Thank you so much, everyone. Next, I would like to invite Faraz on the stage.
Thank you, Priyanka, and Middle East Partners. Seems very inspiring work. So I'm Faraz. I'll be now quickly going through how the APAC, the Southeast Asia, that is a non-APAC that we call internally, is working out for us. So at the moment, we have 23 active partners. There have been new partners onboarded this year. And the challenge is, 13 countries, so specifically different languages and new developments much needed. I mean, a lot of localizations needed. So I just started my journey as a partner manager very recently. I've got the opportunity with enterprise to handle this region as well. So I just figured out that, there were a lot of opportunity to travel and meet them in person. So I made a trip that I figured out that there were two partners that were doing well in that region, and basically it was two countries, so Philippines and Indonesia, that was doing well in this region. So I thought, but I don't have that connect. So I thought I should visit them and at least know what these guys are doing. So I decided for the first time I should go out and, outside India and visit them. So this is my first visit. I landed in Jakarta because of a partner called Agile, where they were doing well. They were second most, but I couldn't visit Philippines, maybe next time. So this was my first experience. I wanted to meet the partner. So the left is the team Jakarta, and our old community member now, Anton, running his another company. So these were the guys who introduced ERPNext in Indonesia almost 2018-19. And I also met other partners, they are entry-level partners. With them, I also met our enterprise customer. So it was a great experience. They were, kind of happy that at least someone is there from Frappe. But then the crux was to bring the entire community together. So we had a small event, I would say, but there were good turn-ups, and there were customers who were using ERPNext from version 10 that I figured it out. But then this is how the growth from last, I would say, roughly, 2-3 months, the growth has been good. We've been getting almost 18 to 20% on an average from last 3-4 weeks. And the feedback, the main feedback was from the region that I got from the community is you need to have data center there as well. So very quickly, Frappe Cloud team helped to introduce a new center. You've already heard about this. And with the help of Umair, I would say, he's been helping localization across the country. So Agile would go ahead and make Indonesia compliance open source this November. So this is a big new development from them. So I think that's it for now for the APAC region. I'll be calling my colleague Ankita.
So hello everyone. I hope you are enjoying the talks up till now. So I'll take you to some place interesting, that is the African Wonderland. So hello everyone, my name is Ankita. I'm the regional manager for the African subcontinent. I've been working in the African subcontinent for the last 2 years, and I look into the overall growth of that region. To start off with, I imagined Africa 2 years back to be something like this, because inspired by Masai Mara and Serengeti, I thought that it is completely filled with green grasslands, zebras, giraffes, the Lion King. So there are some parts like that, of course, but Africa is not just about green grasslands. It's more to that, more than that in that region. So when we visited Africa this February, me with Rushab and Hussein, we had local events over there. So we found Africa to be something like this. Very good infrastructure, very good architecture, and to a certain extent, we even got yellow fever injection. So we thought that we'll get some dangerous insects or mosquitoes, but to our surprise, we didn't find any mosquitoes. In India, we have more mosquitoes than in Africa. So that was kind of a surprise. But jokes apart, we found a general optimism within the people, and it changed my perception about Africa completely. And when your personal perception, sometimes your personal perception comes in the way when you're also strategizing for the market. And with that, I try to re-strategize the market and how we plan to grow in the Africa region. So currently we have around 26 regional partners in that region. We have the major footprints in the East African region. We have a couple of partners also joining in from the African region. So we have around 15 plus partners in the East Africa region. That mainly includes regions like countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda. So we have the major footprints in these areas. And of course, regional localization is also there that needs to be fulfilled. So we have a lot of partners working on regional localizations. So we have two partners who's going to speak on this in the panel discussion as well, Aquatech and the Navari team. They have done localizations in Kenya and Tanzania. And of course, we conducted 2 Frappe local events in the month of February, one in Nairobi and one in Dar es Salaam. A huge kudos to all the partners who have made this a success, including Nawari's team, Aquatech, VV Systems, Duty Services, all of them. And in these local events, we met very interesting community members, and one of them was Dr. Thomas Mogi. Dr. Thomas Mogi is a doctor by profession, and he was quite inspired by ERPNext and the Frappe community. And the thing that he has achieved, we are still yet to achieve in India. He has already implemented ERPNext for the largest hospital in Kenya, and they are running on their own press. So they have their own Frappeverse, they are running it on that. And his philosophy is that you Frappenize everything. So because of some reasons, he could not join us today, but we hope he joins us in the next Frappeverse. So, but every region comes with its own challenges. So Africa is also not perfect. We also face some challenges. And one of them has been constantly the economic and political instability, which is there in the region. And to a great extent, we have accepted it, and we are growing with that instability itself. But also data localization, I think once the GDPR came into the picture, there are many countries who are facing these localized regulations that data should be localized in their own region. So to a great extent, we have resolved this issue through Frappeverse and hybrid cloud. And also overseas transaction restriction. So the economic and political because of the political instability, there is of course overseas transaction restriction which is there. But we have now dedicated payment partners in different regions. We are also going to come with upcoming payment partners who will also resolve these issues. So what future beholds for Africa? Currently our MRR is growing at 30,000 USD in the African region on Frappe Cloud itself. And it's currently still an completely unexplored market, unexplored open market, and there is a lot of brand adoption and penetration which is required. And to create this brand, we are also conducting various locals and trainings. Hussein already had done framework training in Dar es Salaam as well as Nairobi. So we are going to have more locals and trainings as well in these regions. Also introducing, hold your thought, we are going to have first overseas Frappeverse in Nairobi on the 6th of February at the Kenya School of Government. All thanks to all the partners who are going to be contributing to this Frappeverse. So next up, we'll have a panel discussion. So first up, I'll be welcoming Mr. Harish Bhatt. He's a veteran and has around 31 years of experience. He has more experience than since Frappe was born. So he's a veteran and he's the managing director at Softtech Consultants. He has got a pivotal role to get Epicor and Tally into Tanzania. And he's over here giving us great insights on the business aspects of ERPNext. We welcome Mr. Harish Bhatt.
Thank you very much, Ankita.
So you have been in the ERP business for a really long time. Yes. So what do you think will be the ERPNext future in the African subcontinent?
I personally have been in the field of IT software for 37 years, and 31 years of that in ERP implementations. And we have seen a very wide range of ERP applications. We focus mostly on enterprise. Most of our clients are between 200 users to 4,000 users. We have worked extensively in governments, central governments, local authorities, and so on. So with that background, we have been working on a range of proprietary solutions. By the way, we took Tele to Africa. This was in 1993. So coming back to your question, how do I see ERPNext? There are a few things that have happened in Africa which are important to understand. Number one is that proprietary systems are expensive, and the vendor lock-in. One of your colleagues mentioned that. So a lot of clients are becoming very concerned about that. Cost is escalating. License fees, support costs, lock-in. The second major aspect in India, in Africa, like it happened in India, there is now a very large number of people who are graduates in the field of IT for software and etc. They bring in a level of capability that never used to exist before. So they are interested in looking at solutions that they can engage in, they can work in, not something ready-made. So that's important. The third is that there is a huge growth in the small and medium enterprise business. The number of businesses being set up, being created are very large. There's a lot of government focus on promoting ICT, so that's very important. And the ERP market is projected to grow from about 5.38 billion for Middle East and Africa to about 10 point something billion dollars by 2032. So the potential is huge. What makes ERPNext, and we have only been on ERPNext for slightly less than a year. We are newbies as far as ERPNext is concerned, but we spent a lot of time in trying to look for a product that would meet the next generation requirements, that would meet the new aspirations, that would meet the new expectations of the African continent. And that's how we set up on ERPNext. So what do we think of ERPNext? One, it doesn't really matter whether it's open source or cheap or free. What matters is what it can do. So the most important criteria is, does the core product have the capabilities, the features that would be needed by the businesses? Number one. Number two, how can that be met? Either through the core product or through any verticals that people have developed. There are many verticals for people have developed specializations. So meeting expectations is important. Number two, ease of use. A lot of ERP applications fail. It's a known fact. And they fail because they're complex to implement. We're looking for something that was relatively easy. So that we believe is a powerful feature for ERPNext. Does it have support? Yes. Is it scalable? Yes. Is it secure? Yes. Now, with that background, can we reduce cost? Yes. Is it open source and can you do a lot of things on your own? Yes. Do you have a low-code, no-code platform where people can customize? The answer is yes. So ERPNext ticks a lot of boxes for the next generation ERP in Africa. And that's the reason why we firmly believed that it would be the right path for us to take. So we work in many African countries. We believe that with this kind of capabilities that the product has, we should be able to take it not only to SMB. Small and medium enterprises has never been our focus, but enterprises, and we believe that the government could be a major section where this could happen. So in our mind, that is our vision of taking ERPNext into Africa.
My next question is there a general adaptability of ERPNext within the government sector in Africa?
Well, what happened in Africa is that in the past, especially a lot of these are funded by World Bank, EU, and so on, open source was always seen as cheap, not that great, maybe it doesn't have all the features, is it really safe, who is going to support it? These are all the sort of questions that ever came up. So the most important thing is today, open source is now an established concept. It is an acceptable concept. Not only is it acceptable, but it is the direction that many countries are willing to take, especially within the government. So that, to answer your question, yes. But, as I said, all the other factors, capabilities, security, scalability, support, will still matter a lot. But the answer to your question is, today, Africa is ready for open source.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harish Bhatt.
Thank you.
That was really insightful
Thank you.
to understand the African landscape from the business lens.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we'll have Mr. Muchai Gatro and Mr. Mitesh Choksi joining us. They are considered to be godfathers in the African region. They have been the longest standing community members in the region as well, and they have contributed actively to the technological advancement for the African localization. So we welcome both of you.
Thank you.
So my first question would be to Muchai. How has been your journey so far? And currently you are a silver partner as well. So how has been your journey so far with Frappe and ERPNext?
So to answer that question, probably the best answer would be it's really been a good journey with Frappe or Frappe product. But let me say how we started with this, especially with the ERPNext, for example. For starters, I've been dealing with ERPs for a long time, since 2011, for example. So when we started Navari around 2016, the idea was to continue working with the product we knew, which was Microsoft Dynamics. But we had some challenges implementing some big customers, for example. Then came 2018. There's an employee from one of the customers we had implemented Dynamics for who left the company and went to another company. So they called us and they said, do you have a product that is not as expensive as Microsoft Dynamics? So we implemented for them ERPNext 2018, October, that was our first customer. And since then, we have exclusively been dealing with ERPNext. At the moment, we are a team of 12. And I'm very proud of the team. Generally, that's my proudest moment up to now.
So the same question to Mitesh as well, since you also have been in the community for a really long time and currently you're a gold partner as well, and the second largest contributing partner as well. So please share your journey.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity again. And our journey started like 5 years back. We went ahead from bronze to silver to gold. But obviously the driving factor was having a product, having team who can deal with the customer and then forwarding it to the customers for them to be able to benefit out of it. A lot, because we went through a few years before the partnership model, the current partnership model is in place. So what happened is that we had to put a lot of trust without having a background, because we are a 5 years old company, we did not have a background of how much it was. But the fact that we could manage to pull ourselves up to gold is probably means everybody else can do it as well. Also, that the fact that the customers are trusting, like we had mentioned earlier, it is also a plus point for us. And I'll definitely resonate to what Kanhaiya mentioned in terms of what partnership is about. We actually have been encouraging partners to be onboarded so that we can have an ecosystem with which we all can thrive and raise our boats with the tide that comes up. So yeah, that's been our journey.
My second question would be, you have been working in the African region for a really long time, and you have also created localized application on top of ERPNext and the framework. Can you talk about that as well?
No problem. So to answer the same question, probably most of the customizations which we end up working with, because most of the customizations we work on are based on what the customers are asking for. Most fall around integrations, and we talk about integrations, we are talking about payment integrations, for example, M-Pesa. I was talking to Sakib here, the first integration we did for ERPNext was on M-Pesa on POS, and then so M-Pesa is like a ubiquitous payments platform in Kenya or Africa generally, most countries. So that's also the first integration. The next integration or the next customization we have worked on is localizations for compliance. So we based it on India compliance. I think I even talked to Saga when we were starting to build it. So we are built for Kenya and Burundi. That's how it is.
Same question to you, Mitesh.
Yep. So I would say that without localization, we wouldn't have been here. Our first customer was implemented after localization was done. Without that, a customer would not be able to be onboarded with a manner that is able to use, and because accounting is the first module that goes on board. So accounting taxation was necessary. Then we have made many other apps, all open source obviously, and they are covering the health sector, which is managing the national insurance integration. We have covered with the property management modules as well. We have covered with the taxation, the e-invoicing that you have here, we call it virtual fiscal device. So that is also been done. And we have many more other Tanzanian specific apps which are sitting on top of ERPNext, sitting on top of actually a layer of localization and helping the customers get their business done with a local flavor within.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mitesh. Thank you, Machai, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Thank you so much. That was really inspiring.
Thank you.
So thank you, everyone, and hope to see you around. So next up, I'll call Puneet.
Thank you, Ankita. So you all have been watching me hosting the event, and you don't know what I do. So I work in the revenue team, and I look after Americas and Europe. So since we are running late, so I'll quickly take you through the presentations. So my colleagues have talked about the way Frappe is growing, but they've not talked about how big the market is. So the market is expected to reach $93 billion market by 2028 with a CAGR of 9.2%. And majority of it is in North America, 38% market share. So this is how big the global ERP market is. When we talk about Frappe open source, we don't think that how big the global market is. And this is where we have to target and try to achieve at least 1% of it. How fast the open source ERP market is growing at 11.5% CAGR. According to a survey by Reddit, 91% of industry leaders said that it is strategically important for their enterprise plans to have open source. What about the Americas growth? So you can see we've been growing 11% month on month, not annually. You can see we have quadrupled our revenue in 1 year. So when I joined the organization, today I've completed 1 year in Frappe, by the way. So when I had joined, we only had 5 partners serving Americas. Now we have a partner network of 17. One of the partners is yet to renew, so we'll count at 17. When they come back, we'll be 18 again. Talking about the revenue contribution of partner and non-partner. So this is the most important slide of the presentation. You can see the potential as a partner. All the partners who are sitting here who are thinking that should they operate in Americas or not, this is the slide you should focus. That at the moment, 30% of the revenue is coming from partners, but 70% is coming from customers who have directly started using Frappe Cloud. It is not that difficult to sell Frappe Cloud to them. They fairly understand how difficult it is to manage hosting, so it's better to outsource it and give the headache to somebody else. So it's fairly easy to do that. The only thing is, if you're capable enough, if you understand the product, if you understand the requirements, you'll get the job. Localization. All my colleagues have talked about the localization everybody's been doing. So in last 12 months, I've received a lot of requests, a lot of leads asking for US payroll. So we thought through incubator program, why not just get started with it? So we'll talk about it in a few minutes. Canada payroll is fairly dependent on US payroll. Once that gets rolled out, we'll start with Canada payroll. Mexico e-invoicing, that's an app that is available on Frappe Cloud Marketplace. It's been developed by Beverin Softwares. Panama accounting. So this again, the project is already on roll. Phase 1 is already completed. The server is also commissioned by the customer. And phase 2 should get done in next 2 to 3 months, and that will be up and ready. And El Salvador accounting. So we were reached out by a university saying that can you develop an accounting solution for El Salvador region. So we told them that first evaluate the system. In case once you're satisfied with it, we'll connect you to a partner who will develop it for you. So at the moment, they're evaluating the system. So what is the future of Americas? So obviously we've just started. It's been just 1 year and we've quadrupled it, but then this is not the pace or the revenue I'm satisfied with. So we have a long way to go. We want to double the partner network. Obviously, we can have as many partners we want, but we want quality partners who understand and deliver quality because they are extension of Frappe. So we want quality partners. So we want to at least double the partner network. And then you've seen that a lot of my colleagues have talked about local events. So we're going to start with Frappe local events in US. And finish the localization, and then as in morning, healthcare application been talked about. So develop localized healthcare applications as well. So I'm going to invite on stage Corsen, the partner who has gone from bronze to silver in a year, and the success they've had. Sapna, she's the co-founder of Corsen and head of sales.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. I hope you all are feeling fresh. So I'm here to share some fresh ideas with you all. So if I talk about Corsen's success journey, I think most of that is attributed to the support from Frappe, especially Puneet here. So I would definitely give credit to his responsiveness and support and motivating our trust, not just in the product, but also us as Corsen, because our complete focus is on customer experience. I think if you have a strong customer experience and you really trust the product, I think the customer will never want to leave you. Thank you.
Sapna, you're also involved in developing US payroll. Can you highlight the process you've been following and how far we have reached in comparison to that?
I think US payroll has been challenging because it's not just implementation, it's also about tax compliances, and tax compliances change every year or they can change frequently. And when you talk about 50 states of US, I think it's really interesting that we wanted to launch through the event, but we'll be coming up with the complete product very soon. With a strong focus that our SMEs have, I think we should be there with an update this year on US payroll.
And the other part which I want to talk about, is the success story of Chewy. So to give you a background to it, last year around October, we were reached out by Chewy. Chewy is the biggest company in the world in pet care industry. They are $12 billion enterprise. They are listed on New York Stock Exchange, and they were involved in the successful implementation of a project. So yesterday in the partners meet, a lot of partners were asking, how to handle enterprise clients. Is the product ready for them? So can you please elaborate on the success?
Thank you. So I think the biggest factor that is responsible for an enterprise implementation is to understand the organizational change management. That is the risk mitigation strategies that go into ensuring that your customer feels that you are taking care of it. So I think with enterprises, there is hard work, there is patience, but then there is resilience. So through that journey and accelerating and scaling up through a system which is fabulous when I talk about customization and flexibility, I think the key ingredient has been patience.
Nice. So we have developed a vendor partner portal for them. From there, they are managing 15,000 vendors. Moving on to the next question, like you have grown fastest in the last 7 to 8 months. How do you want to continue the same growth rate so that next year when we invite you, you're a gold partner?
Okay, thank you. So I think the major factor, like I said, is customer experience, but also trust. And to continually grow in that journey, it's important that you keep on upgrading your knowledge. Know your product rather than reinventing the wheel. And of course, show that trust and confidence to your customer. I think that's what, and we are also coming up eventually with a contract life cycle, going to replace DocuSign with redlining and negotiations. So I think that's something that is upcoming with Corson very soon. So with a strong focus on manufacturing and services, I think there's nothing that Frappe cannot solve, but it's all about simplifying the problem statement.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sapna. So as I said, along with US, I take care of Europe. So Europe was being taken care by Mayank, who was the host last year. And I think he's here because he started his own company, he left the organization. And so I have only started taking care of it in last quarter. So I want to talk about the diversity that we have in Europe. So this chart talks about the region in Europe from where we get the leads. So you can see almost every country has reached out to us for a particular request. So you can see the potential. This is the growth chart. And we have sort of grown like 14% in last 2 months. Talking about, again, the localization, so we received a lot of requests from Germany, Australia, Switzerland, UK. So we have partners, Farmers, Alive, who have done a German accounting system in ERP, and they are fairly good with it, fairly straightforward. So obviously they are the pioneer in it. We have partners who have done in Austria, Switzerland, and Switzerland, I think it's available in GitHub, on GitHub as well, UK. Talking about the marketing and event plans. So you must have seen the webinars that are conducted on YouTube. So we've been doing that. We want to continue doing that. We want to continue doing it in the local languages. So we'll soon have it in German language. We'll soon have it in Spanish language. So we'll invite the partners who are trained and capable enough to conduct a webinar. You can pick a topic. You want to do a general ERPNext demo, you can do that. In case if you want to showcase a product or the custom application that you have developed in your local language, please, you're welcome. Reach out to your partner managers and reach out to me if you're a European partner and you want to, conduct a webinar and events. As I said, we'll be announcing Frappe Local Germany. It will soon be up by the end of the next week, and it will happen in February 8th and 9th in Germany, Frappe Local. That is it. Thank you. So we'll be breaking for tea, and please be back in 20 minutes.
I hope you enjoyed your snacks. Resuming back after the tea break. Running a school is not an easy task. You need a system that not only lets you manage your curriculum and assessment, but also fees, accounts, events, etc. And you need a system that runs all of these seamlessly in order to ensure a successful administration. And our next speakers have managed to do just the same. Please welcome on stage Nikhil Karkare, the co-founder of Walnut School, along with their implementation partner Chinmay Kulkarni from Hybro Labs.
Thank you. Many of you are parents. That is not the problem statement, by the way. But most of you face issues with incomplete and confusing communication from your child's school. You also face issues with getting proper feedback about your child. You always feel you never know what is happening inside the classroom. So this is the problem which most of the parents face when their children study in schools. And by the way, this happens because of completely broken software systems in schools. And that is the problem statement which I wanted to solve at Walnut Schools. So, hi, I'm Nikhil Karkare. I'm the co-founder of Walnut Schools. I'm an engineer by education, but now I spend most of my time giving OTPs and MFAs. Walnut Schools are a breath of fresh air, which is needed in the Indian education system. We are a no school bag school. We have daily sports. We do a lot of co-curricular, extracurricular activities every single day. We have planned academics, and we have subject-wise classrooms with 5,000 students, 400 staff, and we're a hub and spoke model. It's basically a school which you wish you had when you were young. So schools as an organization are quite complex than what they appear to be. So we have a ton of things like students, fees, transport, marketing, technology, compliance, staff, HRMS, payroll, and a lot of these things. And of course, because of that, we are customers for multiple SaaS software, like CRM, fees, payroll, students, and of course, our friend Dinosaur Tally. But the problem with SaaS software is it's very generic. It is meant to be generic. It cannot be customized for the unique needs of every client. So with that intent, I started, there are a lot of nuances which need to be taken care of for every student, for every child from the age of 3 to 50. 50. 15? No, 50. We're talking of students, parents, and teachers. So imagine the variety of user experiences that we have to create and the unique workflows that have to be present in the system to get any system to work properly. And systems are only as good as the people who use it. So with that, I wanted to create my own ERP right from scratch, an all-encompassing one where I could solve all problems in my schools. And I started doing that for 5 years ago, and this is what I ended up with. It was basically a slow, patchy, outdated, very scared to upgrade, very scared to update, no documentation, a completely frustrating system. So it was time to bite the bullet. I had no choice, but I had to switch. I was looking for a Tally-like ecosystem, which was framework-driven, flexible architecture, quick development, and no DevOps headache. And guess what I found? You have the answer on screen here. Frappe and ERPNext. Between Frappeverse 23 and 24, we built 25 plus modules with a really awesome experience. So now let's hear it from our technology partner, Chinmay.
Hi, everyone. Nikhil, thank you for your kind words. A little bit about myself. I am Chinmay from Hybro Labs. We are a Pune-based Frappe Silver partner. We work with customers who want to build their own digital ecosystem and not just implement ERPNext. That basically means building web, mobile app, and chatbot experiences. And we are a team of 40 people, 20 consultants. When Nikhil came to us, I was really excited, and I thought, oh, we have Frappe Education, we can modify. It won't be a big project as such. Oh boy, I was so wrong. The nuance at which Walnut team went into is really interesting, and there were a lot of things that I learned from the same, and I am really excited to show this. So, starting from the the CRM, this was, we were working with the Educational Institute for the first time. Walnut as a school has a really good brand, and they get a lot of inquiries. It's very hard to manage with parents asking so many questions. So this is a WhatsApp chatbot we built. This is inside ERPNext, no other system used. It integrates, gives answers to the questions of the parents, and nudges them towards taking a school visit, because when they visit a school, we know they are a high intent. Through that, then we walk them through the admission procedure, and then the next is fees. Before that, I would like to shed a light on how we build this. There are a lot of things that go in and go out. We need to modify the questions. So we build a drag and drop interface which allowed the users to admin users to come and modify the chatbot the way they wanted. Now coming to the fees, as a organization, Walnut likes to give flexibility of payments to its parents. So they have a quarterly plan, half yearly plan, a yearly plan, upfront yearly plan. So we were able to do the customizations in the standard Frappe Education, keeping it in a compatible form. So this is how we made those customizations. Along with that, then we built automations for allowing fee payment link to be created, automatic due calculation. So if one installment was not paid by the parent, they can come and pay both the installments together. So all those automations we built. Let's say a parent does not pay their fees. So you can't, ask the child not to come to school. That's not possible. But you can, nudge them towards, paying the fees, because that's how they complied with. So what we did was, we have built this digital ecosystem where there is an app, there is a G Suite account, a lot of these things. So we can basically select the parents, mark them as defaulter. The moment they are marked as defaulter, their G Suite account, their app gets disabled. Now, Nikhil was talking about giving updates to parents, keeping parents informed, having their child, parent and child interact about their academics. How can that be possible? If parents don't know about what is happening in the school, to make that possible, we built a curriculum updates. This is a single page. We have, built a custom UI so that teachers can see what they have taught. The teacher comes here, they select the PowerPoint presentation, etc., and then they mark it as complete. Once this is marked as complete, the parents get a notification in the mobile app that they have been taught, and then they can work with the child, they can, help them in the academics. Apart from the curriculum updates, school works on a long-term period. A child is in a school for 10 years at least. So every year we have to roll those students over into the next class. In all the previous ERP systems that Walnut was using, the homegrown one, the vendors, other ERP systems, what they used to do was they used to have a very year-wise database. and then migration used to be a big nightmare. But with ERPNext, we have a single program enrollment where all the student history is kept, and it's seamless, but it created problem with rollover. It's a bit complicated to manage rollover. Standard rollover process did not cater to all the solutions requirements that Walnut had. So we built a single page UI just to make it simple. What it does is it fetches all the students in a particular class. You can then switch the student from one division to another. You can switch them from one shift to another, as Walnut runs in multiple shifts. You can shuffle the students' divisions. And once the rollover is done, basically all the students will get the program enrollment. That is, they will get enrolled into the next class, and the fees will be created, and an automated payment link will be sent. You might be wondering, why is this UI is so different? So this UI is Power of Frappe. This is a theme we were trying out on the UAT instance. So that's why the different look and feel. Yeah. Nikhil mentioned there are a lot of co-curricular activities. So here's a look of how the co-curricular activities are managed through the system. So one is the events. So there are a lot of events that are happening in the Walnut School. So to energize and include all the students and give them good co-curriculum experience. To manage that, initially it was a really big nightmare. Creating certificates was a huge task, but we implemented an event module on top of Frappe. We used the standard event doc type and added a few fields, modified it a little bit, and lo and behold, we had the event module. What we are able to do is we can publish an event, people can come, register for the event, we use web form to collect the fees for that event, and then we can auto-generate the certificate. It looks like this, by the way. Once the event is created, as you know, Frappe has a Google integration with Google Calendar. So each student gets a G Suite ID, which we are auto-generating. So we integrate with that G Suite ID, and we publish these events to the student's calendar. So as a parent, if I log in using the G Suite ID, I can see all the events that are happening, my exams, everything in one single calendar view. And we have just taken the iframe and put that in the app. Lastly, as a school, they are dealing with students. Students are most sensitive part of a parent's life. We built a communication module which allowed a Walnut team to communicate with selected school, class, division in a very easy to use form. You just select, then you write a message. It can be personalized to a particular student, or you can send a broadcast. It will go to the app as well as on the email. So this is how it looks like. It's again, nothing like very fancy. It's a simple single page, and that's the power of the Frappe framework. You can build small custom tools that make your life easy, and you can keep the framework to do the most difficult and arduous job on the way it is. We built a mobile app. Building a mobile app is not challenging. What is very exciting to me is we were able to get it built, shipped in the 3 weeks to Play Store and App Store just before the academic year started. We followed a process of, this is a term that I invented, progressive nativization, which we basically have a React Native wrapper. In that React Native wrapper, we had a web view, and we shipped that. We gave a decent user experience, and then we did quick iterations using the React Native, and we added more native experience and streamlined the UI and gave more snappy experience. So this is a quick look at the app. So I'll move ahead. Next thing that we did was we implemented the new Frappeverse products. The first one was the Frappe Help Desk. 5,000 students, 10,000 parents, each student has a query, and queries are of different type. We just had a support email. Parents can just send an email. We match that email with the parents, the student, and then we show the information so that student can the parent can easily be given a information and solve his queries. Lastly, very interesting thing that we did was anonymization of UAT. Essentially, we used to take daily a cron job, which takes the production data, puts it in the UAT, and then we anonymize all the data because the child data is very sensitive. So this way we can test without any hassle. So end result was end-to-end fee and bank reconciliation, admission flow, automation, curriculum workflows, inventory workflows, rollovers. And this is the team that was involved. I thank everyone for the support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay and Nikhil. It's time to hear from our sponsors. Let's welcome on stage our first gold partner of the evening, New Indic Trans. On behalf of them, we have Achal on stage today. So let's hear it from Achal.
Hello. Hello everyone. My name is Achal Dhote. I've been working with Indic Trans from past 3+ years. So thank you for this opportunity, Frappe. So today I'm going to talk about how we have strengthened the growth journeys of our customers using customized Frappe solutions. So we have been working with Frappe technologies from past 10+ years. We are the gold partner of ERPNext. We have around 400+ projects implementation, experience, around like 70+ countries. We have around 85+ team size, all are spread across India. So this is our team, not entire team, like we are working in hybrid mode, so some of the team is present in the photograph. We have been working with certain domains, like we are focusing majorly on these domains like manufacturing, trading, sales, distribution, EPC, public sector, and non-profit. So these are some of the customers from the private sector that we have working. Some of from the government sector, and we also got the opportunity to work with some renowned, renowned clients who are from NGO, that is non-profit background, as well as we are working with some government customers. So I would like to share some success stories or case studies from those sectors. So first is Textile Committee. It's a committee controlled under Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. So we have developed a QR-based product traceability solution for them. So around like 1,000+ jute vendors have been onboarded on the platform, and 50+ interdepartmental users have been using this platform. We have delivered this project last year. So we have customized a mobile application which is tightly integrated with the Frappe framework. It is used for the registration, that is the tracking registration, onboarding of those vendors, as well as the label order management. And the complete user management, dashboarding, reporting, MIS dashboards, we have customized it. So the key factor the key feature that we have customized for Textile Committee is that it's a QR or encrypted QR-based authenticator that we have developed to track the authenticity of the jute products. Next, we also got, we privileged with some other opportunities from non-profit organizations. So I would like to present few case studies from that sector as well. That is Sign IIT. It's a organization, non-profit organization working under the umbrella of Bombay IIT, based in Mumbai itself. So they have fostered around 230 plus startups for their like facility management. They provide the incubation support for the new tech startups. They have around 10 plus programs running, and we have customized the entire solution on Frappe framework. We have not used a single doc type that is from ERPNext. So we have created a web-based application for them where they can track the onboarding of the startups, the program management, their complete profile management, their financial tracking, the incubation management, their entire end-to-end process, including the facilities and asset management, and dashboards and reports, definitely. Then next, the case study is from the North India, that is Pradhan. So Pradhan is an organization who is working for the livelihood support for the underprivileged from the rural area of India. So we have, they have around 100 plus centers all across India. So we have onboarded those centers. We have created a hierarchy like from the employee till the state, and under state they have different centers. We have onboarded around 800 plus users on that platform. So the entire solution that we have developed and delivered to Pradhan, including ERPNext and Frappe's customized solution. So we have done a project management, including the budget tracking. So budget is nothing but a donation or a donor for them. So where every donation, they would like to track a budget, like how it is getting utilized, how the employees are onboarded, how the employees are allocated, and how the utilization is happening. The complete traceability end-to-end, the CRM accounting module, and for the non-profits, the FCRA compliance is also a critical part that also we have developed. Then HR and payroll with the compliance, definitely. Then the buying, stock, asset management under support. The end-to-end solution we have provided, and it is successfully delivered this year itself. Then the next from the Mumbai itself, again, so that is Magic Bus Foundation of India. They are also into education sector only, like they are providing education support for the youth from the rural areas again. So they have the livelihood programs. So around 1 lakh plus lives, youth lives has been impacted with Magic Bus. 100 plus simultaneous batches are running for Magic Bus around. They also have around 120 plus centers location around India, and also like 1,000 plus users got onboarded. So we have customized learning management system for them, and also a mobilization module where all their centers from across India have been onboarded, along with the employers who are providing them a placement for the youth. They are also onboarded, and the onboarding cycle, the placement cycle, the interview supports, the interview preparation, counseling, post-placement, if they want any kind of a support, take a complete audit, reviews of the youths that has been placed in various companies. So the end-to-end life cycle of a youth, how they are getting onboarded into Magic Bus, till the post-placement support we have customized using the ERPNext as well as the Frappe framework. Key part that in this project is about the learning management system, that is LMS, that we have customized, and without Frappe's team help, especially thanks to Jannat, so they have helped us in learning management system customization, and without that, without them, we would have not, successfully completed or customized this project. So. So with all this, I would like to conclude this talk, and thank you for this opportunity, Frappe team.
Thanks a lot, Achal. Next up before I announce the next talk, just notice, if you guys did not have snacks, the evening snacks is being served at the expo, where we guys had lunch. And the other thing is, if you haven't collected your t-shirt, you can collect the same from the Frappe booth in the expo. All right, if there's anything, you can reach out to any Frappe team member, they'll help you out with it. Let's welcome on stage our next speaker, Archit from Sanskar Technologies.
Thanks, Janat. Good evening, everyone. My name is Archit. I represent a company called Sanskar Technolabs. We are based in Ahmedabad. Okay, I'll just cue you for changing the slide because this is not working. I'll just say next slide, it's okay. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, next. So this is just my introduction, so let's go next. Okay, great, thanks. No problem. So we are focused on ERP software consulting, product engineering, analytics, and AI technologies. So ERPNext happened to us more in like a serendipity, because we started working on Odoo. We did a lot of investment in training on Odoo, etc. And when we were working for a client, there was a need that we found difficult doing on Odoo, and then we said, let's try ERPNext. And it worked like a charm. So then we kind of got hooked, and today we are like 100% ERPNext focused. Our journey started in, thank you. Our journey started in December 2021. And early 2022, we had already started our ERPNext practice. We were about 30 odd members by 2022, and we became a Frappe partner after that. We've been a partner ever since. And we got our first SME client, Ketan, in July of 2023. And cut to the next month, we had to expand to a new infrastructure because our team was already scaling, and we took a 100-seater office after that, and right now we are 44. So we hope to double our team size. And then we started work on our product process establishment and team certification. Most of our developers are now certified. And in Jan 2024, we started engaging with customers from various parts of the globe. Today, we work with 11 plus countries. We have our dev offices and consulting offices in Ahmedabad and sales offices in Delhi, Bangalore. We have sales presence in USA and Germany as well. In the future, we hope to go public by 2027. So we are betting big on the ERPNext game. So let's see where that will get us. I think this might be a little bit of an older version, but that's fine. I can speak about our experience. Quick numbers. We have 44 ERPNext experts today. We have done, in the past 2.5 years, we have done 29,000 odd hours of ERPNext development work, 12,500 hours of consulting with our customers, co-creating a lot of workflows for them. We worked with 11 plus countries. As of today, we are serving more than 10 industries. Our immediate intention is to go deep into the industries that we have already found experience in. We have leveraged 8 Frappe marketplace apps as well. So quick look at the team. We are growing, we're a young team. Among the 44 people, about a third of our team is women. So, and a lot of freshers, so we are betting big on those fresh talent coming into the market. Quick look at what our success model is. Over yesterday's partner meet as well, and today in Neha's presentation, she rightly mentioned the importance of a consultative approach to working with ERPNext adoption with customers. So we've kind of tried to conceptualize the way we do things with customers is that, like we started off with creating our Center of Excellence in 2021 itself, that is something that we continue to grow, more certifications, more expertise on the ERPNext, development expertise as well as customization, coupled with good domain consultancy, industry best practices, process maturity frameworks, etc., and a very clear approach towards development by leveraging agile technologies, agile methodologies, and design thinking. Some of our success stories, I've just tried to capture the summary of our success stories. We have worked with a lot of people on the manufacturing end. This ranges from food till, electronics and even mining, basically quartz manufacturers like Advantis, etc. Just to give a few ideas about how we do work here, take IFRA for example. They had already started working with ERPNext, but they were finding issues with their implementation partners. And that's when they got in touch with us to actually move out of ERPNext and try something else. Because they felt that it was the problem with ERPNext. So we went in and we were able to explain to them how it should be done right. And now they're hooked on to ERPNext, and this is a continuing business for us. So I think in the previous slide that I mentioned, the right way of doing things, this is one of the examples that we experienced. Advantis, which is a quartz manufacturing firm, they were initially skeptical to adopt ERPNext. So we went in, we did a module for them, and under their own banner, they had another industry, so we got a reference for that, and that's how Mumal Group also came on board. So we got repeat customers because of this consultative approach. Further, we have also worked with a lot of textile players as well. I'm not going to go deep into some of these things. So Mantra is a case in point where we had to move from Odoo to ERPNext, and we were able to transition them very smoothly. Basically they are into biometric scanner production, and if you see the impact, we were able to reduce the entry time for employees, and then also 30% reduction in time for sending payments to the vendors. So there was huge impact that we were able to bring in with this adoption. And Faraz in his presentation spoke about Vijay Foods and how they were able to successfully move them from SAP to ERPNext. So we did that in Ahmedabad. And then we've also worked with a couple of players in the healthcare area. We've leveraged Frappe Health for this, and it's more on the patient appointment booking, etc. But we've also forayed into more detailed workflows like hospital management, HMS implementations, various modules on that. Apart from that, we worked with a few players in the equipment rental space, etc. Migu is a particular case in point where we are trying to Uberize heavy equipment rentals. It's a B2B play, but we are trying to Uberize them, and at the core of it, we've used ERPNext, and all workflows are developed on that. Jibu is another, Jibu is a cooperative setup which encourages small businesses, and we are able to create a lot of analytics dashboards for monitoring their various POS machines, etc. This is in Africa. I'm just going to quickly go through this and close. Mera Pata is, it used to be part of the Adani group. Even for them, we've developed some, automation and analytics using Frappe Analytics. So this is some of our customer referrals. So we've done a lot of third-party integrations. This is a quick snapshot of that. And these are the marketplace applications on Frappe Cloud that we have leveraged. So we are at booth number 26. Do stop by, meet the team, and please do get in touch with us on, if you need anything on ERPNext. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Archit. Next up on stage is the team from Tridots Tech, our silver partners from Chennai. Please welcome on stage Zulfikar and Raja Rajan.
Vanakkam. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rajarajan Anbadagan, founder of Tridots Tech from Chennai. We have been into this industry for almost 18 years. And particularly with Frappe and ERPNext ecosystem for the past 8+ years. Last year, we actually, for past 4 to 5 years, we have attended Frappeverse event or Frappe conferences. Last year, we have attended as a bronze partner. And probably this year, we have got into a silver partner. So there are a lot of process that we have streamlined in terms of implementing tools in place, and we have efficiently managed some ERPNext implementations, and it was helped us to move from bronze to silver. And a couple of years back, we have launched a product called Go1 CMS as an open source, and we have committed one thing on that event to contribute some more products to the open source community. A product which was a bread and butter of our organization, which we have built purely based on Frappe. We are going to contribute to the open source community today. Also, we have 10+ products that we have built, and also we are going to launch it today. So I'll hand over to Mr. Zulfikar. He is heading the ERP practice, and he'll help you out about the products that we have.
Good evening, team. It was supposed to be a 10 minutes Maggie from 2 minutes, so we still have that time limit. These are some of the numbers. 2023, we entered Frappeverse as bronze partner. Today, we are a silver partner. So that journey summarizes it all. We had a fair share of ups and downs. The key takeaway from this last 12 months is primarily two aspects. Cutting down on implementation timeline and attempting to reduce a client's time in the implementation process. When I say reduce, optimize. So these are two things which we had worked on. Partial success, but it's a work in progress. In terms of our core services being ERPNext implementation, but then yes, ERPNext comes with its own frills and fancy, so we have an ecosystem built around it. In terms of clients, yes, we've had success stories with them, few of them full scope, many of them partial scope. And in terms of the products, we thought we will run you through a video, which is what was the ask was, and post the video, we will have a quick chat and then move on. That's something we have shared the code. It's on the GitHub. Yeah, I know I have limited time. And two of these key products, we have a session by 12:30 tomorrow. So we would request you to attend that. All the 11 products have been published. And something that I would like to highlight is 5 out of this 11, they were our bread and butter, which means we were earning out of it. it was supposed to be meant for, or we were implementing it. We took the due consent of the client, we then published it. So that's something. The other 5, we started working for the event. So there's nothing more in terms of explanation, excepting for the fact that the enterprise structure is something many organizations today struggle and suffer in terms of getting their reporting structure, matrix, and the data points out. So we devised an automated engine which will probably loop in and get the enterprise structure one shot. Second, in terms of budget, I understand that the ERPNext standard was giving us a standard budgeting framework. We thought probably we'll extend it by bringing the CapEx, capital expenses, and the revenue part of it into it. So we brought a fair bit of improvements. It's a work in progress, willing to work more on that. So Pulse, last Frappeverse, we brought the revenue engine. This time we worked further on that. Successful implementation on, we are down there. I'm very confident with the commerce product. Of course, this is an omni-channel, single vendor. But we do have a multi-vendor. But in a situation you want to have your own Flipkart, this is quite competent. So with that, please feel free to try it and share your feedback. A quick ones in terms of our other offerings, a quick snapshot. This is our HR mobile application. Something in addition to what is available, we thought, we had been using it internally for about a year and a half. And then we brought it to a shape. Once we know that it has evolved, we thought, in fact, 23 Frappeverse, we did have it, but we chose not to. But this time, we thought probably we'll present it. It's reached a stage where it is worth sharing it with you. We brought the fair bit of front-end application to the mobile application. We gave a color, UI aspects of it. It's been deployed. It's working flawlessly. The last line is the CRM part of it. We again brought it to the mobile.
So these apps are built on ERPNext. In case if you wanted to have a colorful look and feel, probably you can get in touch with us. We'll help you. And tomorrow we'll be having one session which will be launching the same product, Go One Recruit and Go One Web Shop. And Go One Web Shop is the product that we have built using Frappe Builder. The entire product is built using Frappe Builder, which was on top of ERPNext. So if you wanted to choose ERPNext e-commerce, go for Go One Web Shop, which has more themes, and you will have more detail probably tomorrow. And Go One Recruit is the one which you wanted to have a hiring, online test and unattended interviews kind of thing, where you can have an interesting session tomorrow. Probably you can get in touch with us. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks a lot, Zulfikar and Raja Rajan.
This is amazing. So many sponsors making this event possible with their money. Money is really fascinating. It has gotten us together. It makes things grand, beautifies everything.
Well, I disagree with you. It's all the products that has gotten us together. Without the products, there would have been no money to begin with.
You know we have to pay everything by money, money that was generated by a revenue team. Why are you devs so irrational and away from reality?
Well, can you believe this guy? I mean, it's we who put the labor. We are the artists. We put the craft and creativity that runs your businesses.
Nah, this is a never-ending fight, just like many other fights we have had all these years in Frappe conferences. This is the reason we have decided to introduce a new section in our conferences. Let's start the first fight of the season.
Please welcome on stage Neha as the moderator of our first fight. Let's have on stage people who are pro-AI and who are against AI.
Thanks, Jannat. So the question is AI a bubble? We've put a poll on Telegram. If you haven't joined the conference group on Telegram, you can just scan this, join the group, and answer the poll. Meanwhile, I want to see who all here feel AI is a bubble. And I would like to invite them on the stage. This is a volunteer, and this is going to be a heated session. Anybody who believes either for or anti, please come up on the stage. You can come from the stairs there. Anyone else? Yeah. Let's see what the poll results are saying. Just go up and view results. Go up and view results. Yeah, view results. Just stay here. Okay, so 38% feel yes. Only. Okay. And 62% say no, AI is not a bubble. So this is going to be interesting. Can we have more volunteers who want to contribute in this debate? And meanwhile, we have few. Please come. Quick introduction, what's your name?
Clay,
Hi Clay. So which side are you on?
AI is definitely a bubble.
Okay, so you can be on that side. Can you pass on the mic to the colleague? Hi, what's your name?
Bhushan,
Hi Bhushan, so which side are you on?
against.
So you can be
It's
on
not
this
a-
side. Yeah, next.
Hi, I'm Dipankar, one of the users of ERPNext, and AI is definitely not a bubble.
Okay, please. Acha, not a bubble, okay.
Hi everyone, I am Nasir from Standard Touch, and I believe that AI is definitely not a bubble.
Okay, next. Who's next?
Yeah, Safwan here.
Please come.
Yeah,
Please come in.
I'm from trades. I think it's a bubble.
One more mic on this side because we'll anyway need one mic.
Yeah, this is Bhavik from Enstech, and I prefer AI is a bubble.
Yeah, I am Mustafa from Assembly Solution, and I am sure AI is not bubble.
Rishabh and
Hi, I'm Rishabh. I think AI is a mega bubble.
I picked the winning team.
As expected, Roshab. Mohammed will say the accurate systems. It's not a bubble.
Thank you. I'll just quickly arrange for another mic, but meanwhile, let's have some points against AI. So anybody who wants to go first. So the rule is keep it short, keep it simple, keep it 30 seconds, max 1 minute, and move to the next point. And we'll keep switching sides. Perfect? Works? Great. Yeah, I'll switch that.
Yeah. Thank you. So why I choose AI as a bubble? Because it's not still capable enough to take any kind of decisions like which we are thinking as a ERP or any of the solution implementations, which helps business process to improve. Right now, it's only about content generation. Yeah, that's the reason.
Yeah, good afternoon. I feel that AI is not a bubble. We don't want any content creation or creativity from AI, but we need a accurate prediction that we can, as a human, we cannot take. We can leverage the existing AI and the big data and all. We can get the proper decision. For example, if from today's, if I am an ERP user, and if I can predict my customers' predictability or their buying process through the AI and data in what is publicly available or privately available, then it will be great for me. Then the AI is useful for me. Thank you.
Yeah. So if any one of you is planning to outsource your thinking, you are going to be stupid very soon. And and AI is a tool for increasing human stupidity. If you think about, if you can, one of the worst things is, spamming. And, I get 4 calls a day these days, selling me real estate, selling me loans, telling me like whatnot, right? And now I'm going to get AI calling me. So think about that. Think about all the bullshit we are going to create in the world. And AI can only do things that are not worth human effort, right? They are not worth like spamming, writing. We get job applicants who have written full job applicants using AI, and all of them look the same. So all job applicants using ChatGPT to write job applications and cover letters are stupid. Don't invest in stupidity. I'm sure this is a big wave right now. All of us are very excited. It looks very cool. Oh, it's talking sense. It's inferring things and all of that. But ultimately, you are just going to become a stochastic parrot. You are just going to say what everybody else is going to say, and which is basically a statistically, all the data that the AI has guzzled is what is going to happen. So, today it may seem AI is great, but ultimately, if you want to be smart, you should stop using AI. I think the bubble went up by 2%. Thank you.
Let's go 20 years back, and we see everyone is doing calculation, not 20, let's say 40, 50 years back, and we see everyone is calculating in maths manually. And then we have the invention of a calculator. And what happened? In the initial days, everyone were very, very suspicious or, very averse to the calculators because it will make us dumb, right? But now, see what's the status. No one knows the table after 20, if I can ask in the cloud, right? But earlier we used to remember it. And all calculations now are done by this device. It has calculator, and this is based on calculator. So what I say, AI is also another tool which is there to simplify our lives. It will definitely not make us dumber, but it will make us smarter in the ways that how we can leverage it to solve our problems. That's it.
It was surprising for Rishabh when I I work out from Dubai AI campus. And, but bubble is not a bad thing. When you say AI is a bubble, it is a very big bubble, and bubble is not a boring thing also, right? Kids like bubble. There are use cases you can use bubbles in parties, right, to have fun. In that sense, I was one of the early adopter of AI. I'm still using AI in small way. But like you use bubbles in parties and here and there are value for this bubble. There are places you can use it, but definitely as an early adopter, or we released one of the first multilingual AI art tool in India. We are covered in media and all those things. But we saw this keep changing and changing, and we saw people, developers are using LLMs to get an OTP out of an SMS. Think about it, like the stupidity it's kind of promoting among new age developers, right? So same thing about the calculator. That's a big problem, right? Like I was not allowed to use calculator in my schools, right? I don't know if any one of you have used calculator in school until 10th standard. You're not allowed to, right? Because it will make you stupid. You will not learn to calculate in your head, right? You will start dependent on this device, and when there's a power outage, you are stupid people, right? Because you don't have your tools. So same thing is happening. So in my company, I took a conscious decision. We have not given any paid AI accounts to any users, even though I have become 10x productive while using these tools. But you realize you're getting stupider and stupider because you start forgetting things that you used to calculate in your head and all those things, right? So AI is a beautiful bubble. It has its use cases. We are using it in certain projects, some places. But if you look at it's a fad, it's overhyped. People are trying to use it everywhere. People, as you said, in job application and all those things. So I am like a revert, like I was an AI fat boy, and now I'm just, moving out a bit to Rishabh's side and understanding his wisdom.
You like it, but you don't want to say it.
I don't know, this is Bhushan. I don't know how do you define a bubble. So I stand on that side because I don't know what exactly that question means. AI is just a tool. I think Rishabh partially agreed that is a tool which can be used for things which humans should not spend their time on. To give a context, I think one of them also mentioned about calculator. AI is being talked about right now. I've been working in AI since 1995. We built our first system on DOS. We built neural networks in C. That was stupid. But AI is not. AI is in a stage where internet was in probably late 80s. That time, even Microsoft thought internet is stupid. That's why we have Internet Explorer. They missed the bus. We are not there yet. Same logic can be applied to various other aspects, but I will not touch other aspects because we are talking about AI. It is a tool which is, people are still figuring out how best to use it. Now, because you use AI, you'll become stupid is similar kind of argument, saying that if you use car, you will never do cardio. You can do that separately. What do you want to use that tool for is up to you. AI is here to stay. I've seen that in last 30 years. And I think in next, I can't predict, but I think it will take maybe 1 or 2 more decades for it to become really mainstream in people's application. Thank you.
Okay, AI is definitely a bubble, and it's just a simple matter of economics. So the amount of money that's being poured into AI only makes sense if AI is going to replace our jobs. It wouldn't make sense to pour billions and billions and billions of dollars into something that doesn't replace our jobs, basically. And I can guarantee you, next year you all will have your jobs, and 10 years from now you all will have your jobs. So if AI is not going to replace us, and we're pouring money into it like it is, then it's a bubble.
I think if we talk about Indian context, when computers came in, this was the first argument that it will take millions and millions of jobs who used to do manual ledger writing, manual entry of banks. But now, as we see with technology, it only increases human efficiency. So we should not look at AI as a competition to humans or to us. We should look at it as complementing our skills. And if we look at it from that perspective, we are able to do much better for ourselves and mankind. Humans are capable of much more than what AI can think. So let's think beyond AI, and what AI can think, let us let AI think, and we think beyond what AI cannot think. So I think we should be thinking more about complementing rather than competing with AI. So that's what my take is on this. Thank you.
So here everybody is talking about some of the data on that data. We are going to do some prospecting and all the stuff. But that's a business intelligence. It's not artificial intelligence. So people right now offering the stuff with the name of business intelligence as AI. AI should be something like which we can think that system should be able to do by themselves. So I prefer like AI is a bubble for now. Thanks.
I think my side is speaking so well that there's no doubt where this wins. But I definitely, again, what someone says, how do we define the bubble? That's very interesting, right? Like AI is used as a bubble. Is it itself a bubble? Like it is used to do a lot of stupid things, like all technologies ever have been, for sure. But is it really something that is not going to have a meaningful? And by meaningful, I don't even mean positive only, right? Positive, negative, it can replace jobs. Someone might think it's a good idea. Someone might think it's a bad idea to compete or not compete. Will it have a significant enough impact in human lives? If that's the question, then in my mind, there's no doubt that it is significant. If we are speaking about positive, right? Like I run an organization where we are training people from underserved communities to be participants in tech industries. Now, the ability for people to learn faster, better, more retainable, more personalized learning in use. So you can, if you give people when they're learning technology, AI to just use AI code, that's a stupid use case. Like they will never learn to build real code, real use cases, understand systems well. But if you're using it to accelerate their learning of asking right questions, they give their code and be like, hey, criticize this. They give their spoken material and ask them to criticize it or explain something as you would explain it to a 5-year-old. AI is doing jobs and filling out roles which is above and beyond. It's both a threat for our work, it's a huge opportunity for our work, but it's definitely not irrelevant.
Yeah, I think the graph is staying where it is, so I think most people have made up their minds. And usually I've heard that showing you more facts won't change your mind. So, so let me try something else, right? I mean, I have a strong intuitive feeling about this. And while people said not all technologies are bubble, which is true, but we had crypto before this. And I have a different perspective. So my perspective is that we are living in this time of zero interest rate. I mean, there is insane amount of money. We have, all of us have a lot of savings. And we don't know what to do with money, right? Most people in the world don't know what to do with money. So they do, I mean, where are you spending your time today? You're talking about entertainment, you're talking about, like, you want to be even more and more, like, what was it about crypto? Like, why did people get so attracted to crypto, right? I mean, it was just a Ponzi scheme, end of the day. A Ponzi scheme means, I promise to give you, a big return. And then, you tell somebody else, and, the only way I give you return is, if I get another fool to, give me money. And that's a Ponzi scheme. And we all believed in that Ponzi scheme because we had no better things to do in life. We are bored, we are rich, we have machines that do all our work mostly. And there is only one work that is left, is comprehension. And we are going to give away comprehension to machines, maybe, maybe not. I think machines are way stupid at this point. Machines don't understand the concept of here and now. They are just, I mean, the way AI or generative AI today works is it has all, I mean, it will just predict what is the next right word to say. It has no deeper understanding. I mean, there are some ways, maybe it has some mental models, but it's not explainable. And, it has no intent. It can't be held responsible for what it said. So an AI, you can't hit an AI. If the AI lies to you, you can't say you're stupid AI. You can't you can say, my kids keep saying that all the time. They keep abusing the AI. I mean, this is what we are doing. Like, we are just bored out of life. And, we're just degrading as a species. We are degrading into something very bad.
Before we move to the next point, the poll, by the way, people can retract the vote by long pressing on the poll, retract, and then vote again if you want to change your vote. Because we
choose to
will
be
have
not
a winner.
stupid.
We will have a winner at the end of the day.
All right, let me try to see if that changes then. All right, so I think three areas here. One is the word or the concept bubble came from the .NET bubble, the stock market bubble. So, and my friend here mentioned that there is billions that spent on AI. So from that perspective, when we say bubble as with the stock market perception, perhaps, but the .com bubble, does that mean the e-commerce technology faded or the cloud faded? No, it was here to stay and it's now the core of our progress. And now the money went back in with the Microsofts and the other into whatever that was a bubble at a certain stage. So if we say bubble, yeah, it's a bubble, but then 5 years later we will see AI coming back shining. The other thing is the generic or the general public social media type consumption of AI, referring to it as the Gen AI or the ChatGPT, and that you can draw a painting with Midjourney and stuff. That's the facade of it or the end level of it. But the real core point about AI is simple as that. There is design whatever we do, wherever we are. There is design and there is reality, and we know between design and reality, chaos happens. It's probably 1,000-fold more complex, more interrelated in reality than in the design. And with that you say process between design and reality, you say data between design and reality, you say human behavior between design and reality, you see formation of ecosystems between design and reality. All of that brings up complexity in the world, complexity beyond the human neuron capability or capacity to model, analyze, and respond to. And that's where the math comes in. I will not say AI, but the math comes in to predict, analyze, and produce some sort of insight to give the human, again, better power, more relevant power than before. Before we were A connected to B, and that's it. That's what we needed. Now the world is much more complex. Things are much more complex. Even solid things, not living things, are much more complex. We need some math enabler to our neurons so that we can deal with the world. But that's what AI does. And thank you.
Thank you. I had a suggestion. Maybe after you go, we can have maybe a couple of use cases where you've been actually seeing value in AI. That could probably change more people's mind. Just an idea in case you're thinking.
For people who voted no, I'll give you the benefit of doubt. I think including the moderator is confused here. We are asking if AI is a bubble, right? We are not asking if AI is real or AI has users. No, we are asking if it's a bubble, right? So I want you guys to think of that. Like, is AI a bubble right now, right? So right now it's a bubble. Is it real? Yeah, it's real. Is there use cases? There are use cases. But right now, if you think of this, like Microsoft gives the fund to OpenAI pay NVIDIA, and NVIDIA puts it back in OpenAI. It's circulating somewhere there, right? And they're trying to figure out where this can fit. And it's not about will you lose your job or all these questions, right? The real question you're voting for today is it a bubble, right? I want you to anchor there and think about it. A bubble is something that is overhyped, right? A bubble is something where the stock market, people are saying AI-driven that, AI-driven this, AI-driven auto rickshaws, right? AI-driven watches, AI-driven fridges. Have you heard any product without AI these days? There was an electronic shop that opened in my village. They said it's first AI-enabled electronic shop. They had an Alexa at the entrance. So it's a bubble, right? So tonight, as I'm giving you the benefit of doubt, we are voting on bubble. We are not asking you if AI is real. You have a chance to choose the right side, to use your brain. See, most of the things are ChatGPT talking points. You ask ChatGPT, are you real, right? Those are the points you are hearing here, right? So the question is AI a bubble? It's not about, I have used AI for invoice processing, right? So AI is a bubble or not? You have your chance. It's long press, right?
Yeah.
It's a long press.
Very good. That was so awesome. I am changing my vote actually. No, I'm consistent. Okay.
My question is, are we intelligent enough to ask the right questions? I mean, I can ask, why am I born, where I was born, what is karma, like, why did I, like, are these relevant questions? Like, are you going to be able to answer them? Or like, is it relevant is the right question? You are absolutely right. If it's a bubble, my vote is, if the question should be that it's a bubble, then my answer is that maybe it's largely a bubble, but is it relevant? Is it relevant? No, absolutely. I'm very like here. You can't convert me. It's not that easy. The question should be, is it relevant?
Yeah. Adding to that point, see, AI having its flaws, AI might have its drawbacks, but that does not mean that AI is a bubble, that it's something that will fall flat. So just a point was mentioned that AI is, making us dumb or is doing comprehension, which is not at all required. That is something that should be uniquely attributed to the human species. I think that discussion is irrelevant. It's about bubble, and I don't think it's definitely not a bubble, because if I take a poll here, I'll say at least 70% of you are using ChatGPT, at least. Can you all, who all are using ChatGPT, please raise your hands? It's more than 70%, I think. Right, so I think there itself is the answer. I don't need to say anything.
Someone asked if an example could be given, I guess from this side, but I'll give an example for this side. So I actually work on AI, as probably many people do, but I work with a company that's doing some AI for medical diagnosis in dermatology. And we do not use ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is stupid, especially when it comes to anything specific. If you ask ChatGPT to generate a cat, it will generate a cat because there's an infinite number of possibilities that it can generate. But if you ask it to generate a cat that's brown, that has green eyes, that has a short tail, that has, if you keep getting more specific, general purpose AI, it can't do it. And so the point I'm making, the example I'm giving is AI is much more limited than we think, or at least than the general conception of AI is. And the money that's being put into AI is based on an assumption that it's going to replace a lot of jobs. And that economic assumption is going to fall flat, for sure.
I would say the same point again. AI is a tool. How you use the tool, what is it capable of at this point of time is something which you need to understand. It is the same problem which you would see if you give a 5th standard student to do a 12th standard mathematics problem. It will fail. We are just trying to overload, like many parents, that the kid will do it. That is not the case. AI is not there yet. Where it can be used is something many people are not clear of. I mean, many people are still understanding what is the use of AI, right? There are patterns which AI can detect better than human eye. They may not be just in numbers. They can be in scans. I'll give you an example. In the radiology, we had done some proof of concept 2-3 years ago, detecting if a person has COVID based on CT scan. And based on the doctors, the trained model was giving 92% accurate predictions. That doesn't replace the doctor. Just that at that point of time in India, the number of people flooding in to find out whether they have COVID or not was too much for doctors to handle. In such cases, preliminary examination can be done by something which can detect the pattern which is not visible to human eye. That is where AI is good, even today. Radiology actually is using AI quite a lot in scans and all. We had done two proof of concepts for some of the doctors. In fact, I was contacted by an Ayurvedic doctor to find out whether they can determine the type of person. There are 3 types of person according to Ayurveda, based on the facial features. We did not have clean data. I mean, in that context, AI is stupid because it will work on the garbage in, garbage out, same concept for software, right? If you don't have right data with right classification, it will not know the difference. So what you teach it is what it will give. In predictions, I think it is still a good bet in certain kind of predictions where AI can be used even today. But for everything, writing anything for you and writing codes and all that, maybe, AI is never going to replace human. We don't have the computing capability on this planet to replace one single brain at this point of time. Maybe after quantum computers, things might change. At this point, it will not. And without that computing power, AI is not going to replace anyone in all contexts. So AI is a tool. What you want to use it for is something you need to understand based on its capabilities today. Thank you.
Well, let me just take a quick poll. To currently 47% agree that AI is a bubble. 47. It has come up from 38. So great job. No, so we are almost out of time, but yes, you're winning.
The important metric is who's winning.
Yeah. So let's do 5 more minutes and we'll end after that.
Yeah. Thank you, Bhushan, for coming forward and agreeing with us. And
we are agreeing actually.
Actually, see, I think tonight's vote is on if the audience understand the title of this discussion, right? See, I had an ophthalmologist who came to me asking if AI could detect the shape of the face. He had an Ayurvedic doctor going and asking if it can detect the personality. That is the very definition of a bubble. If Ayurvedic
sorry, not a personality.
Okay, something, right? If an Ayurvedic doctors are looking into ChatGPT for solutions, right? How else can we define bubble? Right?
No. I am not ChatGPT.
No, whatever, right? And we know AI did not come now. We are talking about Gen AI. This discussion is all on Gen AI, right? That's what's the hype right
just
now.
AI.
It's not Gen AI.
They gave examples of ChatGPT, right? They asked how many people have ChatGPT. I have ChatGPT, right? But
AI is not ChatGPT. I'll give you a small example. Sorry to interrupt you. I'll give you an ERP example.
No,
I had
I'll finish. You'll have your chance.
But AI is not ChatGPT.
You'll have your chance, yeah.
And AI is not only Gen.
Let's
No, I think I'll just conclude. This is my last argument to understand if the audience understands and comprehends the title. So, as we said, we are not discussing if someone comes and says stethoscope is going to replace all the doctors. That's a bubble, right? If stethoscope is a tool that doctors can use, no one is arguing here. We don't have a discussion. So there's no question. Like here also, we are not discussing if AI is a tool or AI is going to help people. Right? Definitely it helps. Rusha will not come on stage on something like that, right? We are discussing about bubbles. And if Rushab is on this side, you can choose which side you are tonight.
The question is, are we going to vote on cult personalities or real questions?
Okay. I think we have to, because we are out of time, let's end the debate. But it was so much fun. Thank you, everyone, for volunteering to be a part of this.
Thank you for the stand-up in the end.
Thank you. So we have a winner. AI is not a bubble by 3% margin. All right, thank you.
Congratulations, 47%.
All right. I think we saw the essence of Frappe in this fight on stage. Usual Frappe day. Let's get started with the awards. I joined Frappe in the year 2020, September 2020. And as a regular new joinee, my first task was to complete my training and learn ERPNext. And each time I used to find a query that I wasn't able to get an answer to, I used to look up for it on the Discuss forum. And then I noticed that most of my queries were already asked by someone else. And there was this man named John Clark who had answered almost all the queries. And I thought, oh, what an amazing man, sitting somewhere in some corner of the earth, but is able to help me with so many queries, literally the most helpful man. But unfortunately, that same year, we all heard that we lost him due to leukemia. The first award for the evening is the Best Forum Contributor Award in the memory of John Clark. To present this award, I would like to call on stage last year's winner, Nihantra Patel. And the award goes to Alberto. Please, let's give it up for Alberto. Just a minute. Congratulations.
Next award is for Best Developer, and I would like to invite Alberto. We would like to hear a few words from you. Yes.
Okay, it's a little embarrassing for me because I cannot speak English fluently. I have two confessions to make. The first one is I cannot speak English fluently, as you can see now, but you can believe me, 3 years ago, I wasn't able to speak English at all. So I want to thank my private English teacher, who is Hussain Nagaria. It's behind the curtains. And the second confession I have to make today is you are talking about doc types and Python and databases and Frappe Cloud all the time. And it's okay, but I don't really like this. What I really like is music. Yeah, yes, especially black music, soul, jazz, rhythm and blues. And in this kind of black music, we have something called the groove. The groove is like the spirit of a song, okay? And you guys, all of you guys, have the spirit in your product. So thank you so much for making things, and almost, I think, most important, that making things that way. So thank you so much.
The next award is Best Developer, and I would like to invite on stage Dipesh Garg to present the award. Till the time he comes, any guesses? So the award goes to Rucha Mahabal.
I had not prepared for a speech. Yeah, I guess this motivates me to do better as an HRMS maintainer and a developer also. And I have a talk tomorrow also, so I don't know what to say. Thank you for voting.
Very well deserved. The next award is Best Evangelist, and I would like to invite Hussein Nagaria to present the award. And the award goes to Saurabh Vishwakarma.
Guys, just wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you who have been voted for me. So it's been already 8 months I've been started posting this content on LinkedIn. So the moment I started this my journey, so I wasn't that much confidence that people would like or not. But later on, whole Frappe community supported me for this. So I'm very much grateful for this. Thank you so much, guys. See you at the LinkedIn.
Ranjit was one of the early contributors in the Frappe ecosystem. In fact, he was one of the first contributors in the healthcare app that the team just presented, Marley. But unfortunately, he was taken away from us too soon too. Our next award is Best App Developer in the memory of Ranjit. To present this award, I would like to call on Sage Saqib Ansari. And the award goes to Frappe's builder, Suraj Sethi.
I think thanks for this. Maybe, so I'm grateful that I had Frappe Builder to work on this year. I think with Frappe Builder, we pushed quality of apps at Frappe up a notch, and by no means it will stay there. We will push it way ahead. Our app developers are getting started, and luckily I was nominated this year. Next year, I think I would have no chance. I'm very excited for next year to see what we have in what we can provide. Thanks.
Last award for the evening. All the 4 awards that we saw were voted for by the community, but the last award was decided by the Frappe team. This award is for the best partner in the ecosystem. There were 3 nominations for this. There was Coursent, there was Software at Work, and there was Hybro Labs. The winner was decided on the basis of transparency, their initiatives, and the overall contributions made by them. To present this award, I would like to call on stage Jignesh Shah from Grey Cube, the winner of last year. I think the team is quite eager. The winner is the Hybrolabs team. Let me call on stage Chinmay Kulkarni, Ganesh Chafekar, and the entire team.
Thank you.
Ganesh.
So it feels like a dream, you know, like I started like 8 years back, just a school kid in my engineering, doing coding, building apps for people who wanted it, built some ragtag team out of college, 4 or 5 people, just kept doing what we loved, found Frappe framework, okay, like it felt really nice, sophisticated, well-designed way to build app, and we are hooked to this platform, and we will never stop on this. Thank you.
Well, I think we've come to the end of the day, but the day is still not over. It's an open house now. Anyone who wants to share any thoughts, any radical thoughts, any thought that comes to your mind, you're welcome on stage. The mic is for you now. Who will be the first one on stage here today? Come on, why is the community so quiet? This is not Frappe. Yeah, please come on stage. From Team Exenter, right? Okay, so the rule, 30 seconds to 1 minute, and then you pass on the mic to the next person.
Okay. Hello. What a crowd. Actually, today, during our speech, Mina's speech, Mina from Accenture, he was willing to announce Frappe Alliance. It's a collaboration. We made the brand, we initiated the brand in order to make any collaboration formulated in a specific boundaries and rules in order to make the community grow more. I wasn't expecting that. I'm very nervous right now. Sorry. The point of it is to add up to the community, the whole community. He wrote in the background 1 + 1 = 3, and this is the idea behind it. We want to grow the community as much as we can, so we don't compete. We make more spread for the framework in order to make it the most famous one, and that actually match Frappe vision of ERPNext and the whole framework applications. Thank you. Have a good one.
Who's the next person now? Don't be so quiet. Yup. Should I give the mic here?
Okay. Hi, I'm Mukesh from Finviz Tech. We have been working with Frappe, and what we have seen over the past 10 years, the way the community is growing, the way this particular events are getting giant each year after year, and the innovations which are there from the community itself are so aspiring. You see the kind of products which people have built on the AI side and even on various different sides. This is the true future of an open source. The technology which has become open to all, and people are basically leveraging that technology, add the innovations on it, and build even bigger. I think it's an excellent place. We can network together, work together. There are a lot of problems to be solved out there. We as a community can actually work with each other and actually promote the solutions which are there. And I am sure a lot of you have built a lot of different products. We'll be glad to also getting associated with you. We all have number of customers. What we have given is just a start of the adoption. The ERPNext is not the end game. It's a journey towards the adoption. We have to think how we can actually add more value to the existing client by the products which are available over here. Just explore it and suggest it to the customer. I'm just feeling the way this ecosystem can grow even more and to even bigger heights is basically promoting each other as a community, working together, promoting ERPNext and the different solutions on the ERPNext. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Nandini here. I am just a student learning Frappe framework. I just here to share my feelings and my experience here. It was such a great experience attending this kind of event and meeting people from different area or different diversities and taking too much guidance and knowledge. That's it. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, this is Harsh Agarwal. I'm from Hyderabad, and when I started my journey of entrepreneurship, my only desire was that I had to build a technology company, digital solutions, where I can help the people to do things effectively. Technology was one of the biggest challenge for me because I am a commerce background student, and I had the privilege to find Frappe 2 years back, and when I found out Frappe, it has inspired me a lot that now I feel technology is the biggest strength that I have. I thank Rushabh and Frappe's team to keep to support me in supporting the experiments which I am doing, plus believing in me to take my vision of making the world more effective through Frappe. Thank you, Rushabh.
Hi everyone, my name is Abhijit Pradhan and I'm a ERP advisor, and I have been in this field for last 25 years. As a ERP advisor. I'm actually SAP advisor, and as a SAP professional, I have already implemented close to 100 projects across the world. But last 3 months, I got an opportunity to work with one of my clients who has been using ERPNext for last 3 years, and he's extremely happy with the product. And he asked me to, attend this conference, and then whatever I got to see and then whatever I got to experience about the ERP product, ERPNext, I'm extremely happy, and I have decided to, advise to most of my clients about ERPNext. And thank you, Rishabh, for organizing this. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Shahzad. I'm actually a front-end developer from Tridge. Recently only I started working on Frappe. I've been a React Native developer. So my CEO, Sofan, I guess you know him from the debate. So he introduced me to Frappe, and from around 1 year, I have been working on Frappe, and it's actually a very good community. And this is my first conference, and I'll be giving a talk tomorrow. You can, it's around 3. It's about how we converted the Kanban board and stuff. So you all can see that. And yeah, by the way, the talk results. So I guess it takes time. You can just check the results again. It's been converted. Thank you.
Well, hello, myself Sumit Singh, and I am from Indic Trans. Recently, from past 6 months, I have been into a Frappe industry and started with ERPNext as a functional consultant. So first of all, I would like to thank my directors, Kanhaiya sir and Gupteshwar sir, for promoting me into this industry and giving me exposure. This is my first ever life, any experience I'm having, and first ever job. So just after graduating from college and getting an opportunity to work with various businesses, eventually there are many ERPs, but when I came into an ERPNext, the best thing which I have learned from this is there are n numbers of a business, and to study their perspective from how the root cause of that business they started and at currently what stage they are going. So this is the best part which I can learn about business, and to be in coming years we can become an entrepreneur from learning from their journey. So yeah, thank you. And thank you Indic Trans for promoting me, helping me to grow in my career.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dipankar. We run an organization by the name of Ajanta Bottle Private Limited. How many of you are end users here? Can I have a raise of hands of end users, not partners, not developers, not functional people? So one thing I would really want to request Frappe team is to promote more and more end users coming here, because it adds immense value, not only about the talks, but when we meet partners one-on-one. So I'll give you my experience as an end user in about 2-3 minutes. We were on Tally, Zoho, and Google Sheets, and some applications on PHP. We finalized ERPNext in around February, and by 1st April, we were live on it. One of the best experiences that I've had on ERPNext is the amazing community. Whatever problems you have, the kind of YouTube videos you have made, it is very easy to implement yourself, and sometimes even if the partner is lacking, you tend to learn and then discuss with the partner itself. So one thing that we now have 25,000 LinkedIn profiles saying ERPNext. As an end user, what I really look for is a specific functional consultant or a specific developer. So if along with the ERPNext, if you can put whether you are an expert in manufacturing, accounting, or a particular domain, it adds much more value to your profile. I'm talking this from an end user perspective, because when you say you're a master of all, you're automatically saying you are master of none. So that is one thing that we would want as an end user, that functional people to go more deeper in one domain rather than trying to be everything. And thank you so much, Rishabh, for intervening when we had some problems and we wrote to you, and you were very helpful in guiding us through the implementation. Thank you so much to the entire team for helping us scale. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pankaj Uswal. I come from Bangalore. I just finished my first ERPNext implementation. I worked as a consultant. I started my journey around 6-7 months back. So we were working on a sustainability startup out from Bangalore, which can help connecting buyers and sellers. In that process, what we found is we need a framework which can be customized very well, easily. And that's where we started analyzing. We hit upon Zoho, we hit upon Odoo. Finally, I find ERPNext, and I thought let me first experiment with implementing with some of my colleagues around, and I think that experiment was successful. I would like to congratulate Rishabh and his team. One particular point which I liked was sustainability in overall communication. This entire venue, whatever I observed, right from catering to our badges, it addresses the sustainability problem in a small way. I do find that ERPNext framework or framework like ERPNext will have a huge market going forward in sustainability domain because it is all customization. There is nothing existing right now in sustainability domain. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sinan. I come from Kerala, exactly Kozhikode. So we had a small debate about AI here, and we also had a discussion about the same thing during Frappe build, which happened in Pune at the time. So it's not really it's a serious thing, but I kind of want to add on to it. When ChatGPT kind of started gaining popularity, I tried it out and tried asking some questions about Frappe. Some about implementation problems as well as coding thing. At the time, I didn't know anything. I just knew that Frappe was a framework. Frappe was made with Python and JavaScript, and it knew other things, of course, but it didn't know how to do things in Frappe. But now, I don't know how long has ChatGPT has been around, but now it knows up to version 12, I think, and most of the code it suggests is from version 12. And the things, so from developers, that use ChatGPT for doubts that they have, they solve the things, and when they solve using ChatGPT, they use these old code that's been used in Frappe. So I can see that GPT is learning from this old database. So if people are going to use, anyone uses ChatGPT for developing, I would advise you to use the latest code and give it to ChatGPT so ChatGPT can learn it. So maybe the developers that use it to develop will get the correct code. That's all. And also, shameless plug basically, but we at Ifion Private Limited is working on a gold manufacturing management system. And we would like someone to, people to collaborate with us and work on it because we are kind of at a roadblock and we have a few issues that we would like to solve. So if anyone would like to collaborate on it, we would be happy to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry if it sounds really rash. I have a sore throat today. Okay. I am Abhijit and I work for a large conglomerate company here in Mumbai. It is very recent that I was exposed to Frappe, pretty much about 7-8 months old. And my company has been primarily using SAP platforms, and I work into supply chain planning, mostly doing the integrated supply and demand planning. And as I say SAP, we've been using SAP APO, which probably gonna be soon discarded anytime. And that's when Frappe is something that we tried our hands on. And I would definitely thank Rishabh and the whole Frappe team that these the platforms or the service that you guys have been providing us, the whole community, it's been amazing. It's very user-friendly, quite interactive, easy to learn, easy to pick up. And I definitely see myself using Frappe more and more. I just wish all other companies, not just the Frappe community, but the old school company transitioning into this, and the new age technology company implementing Frappe more rather than just building in-house and keeping it to themselves. And yeah, that is all. And all the best, Frappe. Thank you. Oh, by the way, just to add a point, I think AI is not a bubble. And Rishabh, the next time I would be sending you my CV, I would definitely only be running it through ChatGPT to make it more ATS compliant and not the bullet points. Thank you.
Anyone from the Frappe team wants to?
Hello everyone. So I'm here. My name is Amresh, and I'm here on behalf of Dhwani. It's a Gurgaon-based company. We are in IT and product. Services and product. So initially we were into custom solutions. We were building on monostack, mini-stack. Now we are moving towards Frappe-based solutions, where we are using desk-based solution versus, plus desk plus the Vue.js if any client needed a custom interface. So I would like to thank Frappe team, like how beautifully you guys have crafted the framework. I would say like it's not just too easy to learn, it is easy to develop, easy to figure it out how we can implement, how we can customize the things, even in the desk, not just writing the complete custom code, just overriding things. So I would like to thanks, and also I would like to request to promote Frappe framework to like developer community, as in like in colleges or other institutions, so that more developer can learn Frappe and the community will become stronger. Thanks.
Yeah, good evening everyone. My name is Rishi Upadhyay and I'm also an end user. Our company, Shimnit India Private Limited, Blueverse India, is an enterprise client for this Frappe, for all the implementers. The beauty of Frappe and the ERPNext framework is basically what I have seen is they give us the provision to develop our own application by ourselves. So this is one of the things which I have learned from Frappe School, that in Frappe School there are a lot of modules are there, and I insist my team to learn those modules from there, so that our implementer, we can discuss with our implementers, which is, there are multiple implementers with whom we have worked on. Currently we are still working with them. So I always requested my developers, my teammates to go to Frappe School and learn so many things from there, so that you can have good amount of debates, you can have interaction, you can engage with our implementers to get the best out of them. Right, so I am very thankful to the Frappe team that they have given us the free Frappe School kind of portal there. Secondly, being an enterprise client, I am very thankful to this entire Frappe team. They have always supporting us. Their success manager is very, very kind, very helpful every time. So I request this team to keep going this momentum. And every time when we are reaching to you for resolving our issues, I hope that you will definitely resolve our problem in a very prompt way. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining.
Hello everyone, myself Kavya Perisamy. I am a founder of Wintroses. So many of you know me here as a LinkedIn content writer. So many people asking like, it's been 5 years, I am in the Frappe community. I started my journey as a developer. Now I ended up into a founder. So someone asked me, like someone asked here, like why there are no end users here. I think for that I need to take a quick poll on this. So just cooperate with me. So how many of you here started your journey as a developer and now ended up doing founder or like, entrepreneur role here now? Fine. So how many of you here are end users now providing solutions? How many of you here, even a consultant or implementer, are like, there are various roles here, right? So how many of you started something and now started your own business? Oh, I think Mayank is not there, or fine. So this is right. Like I think apart from Frappe is a framework. It's a place where passion meet purpose. So you can create and build stuffs and give give back as a contribution in any form of way. Fine. So this is how one fine day I came up with an idea of Frappe plus entrepreneur, that is Frappepreneur. That is a platform. It's not like, it's not built as a product now. It's a platform and ecosystem I'm building it. So last 1 year, I'm writing humanoid contents. Not like, I didn't use AI so far. So that is a factor I'm thinking. So what happened is, writing is not like, what I'm doing regularly. I have a habit of writing, every day I, store some informations and just to reflect. And sometimes I will be grateful for something. So this is how the habit of writing came up to me. So I think Frappe HR was launched in the last December, I think so. I, just wrote my observation on the LinkedIn and it goes viral. I don't know what's behind, maybe the algorithm. So sometimes if I put my pic, it will go big. The post go will pick. So the factor is, apart from the algorithm of LinkedIn, I feel people who connected with me is more into Frappe. It's not because of algorithm, it's because of the write-ups. I write in relatable and a more impactful way. So that is how the journey so far. So the Frappepreneur platform, what I'm speaking is it's not only for developers or entrepreneurs alone, because there is misconception there. So someone asks why still Frappe didn't pitch to colleges or school level. I think they are doing in some way. But we also recently started an initiative to collaborate with many colleges, and we started setting up the incubation cell for them too. So that is how it's going on. Even a school student I train, it's from the kids level, they are learning the Frappe framework side. So that is how. And actually, my talk was there in the afternoon in the track too. I think the live stream is not there, so that's why I want to use this space. So with this, I want to personally thank to everyone who voted for me for the evangelist role. Even I didn't select it, but that's fine. So anyways, I gave a tough competition there. Thank you so much. Grateful for it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adil. I'm from Doha, Qatar. I'm part of the, I'm using ERPNext or implementing ERPNext from the version 10. I've seen a lot of changes, a lot of breaking changes in between, a lot of things, but the whole things was clearly handled by the Frappe team whenever they were releasing some changes and all. I'm a software developer, but now I'm doing a techno-functional consultant. So in between, Frappe forced me to learn accounts, stock evaluation, stock-related evaluations and everything. So, and thanks for making this wonderful product. And I'm sure it have made a lot of people the bread and butter. This is because we are earning from it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I think there was too much sugar in all of this. So maybe we can, so I think dinner is at the same place where we had lunch. And we'll wrap the session. I think wonderful day. Started off with a wobble, but I think the content was good. The talks were amazing. And I think everything fell into place. So we are halfway. We'll have dinner and even more exciting stuff coming tomorrow. So you guys. Thank you.